Chapter 101, Three Special Zombies. We didn't see anyone coming. We watched the surrounding zombies leave before we mustered the courage to walk out. We lost 3 people on the way, and finally we made it to our base, sob sob. In the lobby downstairs, a gaunt and sallow survivor began to speak amidst sobs and tears. "I'll take you to get something to eat first." A staff member gestured with a wave of her hand. "Thank you so much." The 4 survivors immediately followed. After they left, Wei Zhengguo furrowed his brow. Old Song was supposed to lead the rescue team for them, but they say Old Song never showed up. These people don't seem to be lying either. Did they take a wrong turn, or did something happen that trapped them? Ren Jai's expression seemed grim. "We must prepare for the worst." Everyone fell silent. Everyone had been in high spirits with the addition of Wang Tao, an ability user, to their group. But now with Song Jinghang's problem, that joy immediately vanished from their hearts. "Old Song, you can't be in trouble." Feng Mingen's face turned bitter. He had the best relationship with Song. "Jinghang." Wei Zhengguo thought for a moment and said, Let's wait one more day. If there's still no news, we'll send someone to check it. For now, let's get Wang Tao's matter settled first." "Okay." The next day, everyone in the base received a notice. Shuai's base committee had added a new member named Wang Tao. There would be a meeting in the afternoon for everyone to get acquainted with him. Most people didn't know much about Wang Tao and were somewhat puzzled. However, some were surprised. Had Wang Tao just arrived at the base, and now he was immediately a committee member. Of course, whether they were puzzled or not, such decisions were not theirs to make. They just needed to familiarize themselves with the new committee member, so as not to make a fool of themselves in future encounters. In the afternoon, outside the comprehensive building, in the plaza, all survivors of the base who weren't on guard duty or out on missions gathered. After Ren Jai gave everyone a motivational speech, Wang Tao took the stage and presented himself. There was no denying the fact that Wang Tao commanded a presence that none of the other committee members could match, just by standing there. Especially given his new status as a committee member, the glint in the female survivors' eyes was almost as bright as if they were lighting up like light bulbs. Below the stage, Huo Zi felt both joy and worry. She was happy because her judgment had been correct. Wang Tao indeed had great potential. But her concern stemmed from the fact that it hadn't been long since she had a conversation with Wang Tao, and now she felt as though she could no longer speak with him. She was anxious, eager to cling to Wang Tao, a strong support, but the gap in their status was growing ever wider. Han Rui looked at Wang Tao on the stage, somewhat surprised but not entirely. After all, she had seen how strong Wang Tao's abilities were, and as an ability user, it was no surprise he became a committee member. She felt happy for Wang Tao. Sun Weiguang, standing beside her, looked at Wang Tao with a face full of envy. "Wife, can't you find a way to get me a job? You are a minister after all." Sun Weiguang asked, somewhat discontent. Hearing this, Han Rui replied with some helplessness. "Wei Guang, it's not like the peaceful times anymore. How many people do we have in our base? My so-called ministerial position is just a title. I only have 2 people under me. Besides, the positions at our base are like carrots in holes. I neither have the power nor the possibility to arrange one for you. Just work honestly. Isn't it good that you're safe and have food as long as you work in the base?" Fine. Sun Weiguang was tired of hearing that kind of talk. He felt Han Rui had changed. Ever since they arrived at Shuai's base and she became the head of the arbitration department, she wasn't the Han Rui he used to know. The old Han Rui, although very determined, would also yield to him in many matters, unlike now, where she outright refused him. Sun Weiguang remembered clearly that Han Rui's old boss was named Song Jinghang, and there was a committee member in the base with the same name. It was obviously the same person. If not for this Song Jinghang, Han Rui wouldn't be some minister. If she could pull strings for herself, couldn't she also find a way for him to benefit as well? Sun Weiguang glanced at Han Rui, then at O Yingying beside him, and suddenly he had an alarming thought. She couldn't have found out about my relationship with Yingying, could she? Sun Weiguang's face became troubled. He really didn't want to end his relationship with Yingying. Even though both in looks and capability Han Rui was much better than Yingying, theoretically, he should like Han Rui more. But Yingying was so sweet with her words. When he was with Han Rui, he always felt overshadowed by her. She never complimented him like Yingying did. Yingying always found ways to praise him. Sometimes he himself was unaware of so many virtues he possessed. With Yingying, he regained a man's confidence. His relationship with Yingying had gone beyond the physical. They were completely entwined in both body and soul. Just sitting together and listening to Yingying talk was enough to make him feel content. This kind of feeling was something he could never get with Han Rui. Not to mention, when his life was in danger, it was Yingying who stayed by his side, while Han Rui had come to the base to enjoy herself earlier. Chapter 102, 3 Special Zombies 2. So he could never break up with Yingying. But he also knew his own situation. He didn't even have a minor official position within the base. He could barely survive on his own but was unable to take care of anyone else. Therefore, he wanted Han Rui to arrange a better job for him, so that he would have the capacity to take care of Yingying. Unfortunately, Han Rui refused no matter what. That meant she did not want him to be with Yingying. The more Sun Weiguang thought about it, the angrier he became, looking at Han Rui with eyes full of resentment. Han Rui was watching Wang Tao on the stage and did not notice the change in Sun Weiguang's expression. But Yingying, who had been paying close attention to Sun Weiguang, did notice. She quickly tugged at Sun Weiguang's sleeve, and the two quietly moved away from Han Rui. Then Yingying whispered to him, "Brother Sun, don't be mad at Sister Han. It's not easy for her either. She doesn't refuse to help you because she is unwilling, but perhaps because she truly has no way to help. Otherwise, let's just work honestly. After all, you have Sister Han. You're definitely not going to worry about food and drink. As for me, I won't starve to death, so it doesn't matter how I fare." As she spoke, tears welled up in Yingying's eyes as she looked at Sun Weiguang. "Brother Sun, from now on, let's not stay in touch anymore. Otherwise Sister Han will get angry if she finds out." The one thing Sun Weiguang couldn't stand was Yingying's pitiful look, which made his protective instincts surge. If he weren't still somewhat rational, he would have almost reached out to hold her in his arms. This feeling was something he could never experience with Han Rui. In fact, as far as he could remember, he had never seen Han Rui cry. "Rest assured, I could never leave you. Even if Han Rui doesn't help me, I'll still find a way," Sun Weiguang whispered in Yingying's ear. "Brother Sun, you're simply too manly." Stars twinkled in Yingying's eyes. Instantly, Sun Weiguang felt much taller. He gave Yingying a wait-a-moment gesture, and then he approached Han Rui, pretending to ask casually, "Wife, are you very familiar with our Commissioner Wang?" Han Rui turned around, a bit puzzled as she spoke. "Didn't I tell you before? He saved me on the road. He's my lifesaver. As for our relationship, we are just friends." "Oh, look at my memory, I forgot." Sun Weiguang slapped his forehead, then added, "How about this? After a while I'll take something to thank him. We're after all a family and he saved your life. I should express my gratitude, should I?" Hearing this, Han Rui hesitated a bit. She had actually told Wang Tao before that she would repay him. But she hadn't yet figured out how to do that, especially now that Wang Tao had become a commissioner and probably lacked nothing. However, since Sun Weiguang had this intention, it was still good. She thought letting Sun Weiguang express his thanks first was acceptable. So Han Rui said, "Okay, you decide." "All right, but I don't really have anything with me." Sun Weiguang's face turned somewhat embarrassed. Han Rui gave him a helpless glance, and then took out some ration tickets from her pocket. "I don't have anything else for the moment, just this." "That'll do." Sun Weiguang's eyes brightened, and he quickly took them. Han Rui shook her head and said, Just Don T talk nonsense after all. He's a commissioner now. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just simply thanking him for saving my wife. That's good then. Wang Tao made an appearance on stage, and then, following the short script provided by Ren Jai, he spoke some motivational words to the survivors in the base before stepping down. Although Wang Tao felt he wasn't someone keen on power, the feeling of standing on stage and seeing the respectful looks from the audience below was indeed very exhilarating. The meeting ended quickly, and Wang Tao began to move. Now that he was a commissioner, it was naturally impossible for him to continue living in the faculty apartments with everyone else. Wang Tao moved into a two-story house. This was the accommodation prepared by Shuai's University for the school's leaders, consisting of 10 two-story houses, each equipped with a garage and a garden. Now each commissioner had their own house, and with Wang Tao accounted for, 2 were still vacant. Wang Tao didn't have much stuff in the faculty apartments, mostly food, which was moved in one car trip. Wang Tao moved into house number 8, where everyday items were all prepared, and he could move in immediately. He wasn't picky. A shelter from the weather would suffice. It's just missing someone to warm the bed. Wang Tao stroked his chin, thinking now that he had established himself at Shuai's base, it was time to bring his sister-in-law over. He was looking forward to blood replenishing after all. That night, Han Rui returned to her apartment feeling exhausted. Sun Weiguang was not there, and she didn't know whether he had gone to find Wang Tao or not. She sat on the sofa, rubbing her sore neck, feeling somewhat helpless. Her work at the arbitration department was proving to be far more troublesome than she had imagined. With over 500 people in the base, conflicts arose almost daily, and wherever there was a conflict, there she was. Sometimes she truly could not understand why even in the apocalypse, people still quarreled over such trivial matters. Ultimately, she somewhat evilly concluded the reason: they were not working hard enough, they should be made to work more. Of course, grumbling was one thing, but work had to be done. However, she harbored the thought of changing her job. I'll see how it goes for a while longer. Why isn't Weiguang back yet? Shaking her head, Han Rui went to take a shower. This was one of her own perks. The water was free. Chapter 103, 3 Special Zombies 3. After she finished her shower and lay in bed, Sun Weiguang finally came back. When Sun Weiguang also lay down in bed, Han Rui subconsciously tried to wrap her arms around him, but he pushed her away. I'm tired, let's sleep. In the darkness, Han Rui's face turned red. She didn't want to do anything. She just wanted to hold something while she slept, yet Sun Weiguang looked at her with such disdain, as if she were about to do something improper. HMPH. Han Rui fed and turned over, her back facing Sun Weiguang. Soon, Sun Weiguang's gentle snoring sounds could be heard. But Han Rui found herself wide awake. These past few days, she had been worrying about Sun Weiguang. Now that she saw him back, she felt relieved. She wanted to let out some steam and relax, but clearly, Sun Weiguang had no such intention, and she, Han Rui, wasn't the kind of woman to be clingy. After letting her mind run wild for a while, Han Rui's face burned with embarrassment as she slipped her hand inside her clothes. In the morning, after Wang Tao had his breakfast, he brewed himself a cup of tea. The tea was a fine one gifted by Ren Jai, who said he found it in the school. It was probably from some school leader, and now it was theirs to enjoy. At that moment, a guard suddenly reported from outside the door. Someone was always on duty 24 hours a day at the residence of the commissioners. Non-commissioners and their family members needed to apply for entry. The guard informed Wang Tao that a man named Sun Weiguang was requesting to see him. Wang Tao was immediately surprised. What did he want with him? Speaking of this Sun Weiguang, Wang Tao had been meaning to give Han Rui a heads-up about him, but with the recent flurry of events, he had forgotten. I should find a way to remind her today. As he thought this to himself, Wang Tao said to the guard, "Let him in." It wasn't long before Sun Weiguang entered, looking very respectful. Good day, Commissioner Wang. I'm Han Rui's husband, Sun Weiguang. Sun Weiguang hurriedly introduced himself. Although he had met Wang Tao before, important people are often forgetful. It wouldn't hurt to introduce himself again. Oh, what brings you here? It's like this. You saved my wife, and I don't have much with which to thank you. As he spoke, Sun Weiguang took out a stack of ration tickets and handed them over. Wang Tao was somewhat stunned. Sun Weiguang had come to give a gift, and what a gift he offered. He couldn't have brought anything worse than ration tickets. The ration ticket system was created by the committee, although it stated that these tickets are limited in number and even commissioners should use them sparingly. That's just lip service. Anybody who truly believes that is a fool. As for ration tickets, Wang Tao had as many as he wanted right now, and commissioners didn't even need ration tickets to eat. It was nothing, no need for thanks. Wang Tao pushed the ration tickets back. If the other commissioners found out that Wang Tao had received ration tickets as a gift, they might laugh at him for an entire day. Sun Weiguang was taken aback as well. Wasn't it said that any gift would do? He had nothing on him at the moment, and surely Wang Tao would understand that. The gift was meant more as a gesture. He wanted to establish good relations with Wang Tao, but Wang Tao flatly refused the gift, and now things became awkward. But we haven't thanked you yet. Sun Weiguang was persistent. Wang Tao spoke up directly. Han Rui has already said she'd repay me. You don't need to worry about that. Wang Tao said with a smile. Ah, she. Sun Weiguang was somewhat surprised. Had Han Rui already mentioned it? Then why did she agree to let him come over, and why didn't she have anything with her? How did she plan to repay him? Sun Weiguang's gaze flickered. All right, if there's nothing else, you should head back first. Wang Tao took a sip of his tea. Sun Weiguang left. He had wanted to see if he could talk Wang Tao into giving him a position, but the other man wouldn't even accept a gift. However, Sun Weiguang hadn't given up. He felt the potential of the base was significant and that if he didn't secure a job now, it would be even harder once the base grew stronger. He had to think of another way to break through with Wang Tao, especially since he didn't know any of the other commissioners. For Wang Tao, Sun Weiguang was just a minor episode. He didn't pay much attention to it. Looking out the window, it was raining again today, a great day to go out. But speaking of which, it had been raining on and off for so many days. I should go and bring Ding Yukin over today. Since Wang Tao had promised not to abandon her, he would keep his word. He was always a man of his word, certainly not because he was lusting after Ding Yukin's body. But before going, Wang Tao planned to remind Han Rui. Wang Tao went to the resources department to get a usable cell phone and sent the video he had taken at the water plant of Sun Weiguang and Yingying conspiring against other survivors, via Bluetooth. Then he made another trip to where Han Rui worked. The place was usually staffed by only 3 people and often empty. It was deserted now. Wang Tao slid the cell phone into a drawer at Han Rui's workstation. There was no lock on the phone, and to ensure Han Rui would see the video immediately, Wang Tao even set it as a live wallpaper, so it would play as soon as the phone was turned on. Having arranged everything, Wang Tao left, concealing his abilities and achievements. The rain outside wasn't heavy and didn't cause too much water accumulation on the road, but its sound was loud, pitter-pattering, just right for going out. After driving cautiously for a while, Wang Tao unexpectedly came across special zombies, 2 of them. Terrorizer and Self-Exploder, together, they make a tricky pair. This time the Terrorizer wasn't wielding a reinforced concrete hammer but a thick street lamp. Apart from the weapon, it looked similar to the other Terrorizers, likely the same type of zombie. This Terrorizer had 2,000 HP, and though he had only 1040 HP left, he wasn't scared. However, next to the Terrorizer was a Self-Exploder with its chest organs exposed, and it had 1,000 HP. Self-Exploders attracted other zombies too easily. Unless they separated, Wang Tao had no way of dealing with the Terrorizer alone. Wang Tao waited in the rain for a while, but no good opportunity arose. In the end, he decided to give up for now, but he made a mental note of the place. Let's head back first, then think about what to do. Wang Tao took a slight detour and then headed towards Happy Community. On the way, Wang Tao turned on his walkie-talkie to get in touch with Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin's walkie-talkie was always on. When she heard Wang Tao was coming back for her, she was so overwhelmed with joy that she wept and said she would wait obediently at home for him. After wasting some time, Wang Tao finally saw Happy Community, but he frowned. What kind of day is it today? Running into special zombies again. Outside Happy Community was a zombie, not tall but very strong, moving slowly with bare torso and dark skin. Someone might think it was Brother Nai in another scenario. And its HP was the highest Wang Tao had ever seen, 3000/3000. Chapter 104, Stubborn Zombie. Yet another special zombie, but upon seeing this one, Wang Tao was not nervous at all. On the contrary, he was eager to try his hand. Because this zombie was described in the military-provided zombie guide, it was known as the Stalwart. It had high defense but moved slowly, and its attack was weak. It was as if, in a game, all its attribute points had been allocated to defense. If there were many zombies around, dealing with this type would be somewhat troublesome. But with not many zombies at the entrance of the residential area, even with its high defense, Wang Tao could grind it down to death. After parking the car, Wang Tao contacted Ding Yukin. Wang Tao, have you come back? Sister-in-law, I'm downstairs. There are a few zombies down here. I will deal with them first. Don't come out. Okay, be careful. I'll be waiting for you. After closing the walkie-talkie, Wang Tao took the firefighter axe and walked into the rain. Heavy. The zombies' senses were largely reduced in the heavy rain. It wasn't until Wang Tao approached an ordinary zombie that it raised its head. Pucha. -500. 0/500. The firefighter axe cleaved its head open, instantly killing it. Obtained rope Roman 11. Wang Tao didn't stop moving, continuing towards other ordinary zombies. Before fighting this special zombie, he certainly had to clear out the surrounding ordinary ones. There were only 6 zombies in total, and they were quickly dealt with. Only then did the stalwart zombie belatedly notice Wang Tao. Heavy. The zombie groaned as it walked towards Wang Tao, but its movements were slow and rigid, like a puppet. Wang Tao strode over and brought his axe down on its head. Bang! -23. 2977/3000. Huh. Seeing this number, Wang Tao was a bit stunned. Could it be that the axe was broken? But even a simple smash wouldn't reduce its HP by so little, surely. Wang Tao, undeterred, chopped with the axe again. -24. 2953/3000. -22. 2930, 1/3000. Wang Tao confirmed it. The stalwart indeed had ridiculously high defense. With his current strength plus the firefighter axe and rush right arm, one chop only reduced about 20+ HP, which was almost like not piercing its defense at all. And indeed, it barely did, as the stalwart's head only showed some white marks without any actual wounds. Roar! The stalwart zombie swung its arms at Wang Tao, who easily dodged away. Although the stalwart's attack power was low, Wang Tao had no intention of testing it. After all, a zombie's attack always carried the virus, and it was better to be safe unless absolutely necessary. However, since the stalwart was slow both in terms of speed and attack, Wang Tao decided he was not going to fight fair. He took another axe from his waist with his left hand, and wielding one firefighter axe in each, he began frantically chopping at the stalwart's head. -25. -12. -23. -11. -24. -13. Since the left hand was inherently weaker than the right, and since it didn't have the rush arm guard, the damage it dealt was only half that of the right hand. Against the zombie's 2000 HP, It was nothing more than scratching the surface. But even scratching could lead to its demise. Since the stalwart's attack was weak and slow, and Wang Tao could dodge easily, plus there were no other zombies around to interfere, Wang Tao could fully unleash his attack. Wang Tao considered using a Molotov cocktail, but with the heavy rain, its effectiveness would surely be compromised, and he would have to go back to the car to prepare it. He decided against it. He tried using his shockwave ability, and was pleasantly surprised to find that it could inflict 30 to 40 damage on the stalwart. That was even higher than the damage from his two axes combined. However, his mana was limited, and there was no need to expend so much at the moment. Keeping more mana on hand also felt safer. Wang Tao also tried chopping at the stalwart's neck, but it was just as tough as its head, or rather, its entire body was stiff. Chopping anywhere else would be even less effective than aiming for the head. Finally, after a couple of minutes of scratching, with a sound of poocha, both axes simultaneously buried into the stalwart's head. -53. 0/3000. Phew! Wang Tao let out a sigh of relief. This stalwart was the zombie with the highest HP he had encountered so far and the toughest to kill, but it was also the least dangerous. At least for him, it was even less dangerous than ordinary zombies. Wang Tao glanced at his HP, adding 60 points, which brought his HP ceiling to 1100/1100. He picked up the stalwart's dropped loot without rushing to inspect it, and quickly scooped up the zombie's faint red crystal core, inside which was a silhouette of a tiny, pitch-black figure. Level 1 crystal core toughness. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50% side effect, skin darkening, body stiffening. Toughness, during the duration, defensive power and hardness of the entire body are enhanced. A continuous ability. This was the first time Wang Tao had come across a zombie crystal core like this, and he felt that the ability suited him, though the increased hardness part, was it practical or laughable? As he pondered, Wang Tao hurried to open the gate of the residential area and drove his car under the awning in front of building number 4. He had just stepped out when the door to the building opened. Dressed in light makeup, wearing a black form-fitting skirt, flesh-colored. Chapter 105, Stubborn Zombie 2. Wang Tao's gaze lingered on Ding Yukin for a moment. It had to be said that Ding Yukin understood him, knowing what he liked to see. In Shui's base, although there were quite a few women, they were all slovenly, as being well-fed was the priority at this time. Even the little celebrity Huo Zi had no time to dress up and looked like a village girl. Only Han Rui was still all right, her beauty intact, dressed in a police uniform, and looking dashing, with a charm all her own. But Wang Tao preferred women with feminine charm like Ding Yukin. I came down only after seeing you were safe. Ding Yukin, afraid that Wang Tao would say she was disobedient, hurriedly explained. Wang Tao didn't speak, but rather took off his mask and gloves and walked over, gently caressing Ding Yukin's cheek as he said, "Sis-in-law, have you been well these past days?" "I'm fine, but I missed you." Ding Yukin rested her face on Wang Tao's hand and gently rubbed against it, her eyes somewhat infatuated. Wang Tao smiled gently, then kissed Ding Yukin on the lips, and then took the opportunity to loop his arms around her waist and head upstairs. "Let's go home." MHM. In the 5 days Wang Tao had been away, there hadn't been much change at home, except that the water he had stored was almost all used up. The food, however, was still plentiful. After all, Ding Yukin's appetite was small. After helping Wang Tao take off his equipment, Ding Yukin immediately hugged his waist from behind. Although Wang Tao had said he would come back and had even contacted her with the walkie-talkie, she was still worried when she couldn't see him. She wasn't sure if she had a place in Wang Tao's heart, or if he simply wanted to have some fun with her. Now that she saw Wang Tao, she could finally relax. Wang Tao turned around to look at Ding Yukin and asked, "Sis-in-law, did you miss me while at home?" "Missed you?" Ding Yukin blurted out without thinking, but her cheeks flushed, mainly because Wang Tao kept calling her sis-in-law and never changed it, giving her an inexplicable sense of shame. "How much did you miss me?" Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. "I missed you a lot." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He saw Ding Yukin as quite conservative. Usually at most she would wear silk stockings, but now she was without anything underneath. Ding Yukin looked at Wang Tao with watery eyes, biting her lip and saying, "This is to make it convenient for you." An hour later, Wang Tao smoked a cigarette. He actually didn't smoke, but he did it for the feeling. Ding Yukin nestled against Wang Tao, clinging tightly as if she wanted to merge into his body. "Sis-in-law, I never realized before how clingy you are." Wang Tao brushed aside the hair stuck to Ding Yukin's cheek, teasing her. Ding Yukin was somewhat shy, but still looked directly at Wang Tao. "I'm scared." "Slap." Wang Tao slapped her softly on the flesh and then asked, "I'm here now. What are you still afraid of, sis-in-law?" "I'm afraid you'll leave me." Ding Yukin was candid. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao offered no assurances but simply smiled and said, "Call me husband and let's hear how it sounds." "Husband." "Sis-in-law, you're so good." "Could you please stop calling me sis-in-law?" Ding Yukin, blushing, complained. Every time Wang Tao called her sis-in-law, especially during their activities, she was completely defenseless. "We each have our own names. You call me husband and I call you sis-in-law. It's quite reasonable." "You're so bad." Ding Yukin lay on Wang Tao's chest and bit his shoulder. Of course, she didn't really bite hard, it was more like a cat's lick. Wang Tao stroked Ding Yukin's hair like petting a cat, but his mind was on the space backpack. The loot that had burst out from the stubborn zombie he had killed earlier had not yet been checked. He had said he would look at it when he got back, but after returning, he had a 300-round battle with Ding Yukin and had been delayed. But it wasn't too late to look now. Not counting the zombie core, the stubborn zombie had dropped a total of 3 items. They were Defense Potion Small X2, Defense Potion Small, Blueprint Roman 11, and Stubborn Armor Blueprint XL. There was a detailed introduction below. Defense Potion Small. After injection, defense is increased for 1 minute with a cooldown of 12 hours. This item seemed to correspond to the Strength Potion. If one were to inject both Strength Potion and Defense Potion at the same time, wouldn't one have both high attack and strong defense? However, it was a pity that, whether it was the Strength Potion or the Defense Potion, the duration was only 1 minute. It would have been better if it lasted longer. Defense Potion Small Blueprint. Once learned, one can make 5 Defense Potions Small each time. Required materials: Defense Mushroom XL, Zombie Crystal Core XL, Purified Water 100 ml, 10 kilocalories of food. This blueprint was similar to the blueprint for the Strength Potion, only replacing Strength Mushroom with Defense Mushroom. It's unclear where these mushrooms are to be found. Wang Tao guessed there was a good chance they were in the suburbs. But he couldn't possibly go to the suburbs yet. It was too dangerous. These 2 potion blueprints differed from the earlier Rush Right Arm blueprint and Food Compressor blueprint. Even without materials, one could learn the potion blueprints directly. Once learned, it's like acquiring a skill. This he discovered a few days ago, although he hadn't paid it much attention initially. So now he had learned the Strength Potion Small recipe, and as long as he had the materials, he could make it directly. Then, with a thought, he instantly learned the Defense Potion Small recipe. Now he had mastered the method for making 2 kinds of potions. Too bad he lacked materials. Chapter 106, Stubborn Zombie 3. But the Rush Right Arm and the Food Compressor blueprints are different, as using them consumes the blueprint. Each blueprint can only create 1 item. In other words, once the item is crafted, the blueprint is gone. The third thing that the Stubborn Armor Zombie dropped also belongs to this kind. Stubborn Armor Blueprint, Forgeable. A double-sided chest armor, materials needed: iron block *2, steel wire *2, screw *2, rope *2, nails *2, rubber *2, plastic *2, cable *2, electronic components *2, battery *2. Stubborn armor, very resilient and can withstand blades and gunfire. Durability +20, defensive power +20. Wang Tao felt that the materials required for this piece of armor blueprint were roughly the same as those for the Rush right arm, and even the description was similar. However, its attributes were twice that of the Rush right arm. Wang Tao checked the materials in his space backpack. The zombies he had previously killed had just provided enough. So with a thought from Wang Tao, the stubborn armor blueprint along with various materials appeared in his hand. Forgeable also appeared on the stubborn armor blueprint. Confirm crafting. All materials instantly turned into streams of light and entered the blueprint. With a flash of light, a matte black double-sided chest armor appeared in Wang Tao's hands. And what's this? Ding Yukin, who was lying on top of Wang Tao, suddenly felt a flash of light. She turned her head and saw the pitch-black armor in Wang Tao's hand. Nice stuff. Wang Tao patted Ding Yukin, signaling her to get up. Then he put on the armor. Like the Rush right arm, the armor was adjustable. Wang Tao made some minor adjustments, and it fit his body very well. The material of the armor was a bit different from that of the arm guards. It wasn't as hard but had some flexibility to it. It didn't hinder his movements much after he put it on. Not bad at all. Wang Tao was very satisfied with this item. As for its defensive power, there was no need for testing. He was certain it would be better than a bulletproof vest. This stubborn armor would now be his go-to gear. As for the bulletproof vest he was wearing, Wang Tao directly handed it to Ding Yukin. Put the bulletproof vest on later. If Wang Tao wore both layers, it would hinder his movements too much, which made the vest perfect for Ding Yukin. Okay. Ding Yukin happily accepted it. I'm going to take a shower. Sis, come scrub my back. Wang Tao took off the armor and headed to the bathroom. Oh. Ding Yukin hurriedly followed him. After showering, the two ate something simple and then started packing up. Wang Tao planned to leave early the next morning, so he had to get everything ready in advance. There's quite a lot of stuff. Looking at the list of items sorted out, Wang Tao felt a bit of a headache. In this post-apocalyptic world, many things have become worthless, like real estate and finance. But there were also many items no longer producible, and even if he didn't need them now, they were still valuable. These were the things Wang Tao had collected with great effort, and he was reluctant to throw them away. But with so much, his car could not accommodate them all. After some thought, Wang Tao decided to take the pickup truck as well. Both vehicles could almost carry all these items. As for the noise issue with the pickup truck, it wasn't too bad. The rain outside was heavy, and if he was careful, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, some people from Shui's base went out in gasoline vehicles. Picking and choosing, he kept sorting things out until nightfall, finally managing to fill both vehicles. We are leaving now, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant. Wang Tao looked out at the rain and felt a pang of regret. Ding Yukin snuggled up to Wang Tao without a word. She did not feel any reluctance. In fact, she wanted to leave as soon as possible to start a new life with Wang Tao. But home is safe for now. To just walk away from here seems wasteful. Maybe it should be transformed a little into a temporary safe house. After all, Happy Community had been the place where Wang Tao managed to survive for a month after the apocalypse began. Leaving it behind now seemed a waste. Shui's base people would set up temporary safe houses outside the base. In case of danger or needing to spend the night somewhere, they would rather stay in these safe houses than in an unfamiliar place. No sooner had he thought this than Wang Tao began planning with Ding Yukin how to transform the place into a temporary safe house. After all, no one else would be living here from now on, so Wang Tao needed to ensure that zombies couldn't get in, and he had to prevent other survivors from taking over the place. After all, it was his own house, and he was not that generous to share with others. After some discussion, they decided to turn building number 4 into a temporary safe house. The whole community was too big for him to handle, and there was no need. Not to mention that the community's walls couldn't keep out the mad demon zombies that could climb. Wang Tao originally planned to leave the next morning, but because of the work on the temporary safe house, he was delayed another day. After a whole day's work, he finally completed the temporary safe house. Almost all the windows of building number 4 were sealed from the inside, except for 2 that looked almost sealed. These were left as an exit for Wang Tao, only accessible through there, as he had sealed the doors to the building's units from the inside as well. If he could pick locks, so could others. By sealing the door, no amount of skill could open it. Then there was the rooftop. He placed things like metal barrels and some wood up there. If mad demon zombies climbed up, he could light a fire and drive them back. As for the interior, naturally, he left behind some supplies that were a waste to eat but too good to discard. On the third day at noon. Let's go, time to set off. Chapter 107, The Murderer. I'm a little scared. Ding Yukin sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, looking somewhat afraid. Don't be afraid, just follow me, let's go. Wang Tao smacked her on the buttocks firmly. With 2 vehicles to manage, Ding Yukin had to drive one of them. Wang Tao had made some modifications to this pickup truck, adding steel plates to the outside and iron wire to the windows. As long as they didn't run into any particularly formidable special infected zombies, the safety was not an issue. Although Ding Yukin was scared, she also knew that it was just the 2 of them and someone had to drive. Leading the way was more dangerous, so her following in the other car was relatively safe. Wang Tao led the way in the off-road vehicle, with Ding Yukin closely following behind, slowly leaving Happy Community. Wang Tao had originally planned to think of a way to deal with the 2 special infected zombies they encountered on their way back, but now with an extra vehicle, he thought better of it. He decided to deal with them later. Nevertheless, Wang Tao still passed by the area where they had seen the special infected zombies, taking a look to see how these 2 zombies were doing. They've split up. Through his binoculars, Wang Tao observed that the self-exploder and the terrorizer were no longer together. The 2 were tens of meters apart. If it weren't for Wang Tao's sharp eyesight, he might have missed them. To do it or not to do it, let's do it. Seeing a rare opportunity, Wang Tao decided to give it a try. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would next encounter a terrorizer. Sister-in-law, wait in the car for me. I'll be right back. Wang Tao instructed Ding Yukin over the walkie-talkie. Okay. Ding Yukin didn't dare to ask more questions. Wang Tao, carrying a firefighter axe, braved the heavy rain and approached the tall terrorizer on the street. Even though the self-exploder zombies were easier to deal with, they were too noisy. It was better to deal with the terrorizer first. As for the self-exploder, he would ignore it for now. Just as when he hunted down stubborn zombies before, Wang Tao first dealt with the ordinary zombies surrounding the area before taking on the terrorizer in a one-on-one fight. However, this terrorizer's senses were sharper than those of the stubborn zombies, and it quickly detected Wang Tao. Handling the terrorizer was something Wang Tao was getting quite good at. While dodging its attacks, he took the opportunity to kill all the ordinary zombies in the vicinity. Bang! The terrorizer's hammer swing missed once more, and the shockwave didn't hit Wang Tao either. Wang Tao looked at the zombie, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Now that he had improved in all aspects of his strength, he wondered how much of an advantage he had over this terrorizer. Taking advantage of the terrorizer's momentary stiffness after its attack, Wang Tao surged forward, swinging the firefighter axe in his right hand viciously toward the terrorizer's head. -311. 1689/2000. The power behind that strike surprised Wang Tao. He was not clear at the moment how high his damage was. He had wanted to test it on the stubborn zombie, but its defensive power was too high. He could hardly make a dent, so there was no way to test it. As for the ordinary zombies, they were all killed with one axe swing, so there was no way to test on them either. Now hitting this terrorizer, Wang Tao finally had a rough idea of his own lethality. In the past, his pistol would cause 300 damage attacking the terrorizer's head, and now, one swing of his axe also dealt roughly 300 damage. That meant his full-power strike was now comparable to the power of a bullet from his pistol, possibly even higher. After all, this terrorizer had more HP, and its defensive power might be stronger. While pondering this in his mind, Wang Tao didn't stop his movements. He dodged its attacks and struck its head vigorously with his axe. In less than 30 seconds, while dodging the attacks, Wang Tao successfully struck 6 axe blows to its head. Sputter. -410. 0/2000. The rioter's zombie fell to its knees, and a purple zombie crystal core popped out from its skull. Wang Tao caught it casually and then picked up the spoils dropped by the terrorizer, as well as the weapon that fell. Wang Tao glanced at his HP, adding 50, now showing 1150/1150. Received 2 small strength potions. Received 1 reinforced concrete street light. The 2 strength potions were quite good. This street light, like the reinforced concrete hammer, could also be stored in the space backpack. Then came the crystal core. Level 1 crystal core shockwave. Quality excellent 60%. Purity 50% side effect, sensitivity to light. The luck wasn't bad, it was an excellent quality crystal core. Wang Tao felt around the zombie's body, and finding nothing but a crushed box of cigarettes, there was nothing else. At this moment, the self-exploder zombie seemed to have heard something, and started to move slowly towards Wang Tao's location. Wang Tao decisively retreated. Having dealt with the terrorizer, there was no need to confront the self-exploder. If it attracted a swarm of zombies, it would be impossible to leave. Quickly getting back to his vehicle, Wang Tao said to Ding Yukin over the walkie-talkie, "Let's get going." "Okay." The 2 vehicles hit the road again, this time without stopping. They smoothly arrived at Shui's base. Seeing the fence surrounded by barbed wire, the soldiers fully armed on the watchtowers, and the sturdy gates, Ding Yukin felt a surge of excitement. At last, they had arrived at the survivor base. As their vehicle approached the gate, the doors of the base slowly opened. A few fully armed soldiers saluted Wang Tao's vehicle. Having become a member of the base's committee, everyone was sure to remember things associated with him, like his vehicle. However, the necessary inspection still had to be done, which was indeed essential. After all, if there were zombies hiding under the car, Wang Tao wouldn't be able to see them. Although zombies didn't have such intelligence yet, it was better to be cautious. Chapter 108, The Murderer 2. 2 cars drove under the canopy, and Wang Tao called out to Ding Yukin to get out of the car. Ding Yukin hurried over and stood closely by Wang Tao's side, curiously taking in her surroundings. "Commissioner Wang, good to see you." A few soldiers saluted Wang Tao, which surprised Ding Yukin. She was still unaware of Wang Tao's status at the base. Little did she know the soldiers were just as surprised. They thought Commissioner Wang was impressive, managing to bring back such a beautiful woman after just one trip. Wang Tao nodded, then took out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to the men. Although he was now a member of the base's committee, Wang Tao was still quite approachable. After all, these soldiers were the backbone of the base, and it was necessary to show them respect. "Thanks, Commissioner Wang." The soldiers accepted the cigarettes, but their expressions were not very joyful. "Has something happened at the base?" Wang Tao asked, puzzled. "The committee just announced that Commissioner Song Jinghong has encountered an unforeseen event." One of the soldiers began to explain. Wang Tao was taken aback. Previously, everyone had suspected that something had happened to Song Jinghong, but there had been no proof. And it was also possible that he was just hiding somewhere, not necessarily in trouble. But now that it was announced, it meant that evidence of Song Jinghong's death had been found. The death of a committee member, especially one so well regarded, saddened everyone for Song Jinghong's passing. "Commissioner Wang, We've finished checking everything. There are no zombies hidden in or around your vehicle. Neither you nor your companion have any issues with your eyes." The inspecting soldier hastened to report. "Him?" Wang Tao nodded, then gestured for Ding Yukin to get back in the car. Soon, the two vehicles arrived at the committee members' living area, stopping in front of Building 8. After getting out, Wang Tao called over a few guards to help him move things. Wang Tao was an approachable person, but he saw no reason to spurn the power at his disposal. The guards were shocked and envious when they saw the fresh green chives on the pickup truck. It was just like Commissioner Wang to manage to find such good stuff on an outing. They, the ordinary folk, eating gruel every day, had almost forgotten what vegetables tasted like. While the guards were busy moving things, Ding Yukin approached Wang Tao and asked softly with curiosity. "Wang Tao, what is your status at the base? Why do they all respect you so much? I see they all address you as Commissioner Wang. What is a commissioner?" "It's nothing much, just one of the 8 highest-ranking people in the entire base." Wang Tao replied with a somewhat boastful smile. "Wow!" exclaimed Ding Yukin, both surprised and then finding it reasonable. After all, she knew how powerful Wang Tao was. Plus, Wang Tao was an ability user, so it was not surprising for him to be one of the leaders of a survivor base. Once everything had been moved into the house, Wang Tao said to Ding Yukin, "See how you can arrange these things later. I'm heading to the main building." "Okay." Ding Yukin happily began planning their small home, while Wang Tao drove to the main building. In a large conference room on the 2nd floor, Wang Tao joined Wei Zhengguo and others, including Han Rui and some officials in key positions. Everyone's expression was rather somber, with a mix of sadness and anger. Especially Han Rui, her eyes were swollen, as if she had cried a long time. "Wang Tao, you've returned." Wei Zhengguo, sitting in a wheelchair, waved him over. Beside him was a seat reserved for Wang Tao. On his other side sat a young man in a military uniform, whom Wang Tao didn't recognize. He was certainly one of the committee members, Lu Gang. His HP bar read, 535-535, no hidden attributes, no mana bar, and no impurities. "This is Lu Gang, who just returned this morning. This is Wang Tao, the new member of our base's committee." Wei Zhengguo introduced Wang Tao and Lu Gang to each other. "Hello." The two shook hands, and Wang Tao could clearly feel the calluses on Lu Gang's hands, marked by a life fed with bullets. Lu Gang, on the other hand, gave Wang Tao's physique an extra glance, with a hint of envy in his eyes. "Is there confirmed news about Commissioner Song Jinghang's situation?" Wang Tao asked Wei Zhengguo. "There is." Wei Zhengguo looked toward Lu Gang, who spoke with a sad tone. "I saw old Song's body yesterday." "The body?" Wang Tao frowned. In this post-apocalyptic world, the dead typically turned into zombies or became zombie fodder. Encountering a mere body was rather rare. "Yes, a body. Old Song was dismembered. I could only find his head and one arm." Lu Gang clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. "What?" Wang Tao was shocked, and his face also showed anger. Zombies wouldn't dismember victims. This was definitely the work of a survivor. His head was hanging from a telephone pole, surrounded by zombies, so I couldn't take it with me. I found his hand on a rooftop. "Woo!" Han Rui covered her mouth, weeping. Song Jinghang had been more than just her senior leader. He was her teacher, her family. With her parents already dead, her closest teacher had also died. And not just any death, but a brutal one. Even the usually strong-willed her couldn't hold back her tears. Bang! Zhang Hongbin slammed his hand on the table, his gaze fierce. "Damn it, if I find out who did this, I'll flay them alive." The others also had faces full of anger. If it had been an attack by zombies, it would have been a matter of being outmatched, and they could only take out their anger on zombies. But an attack by survivors, that was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 109, The Murderer 3. Especially Song Jinghang, he was unlike the others, revered both before and after the apocalypse. It was impossible for him to have offended anyone. His recent outing was solely to save survivors. He could have stayed back, but he chose to go anyway. To think that such a man was murdered, even dismembered and hung on a utility pole, this is the work of a beast. Whether for Old Song himself or for us at the Sui survivor base, this is unforgivable. Renjai rapped on the table, his tone chilling. Song Jinghang was a commissioner of the Shui's base, representing not just himself but the entire base. Such an act was a provocation. No, it was a declaration of war against the Shui's base. We must avenge Song Jinghang, blood for blood. When do we act? I certainly won't be absent. Wang Tao clenched his fists. Now that he was a commissioner of the Shui's base, it was natural for him to take action. Although he had no personal connection with Song Jinghang, even never having met him, he couldn't tolerate such acts. If he didn't show some resolve now, people might think the Shui's base was afraid. However, after Wang Tao said this, he discovered a hint of embarrassment on everyone's faces. Lu Gang shook his head. But we don't know who killed Old Song, and we haven't found any survivor camps nearby. Indeed, it was the apocalypse now. Zombies were everywhere and survivors were scarce, let alone murderers. Unless someone witnessed the act, it would be tough to find them. This is likely to become an unsolved case. Everyone was frustrated, knowing full well that Song Jinghang was murdered, yet they couldn't even find the culprit. Where did you find Commissioner Song's body? Wang Tao asked, frowning. Right at the intersection of Evergreen Road and Xingguo Road. Lu Gang pointed at a spot on the map placed on the table. Here. Wang Tao suddenly paused, then as if remembering something, asked urgently, what was Commissioner Song's badge number? Everyone seemed confused. No one had made a point to remember it. But Han Rui and Feng Mingen spoke up simultaneously. 8. Upon hearing the number, Wang Tao fished into his pocket, pulled out a metal number tag, and laid it on the table. Everyone's breath hitched, because the number on the metal tag matched the number Han Rui and Feng Mingen had said. Is this Old Song's badge? Wei Zhengguo looked urgently at Wang Tao. How did it end up with you? Where did you find this? Everyone's gaze shifted nervously toward Wang Tao. It wasn't that they suspected Wang Tao of being the murderer. After all, the timing and his motive didn't align. What they wanted to know was whether the badge had been found somewhere. If so, that could provide a lead to the murderer. So it seems it must be them. Wang Tao tapped on the table, then explained to everyone in an old mall. He roughly recounted his visit to the mall, omitting the gory details of his zombie killing, but covering everything else that happened there. That included his chance sighting of the badge number, his suspicion that the other party had a gun, and that the mall was ravaged by a special zombie. After hearing this, Xiang Hongbin slammed his hand on the table. It has to be them. Old Song's badge was with them, and from what you said, they also seem to be hiding something. They're clearly guilty. The others were also filled with anger. This was a group Wang Tao had encountered a few days ago, and the old mall was near Evergreen Road, and that group surely wasn't up to any good. They now had the time, the location, and even a motive. They might have coveted Song Jinghang's gun or his supplies, which was enough to make them prime suspects. Damn it, I'm going to take them out right now. Xiang Hongbin was impulsive. He rose to leave but was stopped by Wei Zhengguo. Wait, didn't Wang Tao just mention that there was a huge zombie, 3 or 4 meters tall, that nearly destroyed the building? What if you startle the zombies there? Do you think you can handle them? Xiang Hongbin hesitated, having momentarily forgotten about that. If he indeed encountered this unknown zombie, he wasn't confident in his ability to defeat it. We must plan carefully. After all, they likely have guns, and there's a terrifying zombie lurking there. We have already lost 2 main fighters in just a few days. We can't afford any more injuries. This made Xiang Hongbin's expression darken even more, since one of those losses had a direct connection to him. He wanted to vent his anger. All right, you all can leave now. We need to discuss this among ourselves. Renjai waved his hand. Yes. The others promptly stood up and left. They had summoned so many people in hopes of gleaning any clues. Now that they had won, it was time to formulate a plan of action, and the commissioners alone were enough for that. After rising, Han Rui did not leave immediately but approached Wang Tao, her expression a mix of anger and pleading. Wang Tao, Commissioner Wang, please let me join the mission. I want to avenge Old Song with my own hands, please. I'll consider it. Wang Tao nodded, neither agreeing nor outright refusing. Thank you. Han Rui brought her hands together in gratitude toward Wang Tao. Once everyone left, only the 7 commissioners remained in the meeting room. Lu Gang spoke without hesitation. I can lead this mission. As long as we know their exact location, I can snipe them directly. No way? Wei Zhengguo shook his head firmly. It's too risky. You were just saying this morning how dangerous it is to fire a gun outside, as it could attract mad demon zombies. Besides, they may not be near the windows and you may not have a shot for a clean kill. But Lu Gang's face contorted with discontent. Wei Zhengguo turned to Wang Tao to explain. Lu Gang reported this morning that sniping special zombies has become much more difficult. Wherever he shoots, mad demon zombies appear, so the idea of sniping the murderer, it doesn't seem suitable. Snipe them, that would be letting them off easy. If you ask me, I should lead the assault, storm in directly. Wang Tao sneered coldly. What? The others were somewhat shocked. The adversaries had the high ground and were armed. Wasn't Wang Tao being too reckless? Life isn't a game, you only have one. Although my strength still lacks somewhat. Wang Tao shook his head regretfully. If only I had some more zombie cores to enhance my strength, that would be more reassuring. Chapter 110, Merging 2 Epic Crystal Cores. Zombie cores enhance strength. We have zombie cores. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Lu Gang blurted out without thinking. Can I use them? Wang Tao looked towards the other few people. The committee members exchanged glances with each other, and Wei Zhenggu opened his mouth to say, You're also a committee member, so naturally you can use them as long as most people agree. However, Renjai continued. However, these zombie cores were not obtained easily. We can't waste them and we can't let a single person use them all. So, please be a bit more conservative. The other committee members also expressed their opinions. The use of the zombie cores could currently only be decided by the committee, but they shouldn't be used haphazardly. Wang Tao could certainly use them. After all, he was a committee member. But he couldn't take them all for himself. Even if he was the only ability user right now, the cores couldn't be given to him exclusively. Rest assured on that matter. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Wang Tao felt somewhat happy, and he explained with a smile. Even as an ability user, not all zombie cores can be used. It's best to use the same type. One person might be able to merge many cores of the same type, but definitely can't merge too many of different types. So even if I wanted to use many cores, I could. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. Wang Tao took the opportunity to tell them about the situation with zombie cores and ability users. In the future, if they became ability users, they would definitely discover these things. Wang Tao was just offering them a favor. After all, they had agreed to let him use the zombie cores, so he should at least show some gratitude. The committee members all pricked up their ears to listen to Wang Tao's popular science lesson, as it was a rare opportunity. I want to become an ability user too. Even if there are side effects, it's still better than being an ordinary person. Fang Ming'an clenched his fists. That's only natural. Wang Tao nodded. You guys discuss first. I'll go get the zombie cores. Lu Gang stood up and left the meeting room. In Shui's base, most of the zombie cores had been hunted by Lu Gang, given that he had always specifically hunted special zombies. Thus, he managed the cores. It had to be said, the trust everyone placed in Lu Gang was substantial, which also proved that his integrity was commendable. Moreover, Wang Tao noticed that there were no impurities in his body. This meant that despite having hunted so many special zombies, he had never merged even a single crystal core. One had to say, such self-restraint was really impressive. Soon Lu Gang came back carrying a backpack. "Sai, it's very difficult to collect zombie cores now. All the cores of our base are here." Lu Gang sighed. Before the emergence of mad demon zombies, he could snipe special zombies from a distance and retreat before zombies arrived. As long as the escape route was prepared in advance, there would be no problem. But now, that was no longer possible. Mad demon zombies were simply everywhere. If you prepared in advance, you could also retreat, but the risk was still too great. Yesterday, after he sniped a special zombie, he was surrounded by arriving mad demons, and if not for his two assistants, he might have already been done for. Wang Tao took the backpack and opened it in front of everyone. Upon seeing the zombie cores in the backpack, everyone instinctively swallowed. As an ability user who had seen many zombie cores, Wang Tao appeared much calmer than them. However, upon seeing the cores inside, Wang Tao became slightly agitated. Good Lord, no wonder their fusion experiments failed several times. All 7 zombie cores here were of white ordinary quality. The fusion success rate of white ordinary crystal cores was 20%, so it made sense that not a single attempt had succeeded. "Oh right, I got another crystal core yesterday. I forgot to take it out of the car, but that one is blue." Lu Gang went out again, and before long, he walked in with a blue crystal core. Wang Tao really looked at Lu Gang with new respect. To hold a crystal core in his hands and have the discipline not to use it, Wang Tao himself hadn't been able to resist. "You really are impressive, to be able to hold out like that." Wang Tao gave a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang smiled and shook his head. "Back when I carried out missions, I could lie in one spot for 24 hours without moving much. The temptation of a zombie core really is that big a deal for me." Amazing. No wonder everyone agreed to let Lu Gang manage the zombie cores. His self-discipline was strong. When Wang Tao saw the crystal core in Lu Gang's hand, his face lit up with joy. It was a shockwave crystal core. Level 1 crystal core, shockwave. Quality, excellent 40%. Purity, 50% side effect. Sensitivity to light. Today, Wang Tao had killed a terrorizer zombie on his way back, obtaining an excellent 60% quality core. Didn't this mean he could merge an epic crystal core without any side effects? "I need this core." Wang Tao spoke up directly. "Sure." Lu Gang handed over the shockwave crystal core to Wang Tao. Then he asked curiously, "Why is this crystal core blue while the others are white?" Wang Tao didn't hide anything, explaining, "Because the blue one has a higher fusion success rate." "How much higher?" The others looked somewhat excited. If the success rate was high, didn't it mean they too had a chance of becoming ability users? However, Wang Tao's next words left them somewhat disappointed. Chapter 111, Merging 2 Epic Crystal Cores 2. The success rate of fusing white zombie cores is roughly 20%, and these are the lowest quality cores. For blue ones, it's 40%. Don't ask how I'll know. Once you become ability users, you'll just sense it. Wang Tao certainly couldn't explain his special ability, so he attributed everything to being an ability user. If others couldn't discover it after becoming ability users themselves, then it could only be said that people are different. Only 40%. Ren Jai shook his head. A probability of less than 50% didn't seem high. Of course, that was still much better than the 20% for white ones. It was only then that everyone understood why Wang Tao's expression had been a bit strange just now. It turned out that all the zombie cores they had were of the lowest quality. There are even higher quality cores, with purple ones at 60%, red at 80%, and orange at 100%. Hiss. So you're saying, if I can get an orange zombie core, my chances of becoming an ability user are 100%. Lu Gang was somewhat excited. Although he had strong self-control, this didn't mean he didn't want to become an ability user. The main reason for his self-control was that he wasn't sure if there were any downsides to eating these zombie cores. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten any, as he had learned from Wei Zhengguo that the cores all contained impurities which would accumulate whether the fusion was successful or not. Yes, Wang Tao nodded, then added, so I suggest, if you all really want to try fusing with zombie cores to become ability users, it's best to choose purple, red, or orange ones. What kind of core did you fuse with when you gained your ability? Wei Zhengguo asked curiously. Orange. Wang Tao had indeed fused with an orange core, albeit through the synthesis of two cores. No wonder. The crowd suddenly realized why none of them had gained an ability from their experiments, while Wang Tao had, turns out, he used a core with a 100% fusion success rate. So, do you all still agree to let me use this core? Wang Tao displayed the blue crystal core in his hand. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the success rate of blue crystal cores was higher than that of white ones, a probability of 40% was still low. An unsuccessful fusion with a zombie core could lead to accumulation of impurities in the body, which could eventually turn someone into a zombie. It was a bit risky, and even Xiang Hongbin, who had already fused with a zombie core, wanted to play it safe this time. All right, I'll take it then. Wang Tao nodded, then cast his gaze once more upon the other zombie cores which he had not yet had the chance to properly examine. There were a total of 7 zombie cores, including 3 level 1 crystal cores, self-detonation, 1 level 1 crystal core, glutton, 1 level 1 crystal core, toughness, 1 level 1 crystal core, self-healing, and 1 level 1 crystal core, rush. Apart from self-healing, Wang Tao had seen all of the others, and it seemed that, except for self-detonation and glutton, he could use the rest. To be honest with you guys, I've found that these cores seem to be useful to me. Everyone. Zem all, S degrees me th6m, Wang Ta degrees thinking degrees F taking. Even though these were just white rank, ordinary zombie cores, it still wasn't right to take them all away. Besides, everyone would definitely not agree to it. However, Wang Tao quickly added, of course, it wouldn't be right for me to take all of them, so how about I take 2 more? What do you think? Phew. Upon hearing that Wang Tao would take only 2 more, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure. Wei Zhengguo was the first to nod, and the others also expressed their agreement. Counting the blue crystal core from before, that made a total of 8 cores. Wang Tao would be taking 3, he was taking many, but for them, it was still acceptable. It was better than Wang Tao taking them all. Wang Tao naturally chose iron skin and self-healing as the 2 additional cores. He had obtained an excellent 80% toughness core the day before. Coupled WTTH this ordinary 20% one, he could now create an epic crystal core. Getting 2 epic crystal cores in one day felt great. As for the self-healing, while Wang Tao didn't need it immediately, it represented a significant ability. Level 1 crystal core, self-healing. Quality, ordinary 20%. Purity, 50% side effect, reduced tactile sensation. Self-healing, over a duration, allows slow recovery from certain injuries. If he gained the self-healing ability combined with iron skin, wouldn't he become an indestructible cockroach? But the specifics would only be known after gaining the ability. For now, he'd keep the core, which might come in handy later. As for the Rush Crystal Core, although Wang Tao could use it, his current Rush Crystal Core was of excellent 60% quality. Even adding this core would only make it 80%, not the 100% epic quality. Naturally, he would not use it. He didn't want to accumulate impurities within his body. After taking the 2 zombie cores, Wang Tao asked about the specifics of this self-healing zombie, in case he had the chance to encounter it in the future and needed to be cautious. Lu Gang told him it was an obese zombie. When he had sniped it before, he thought he had killed it each time, but it didn't die. It took several shots to finally kill it. Wang Tao mentally noted the appearance of this particular zombie to be wary in the future. Of course, Wang Tao also inquired about the origin of the iron-skinned zombie core. They had encountered a large horde of zombies half a month ago and killed them just by spraying them with gunfire. The defense was high on the tough ones, but they couldn't withstand a barrage of bullets. Chapter 112, Merging Two Epic Crystal. As for the self-destruct crystal core, these were obtained in recent days, and Liu Gang hasn't yet remembered to inform the base about the information on suicide-bombing zombies. Otherwise, Xiang Hongbin wouldn't have been so unlucky. Wang Tao, you have to tell us, what are the functions of these zombie cores? Feng Ming'an suddenly said. Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Tao as they had some guesses about the abilities of these zombie cores, but after all, they were not very certain. All right. First, I'll talk about the 3 crystal cores I took, which are shockwave, toughness, and self-healing. Wang Tao gave a brief explanation. Besides a more detailed explanation of shockwave, he didn't say much about toughness and self-healing since he hadn't learned them himself. Moreover, he said these were deductions made from the zombie core's characteristics, which might not be accurate. Everyone was a bit bewildered because aside from the shockwave crystal core, which clearly had a moving ripple inside, the toughness crystal core had a small black figure inside, and the self-healing crystal core had a green seed inside. How could one deduce their uses from that? However, Wang Tao was an ability user and they were not, so what Wang Tao said was taken as authoritative, and they couldn't refute it. As for the remaining few crystal cores, they are self-destruct, rush, and glutton. After listening to Wang Tao's explanation for these 3 crystal cores, several people looked at each other with uncertainty. Rush was understandable, as this ability seemed similar to Wang Tao's shockwave and was an offensive ability, but glutton and self-destruct were just absurd. Especially self-destruct, even if one learned this ability, one could only use it once in a lifetime. Could we consider creating some suicide bombers? Xiang Hongbin suddenly spoke up. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and Wei Zhengguo glared at Xiang Hongbin. Impossible, we're losing soldiers as it is. They're precious. Cough, I wasn't talking about our soldiers. Everyone fell into silence. If we encounter insurmountable difficulties, having suicide bombers might change the outcome. I've seen the power of suicide bombing zombies. They're comparable to a small bomb. Xiang Hongbin noticed nobody was speaking and shook his head. Forget it, it's impractical. Nobody wants to be a suicide bomber, it has to be voluntary. Survivors don't have that awareness, although we do, but we don't have enough people, sigh. Wang Tao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Good grief, they were actually considering suicide bombers. He thought that the self-destruct crystal core was useless. Indeed, he had been thinking too small. As for glutton, it could also be a good ability. If someone could gain this ability, couldn't they become like a human shield? But it can't defend against the zombie virus, and to sustain a glutton, our base's food might not be sufficient. All right then, they all seem powerful but also have big limitations. Xiang Hongbin sighed. The information I have on zombie cores is just as I've said. If you get any zombie cores in the future and want to fuse them, I suggest you show them to me first so I can give you some advice. Wang Tao spread his hands. Of course. Everyone nodded. Even if Wang Tao hadn't mentioned it, they would have done the same. After all, having a living ability user amongst them, it was natural to seek his counsel on issues. All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. I'll see if I can fuse with this shockwave crystal core. If I can, my strength should increase substantially. Great, we'll wait for your good news. Everyone nodded. After Wang Tao left, they all looked at the zombie cores on the table, swallowing hard. Xiang Hongbin looked at Wei Zhengguo and said, Old Wei, do you think we should start focusing on hunting special zombies? I want to become an ability user too. Wei Zhengguo was conflicted. Killing special zombies is too risky, but we do need to enhance our strength. Who knows if there will be other freaky zombies showing up. The zombies outside now, I feel, have already gotten stronger. In the past, when I hunted special zombies, one shot to the head would do it, but now it takes 2 or 3 shots. Not to mention those mad demon zombies, which make it so I can't even snipe properly. I should discuss this with Wang Tao later. On his way home, Wang Tao synthesized the iron skin and shockwave zombie cores he had placed in his space backpack. A moment later, he obtained 2 orange epic crystal cores. Level 1 crystal core shockwave. Quality epic 100%. Purity 100%, no side effects. Level 1 crystal core iron skin. Quality epic 100%. Purity 100%, no side effects. Looking at these 2 orange crystal cores, Wang Tao felt elated. Joining Xue's base was indeed the right decision. Otherwise, it would have taken him much more time to collect the crystal cores on his own. He returned to Building 8, where Ding Yukin was wearing an apron and cooking dinner. Wang Tao, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, but I'm going to merge with a zombie core, so don't disturb me. Okay. Wang Tao went back to his room, then took out the orange shockwave crystal core and without any hesitation tossed it into his mouth. Instantly, a warm sensation emerged in his body and then disappeared, similar to the last time. Wang Tao checked his attributes. There were no changes elsewhere, just that his mana increased by 100, now totaling 200. Merger with a single zombie core increases mana by 2. As for whether the shockwave ability had strengthened, he would have to test it. Wang Tao didn't go to test it right away, but instead took out another orange toughness crystal core and threw it into his mouth. "You so hot." Wang Tao felt his body getting a tad warm, but it wasn't too uncomfortable. He stripped off all his clothes and lay down on the bed for a while. Inwardly, Wang Tao felt that with his current strength, he could probably merge with only 1 or 2 more different types of zombie cores at most, otherwise there might be trouble. However, continuing to merge with the same types of cores that he had already merged with seemed to pose no problem. It felt like he could merge with many more of the same type. Who knows how many minutes passed, but Wang Tao felt the heat on his body slowly dissipate, and he quickly checked his attributes again. His mana had increased by another 100, reaching 300, and a new skill, Iron Skin, appeared in his abilities. There doesn't seem to be any change so far. With a thought, Wang Tao activated the Iron Skin ability. Then he found that the skin on his body suddenly became very hard, feeling cool and stone-like to the touch, but he still had sensation. It wasn't as if he had actually turned to stone. Moreover, his agility wasn't affected at all, and of course, he didn't turn black. Wang Tao observed his mana. It was depleting by 1 point every second. In other words, his 300 mana could last for 5 minutes. Of course, that's assuming he didn't use any other abilities. This ability is interesting. But soon, Wang Tao discovered something even more interesting. His iron skin could not only affect his entire body, but he could also localize it to specific body parts. After deactivating iron skin from his entire body, Wang Tao looked at a specific part of his body and thought. It became hard, his finger became hard. Chapter 113, Assault. Wang Tao, are you all right? When Wang Tao came out of the bedroom, Ding Yukin hurriedly ran over and grabbed his hand, asking with some concern. Of course I'm fine. Wang Tao replied with a smile. What's this? Why is it so hard? Ding Yukin was taken aback, then she held Wang Tao's hand, a curious look on her face. Your hand. I've learned a new ability that can make some parts of the body hard. Let's try it out tonight. Wang Tao poked Ding Yukin's cheek with his rigid fingers. How are we going to try it? Hey, you're so bad. Ding Yukin's face suddenly reddened, perhaps thinking of something. She lightly punched Wang Tao's chest. I haven't even said anything yet. Sister-in-law, you sure know a lot, huh? You pervert, time to eat. Ding Yukin's face was still red as she pulled Wang Tao to the dining table. After a simple meal, Wang Tao said to Ding Yukin, "I have something else to do. You tidy up the house. If you need help, just call the guards outside." "Okay, I've got to get all these leeks planted." In the afternoon, Wang Tao went to the main building again. Only Wei Zhengguo and Ren Jai were there. "You're done already. Did it go smoothly?" Wei Zhengguo was somewhat surprised. "It's done. Everything went smoothly." "That's great. Then let's discuss how we're going to deal with the survivors at the old mall." Wei Zhengguo used the walkie-talkie to call over the other committee members. After discussing, they decided to have Wang Tao lead the team. Wang Tao would take the lead, with the others supporting him. With Xue's base's strength, they could easily deal with those survivors. However, the problem was that there was a particularly powerful zombie there. Judging by the way the first floor of the mall was destroyed, this zombie was too strong, and they might not be able to defeat it. Zombies don't fight with honor. They come in large groups. For safety's sake, it's better not to use guns. After all, they were going for revenge, not a mutual destruction. Of course, if they didn't use guns, they had to try not to let the other side use guns as well. So they could only have Wang Tao lead the team. Given the current situation, without the use of thermal weapons, Wang Tao was likely the strongest person in the base. He was an ability user with combat abilities. If he couldn't handle it, then no one else could. "Wang Tao, how many people are you going to bring with you?" Ren Jai asked. "Just one person. The rest of you just need to back me up from the outside." Wang Tao shook his head. Going by himself or with one other person, the adversaries probably wouldn't be too vigilant. But if there were more people, it might threaten them, and that could cause them to open fire. "Just 2 people, okay." Wei Zhengguo was a bit worried, but he remembered having seen an ability user, whose combat strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Without guns, ordinary people had no chance against ability users. Although he had not seen Wang Tao's true strength, Wang Tao obviously wouldn't be worse than the ability user he had seen before. "Who are you bringing, Old Xiang, little Lu?" Wei Zhengguo asked again. Xiang Hongbin and Lu Gang both looked at Wang Tao eagerly, wanting to try their luck. They had not yet had a chance to watch an ability user fight. They wanted to witness it firsthand. But Wang Tao shook his head and named someone else. "Han Rui." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. "You're taking Han Rui. Is she a strong fighter?" Ren Jai was puzzled. "Not really. It's just that I promised her the opportunity to take revenge with her own hands. You know, I knew her before and we had some ties." "I see no problem, as long as she doesn't object to it." Wei Zhengguo nodded. Han Rui, being a detective, was capable of fighting and wouldn't slow Wang Tao down. After discussing a few more details, they decided to go the next day. The current rain made it easier to move out. If they waited for clear weather, it would be much more dangerous to go out. After confirming the plan, Wang Tao went downstairs to look for Han Rui. She was there just in time. "Tomorrow, you come with me. The 2 of us are going to the old mall together." "Thank you." Han Rui wiped her swollen eyes and gratefully responded to Wang Tao before asking, "Do I need to make any preparations?" "Just rest well and be in your best shape." Wang Tao patted Han Rui's shoulder. "Okay." After confirming there were no issues with Han Rui, Wang Tao went back. He wasn't bringing Han Rui because she had asked for his help, but because of her perception ability. As the saying goes, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Wang Tao knew that Cao Zin and his 4 men were no match for him, but he wasn't going to let his guard down. Therefore, it was necessary to bring Han Rui. At the very least, she could sense if the opponents were hiding people ready to ambush him. That night, Wang Tao didn't fulfill his promise to try it out with Ding Yukin. After all, there was a battle tomorrow and it was better to conserve energy. This caused Ding Yukin to cast somewhat resentful glances toward Wang Tao. She had been ready to receive Wang Tao's whip, but he didn't come. Wang Tao's self-control was still quite good. After exercising at night, he washed up and went to bed, rising early the next day. After finishing the breakfast carefully prepared by Ding Yukin, Wang Tao left the house fully armed. The rain still hadn't stopped. Looking at the rain outside, Wang Tao furrowed his brow. This on-and-off rain had lasted for over a week. Although it wasn't pouring, such persistent rain had caused puddles on the road. Chapter 114, Assault 2. In some poorly drained areas of the base, it looked just like a river at first glance. Although the rain reduces the zombies' perception, too much of a good thing isn't always better. Constant rain doesn't seem to be a good thing. Arriving at the comprehensive building, several commissioners had already gathered. Han Rui happened to walk in with Wang Tao. Today, she wasn't wearing her police uniform but a body-hugging, deep blue dress that ended just above the knees, paired with skin-colored stockings and a pair of white sneakers. Han Rui had also styled her hair into large waves, wore light makeup, and had her lips painted a bright red. Wang Tao's eyes shone bright. The old Han Rui was valiant. The current Han Rui was enchantingly attractive. Having grown used to seeing Han Rui in a police uniform, the sudden sight of her dressed up made her seem especially alluring. Han Rui confidently displayed herself in front of Wang Tao, then asked expectantly, "Commissioner Wang, what do you think of my outfit today?" "Very pretty, very feminine." Wang Tao responded without hesitation. Han Rui blushed and quickly said, What I meant to ask was, if I wear this to the old shopping mall, they shouldn't suspect me, right? It wasn't easy finding these clothes. If I wore my police uniform, they might just open fire." It turned out Han Rui was talking about official business. After looking her over again, Wang Tao nodded. "It'll work. You can pretend to be a survivor who just stepped out of their home and then either I rescue you or I take you hostage. That would be plausible." Actually, Wang Tao felt it wasn't reasonable at all. After all, who would still dress up so meticulously at the end of the world? However, the heavy rain outside continued, and by the time he brought Han Rui into the mall, Ding Yukin would surely be drenched, making any meticulous dress meaningless. So whatever the attire didn't matter. Of course, he did find the current look very pleasing to the eye and quite liked it. The two went upstairs, exchanged information with Wei Zhengguo and the rest to confirm there were no issues, and everyone immediately set into motion. This time, besides Wang Tao, Xiang Hongbin, Lu Gang, and Feng Mingyan also joined. They were to provide support for Wang Tao from outside in case of unexpected situations. Wei Zhengguo was still wheelchair-bound, naturally unable to join, and the others lacked combat strength, so they just waited at the base for news. In total, there were 3 military-modified off-road vehicles carrying 12 fully armed individuals, including Wang Tao. The rain outside grew heavier, but it didn't pose much of an issue for the military vehicles. After avoiding zombies along the way, they finally saw the old shopping mall 2 hours later. Wang Tao and his people didn't plan to approach the old shopping mall, but instead arrived near the electric pole that hung the severed head of Song Jinghang. Seeing the head hanging high, Han Rui's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. The others also wore expressions of rage, but everyone remained rational, as below the electric pole were more than a dozen zombies attracted by the head and unwilling to leave. "You stay in the car, I'll take care of the zombies." To save time, Wang Tao spoke up directly. "By yourself?" Xiang Hongbin's eyes widened. "I alone am enough." Besides saving time, Wang Tao also wanted to test his current strength. After all, he had fused with 3 zombie cores and didn't even know how strong he was now. All right. This mission was led by Wang Tao, and everyone had to cooperate with him, so there was no objection. They also took this opportunity to see just how powerful an ability user could be. Apart from Han Rui, none of the others had seen an ability user's power. Han Rui also looked at Wang Tao with some anticipation. She felt that the last time she saw Wang Tao in action, that wasn't his full strength. Wang Tao must be even stronger. Wang Tao, holding a firefighter axe, walked casually towards the group of zombies. The rest readied their guns in case of any unforeseen circumstances. It wasn't until he got about a meter close to one of the zombies that it belatedly became aware of Wang Tao. Grrrr. The zombie turned around and lunged at Wang Tao. Without a word, Wang Tao lifted the firefighter axe, chopping at the zombie's head. At the same time, he quietly used his shockwave ability. Squelch. -500. A swing of the axe killed the zombie easily, and from its head, the shockwave rippled outward. Bang! -500. -500. 1-500. The dozen or so zombies were almost simultaneously headshot, falling slowly to the ground, leaving only Wang Tao standing. The power really increased a lot. The range of the shockwave expanded too. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The improvement was even greater than he had imagined. With a thought, he collected all the drops from the zombies, then cut the rope on the electric pole. Swish! The severed head dropped instantly, and Wang Tao caught it with a bag he had prepared in advance. Then he headed back to the convoy. Inside the vehicle, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. They hadn't even had time to react. In their eyes, Wang Tao just exited the car, walked up, swung his axe at one zombie, and then all the zombies had their heads blown off. Some saw the shockwave, while others hadn't seen anything clearly at all. This is an ability user. Isn't that a bit too strong? If it were them trying to kill these zombies, even a full clip of bullets might not suffice, but Wang Tao had headshot them all with just one swing. The few soldiers also then understood why Wang Tao had become a commissioner. With such strength, his position as a commissioner was well-deserved. Chapter 115, Assault 3. Let's go. Wang Tao got in the car and handed over the prepared head to one of the soldiers. The car started, but Xiang Hongbin and the others remained silent for a long time. Not until they arrived outside the old mall did Xiang Hongbin hammer the seat fiercely. Damn it, I want to become an ability user too. Me too. The others immediately echoed. Han Rui really wanted to say, not all ability users are so powerful. She is a counterexample. Yeah, you guys keep it up. Wang Tao smiled and then said seriously. Take action. Yes. Wang Tao got out of the car, and Han Rui hurriedly followed, with the others quickly finding cover. Wang Tao, fully armed, was not afraid of getting wet from the rain. As Wang Tao had predicted, Han Rui was instantly drenched like a drowned rat. But you have to admit, there's a special beauty to Han Rui like this, especially when her dress clung to her body. Although it wasn't see-through, the barely there allure was even more lethal. Of course, Wang Tao was a decent man. After stealing several glances, he then entered the mall with Han Rui. Looking at the first floor of the mall, which had been heavily damaged, Han Rui was shocked. How powerful must a zombie be to cause such massive destruction? No wonder even the strong Wang Tao was still so cautious. Can you sense any people? Wang Tao asked in a low voice. There's one person at the stair entrance, not far from us. I can't sense anyone else for the time being. Him? Wang Tao nodded, then headed straight for the stairs with Han Rui closely following behind him. The person hiding in the dark did not avoid them. When Wang Tao approached, he came out. Seeing Han Rui, a tinge of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Brother Chen, what is this? Wang Tao paused for a moment before he realized that he had previously introduced himself as Chen Zhuang, so the address of Brother Chen was for him. Haven't eaten for a day, just passing by your place. Borrowing something to eat shouldn't be too much, right? Wang Tao spoke indifferently. I can't decide that. I have to ask our boss. The underling looked troubled. All right, then let's go up and find your boss. Wang Tao directly took Han Rui's hand and started to walk upstairs, with Han Rui keeping her head down as if she was afraid. But in reality, she was quietly using her ability to sense her surroundings. The underling only made a symbolic attempt to stop them, thinking that Wang Tao, being out and about with a beautiful woman, probably just came to ask for something. If Wang Tao wanted to harm them, why would he bring a cumbersome woman along? The underling followed behind Wang Tao, looking at Han Rui. He licked his lips and said, "Brother Chen, this beauty is." "Picked her up along the way, planning to take her home to be my wife," Wang Tao said without looking back. "Picked up?" The underling was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, immediately showing an "I understand" expression. Why pretend? Clearly he must have captured a survivor and taken the person hostage. But that said or not, this woman is really something. Much better than those women upstairs. When they arrived on the second floor, Han Rui suddenly staggered a bit. What's wrong?" Wang Tao looked at Han Rui with a hint of impatience in his voice. I'm so hungry, I have no strength left." Han Rui pretended to be extremely weak and directly leaned on Wang Tao's body, as if she couldn't walk anymore. Seeing this, Wang Tao wrapped his arm around Han Rui's waist, allowing her to cling to him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Rui tiptoed and whispered nervously into Wang Tao's ear. "There are so many people and zombies upstairs." Wang Tao's brow furrowed. So many people. Had their team expanded in the few days he hadn't seen them? But what about the zombies? Could people really live together with zombies? Wang Tao also became somewhat nervous. After all, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. But having come this far, it was impossible not to go upstairs. Pretending to have discovered nothing, Wang Tao supported Han Rui's waist and strode upstairs. Upstairs, Cao Zin and a lackey were waiting for him. Wang Tao's original plan had been to quickly take down Cao Zin and his people upon sight. But with Han Rui mentioning that there were many people here, and even zombies, he had to change his plan on the fly. Moreover, Wang Tao noticed that Cao Zin had gained a considerable amount of weight since their last meeting, especially around the belly. But that wasn't the focus. The important thing was that Cao Zin now had a blue bar, meaning he had become an ability user. However, his HP was still low, only 220, and he would likely not withstand a single axe blow from himself. Cao Zin, upon seeing Wang Tao, couldn't help but feel a bit scared, as the impression of Wang Tao slaughtering zombies like chopping vegetables was deeply etched in his mind. But upon remembering his own newfound ability, he instantly straightened his back. No matter how strong brute force might be, it couldn't compare to even a hair of an ability. Especially upon seeing the pitiful Han Rui and Wang Tao's embrace, a glint of greed flashed in Cao Zin's eyes. Even though he couldn't see Han Rui's face clearly, he knew she was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in reality. He wanted that woman. Cao Zin's face revealed a beaming smile. "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" "I haven't eaten for a day. I was hopping to borrow some food from you." At these words, a look of difficulty crossed Cao Zin's face. "But we don't have much food left either, truly. We're out." "Ah, forget it. Who makes me such a sociable person? I'll get it for you." Cao Zin immediately headed towards the other end of the hall. To the unknowing observer, he may really seem like a friend to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, still holding Han Rui by the waist, nonchalantly sat on the sofa. He noticed that seventh brother Yang, whom he had met before, was nowhere to be seen. Now, there were only Cao Zin and his two lackeys in the hall. Han Rui, seemingly very scared, leaned against Wang Tao's chest and then whispered quietly. "Cao Zin has a handgun at the back of his waist. The other people and zombies are all behind the iron door on the left. But I have this hunch that those people and zombies are weak. It seems like they have been locked up. Yes, they must be locked up. The zombies are shuffling in place." Locked up? Wang Tao's main concern was confirming whether these people were Cao Zin's accomplices. If they were locked up, that clearly indicated they were not on Cao Zin's side. In that case, things were getting simpler. "Here you go, Brother Chen, I have a pack of bread here for you just in case." Cao Zin came over with a pack of bread that had been opened, and some condiments added to it. Wang Tao stood up to take the bread, with a coffee table separating the two men. Suddenly, Wang Tao grabbed Cao Zin's hand. In that instant, Cao Zhen hadn't yet reacted when he saw Wang Tao yank forcefully. Crash! Cao Zhen stumbled and landed harshly on the coffee table, which split under his weight, making him grimace in pain. Han Rui quickly got up, snatching the handgun tucked at Cao Zhen's back, and at the same time she pulled out another handgun from Wang Tao's waist, pointing both guns at the two lackeys. Hands on your heads, squat down. Chapter 116, Capture 1. This all happened too quickly, and the two underlings were somewhat dumbfounded. Looking at the dark muzzles of the guns, neither dared to move. Cao Zhen hadn't expected Wang Tao to make a move, but now he was an ability user. Wang Tao, just an ordinary with a bit more strength, how could he possibly be his match? Looking for death, aye. Bang! Cao Zhen suddenly felt a huge force stepping on his back. The entire wooden coffee table shattered, and his chest and back immediately suffered excruciating pain. You! Cao Zhen tried to turn his head, but Wang Tao had firmly grabbed his head, rendering him immobile. Feeling the powerful force on his body, Cao Zhen knew he temporarily couldn't resist, and he immediately started to beg for mercy, his voice raw. Cough cough, Brother Chen, we have no grudges, why? Why, you know why. Wang Tao kept pressing down on him firmly, preventing him from turning over, and took out a pair of handcuffs from his pocket and handcuffed his hands behind his back. Wang Tao guessed that Cao Zhen's ability must be related to his body size, which had clearly gained a lot of weight compared to a few days ago, his belly also much larger. But Wang Tao didn't know what the other's ability specifically was. He could only handcuff him first. If he showed any sign of wrongdoing, Wang Tao wouldn't leave a survivor. After feeling the handcuffs on his back, Cao Zhen immediately understood everything, his tone somewhat panicked. You are a police officer. Many people have a natural sense of awe towards police officers, especially those with a shady background like him. Even if it were the apocalypse, even though he had personally killed a police officer, he was still instinctively afraid. It seems you have realized. Wang Tao's voice was somewhat cold. No, it's not me. I didn't kill the cop, I picked up this gun. Cao Zhen hurriedly argued, but Wang Tao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the two underlings who dared not move. Cao Zhen's ability, what is it? Spill it and I'll spare your lives. The two underlings squatting on the ground were stunned, lifting their heads instinctively. How does he know his own boss has an ability? Cao XM was also stunned for a moment. He quickly spoke up. What ability? I don't have any MMPH. He hadn't finished speaking when Wang Tao pressed him fiercely to the ground, his mouth against the shattered coffee table, unable to speak. We don't know. The two underlings shook their heads frantically. They felt that as long as they didn't reveal their boss's ability, there was still a chance for him to turn the tables, so they dared not say a word. Wang Tao didn't speak again. Instead, he directly took out a firefighter axe and flung it at one of the underlings. Whoosh! Bang! The firefighter axe landed directly between the legs of the underling, who only then belatedly looked down. I don't want to repeat myself. His ability, what is it? Wang Tao held another firefighter axe in his hand, and then stared at the underling. It's... The underling was scared and subconsciously about to speak. The other underling quickly spoke up. Brother Chen, you've really got it wrong. Our boss really doesn't have an ability. Truly courting death. Wang Tao hadn't expected this underling to be so loyal. He hurled another flying axe. The underling couldn't see Wang Tao's action clearly before he felt his entire body topple backward, slamming directly into the wall, and then he felt an excruciating pain in his right palm. My hand. He turned his head and saw, to his horror, an axe had pierced through the center of his right hand and was firmly embedded in the wall. His hand was ruined. Cring out again. Wang Tao held yet another firefighter axe in his hand. The underling quickly covered his mouth with his other hand, his eyes streaming with tears, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Tao then nodded in satisfaction. He actually had aimed at the floor in front of the underling but threw it off course, hitting his palm instead. However, it was a minor issue, no harm done. Wang Tao looked again at the previous underling, who hurriedly spoke. Our boss's ability is to spit out white sticky fluid that can stick people in place, making them unable to move. MMPH. Cow XM, pressed under Wang Tao's foot, trembled wildly. So that's it. Wang Tao realized it made sense why Cao Zin had tried to turn his head to look at him all this time. Good thing he was prepared. Cao Zin wanted to do something, and he would not let him. Wang Tao had tape among the crafting materials in his space backpack, which could be used both as a crafting material and for practical use. Wang Tao pretended to take out a roll of tape from his pocket and then wrapped Cao Zin's mouth with many layers. After making sure Cao Zin couldn't open his mouth, Wang Tao didn't stop there. He also wrapped his legs together. Soon, Cao Zin was almost entirely immobile. Wang Tao gestured to Han Rui, who immediately went over to handcuff the two underlings. When pulling out the axe, one of the underlings nearly fainted from the pain. However, neither Wang Tao nor Han Rui had any intention of showing mercy to their captives. Wang Tao didn't catch these three people to send them back for labor reform. He wanted them to face retribution in front of the base's inhabitants. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After Han Rui had subdued the two underlings, Wang Tao punched Cao Zin in the back of the head. Love you. Cao Zin instantly stopped struggling. Wang Tao checked his HP. It was just a knockout, not a death. Then Wang Tao asked Han Rui to watch these people, while he himself went to the iron gate on the other side of the stairway. What's in here? Wang Tao asked the two underlings. It's female slaves collected by the boss. Yes, all of this was the boss's doing. It has nothing to do with us. On hearing this, fury immediately appeared in Han Rui's eyes. Chapter 117, Capture 2. What else? Wang Tao asked again. There's more zombies, 2 female zombies. These were brought back by the boss after he stuck the zombies. Both zombies were chained up with iron chains. 2 zombies, female zombies at that. Wang Tao didn't know what Cao Zin was up to. Wang Tao glanced at Han Rui, who came over and said to Wang Tao, "The people inside are walking on the left. The 2 zombies are on the right." Wang Tao nodded and then took the keys from Cao Zin's body, unlocking the iron chain of the iron gate. Clang! The iron gate opened and a nauseating smell hit them. Even with a mask on, Wang Tao couldn't block it out. It was pitch black inside, so Wang Tao used his flashlight to look inside. He saw a group of naked women crouched in the corner on the left, shivering with the light causing them to instinctively cover their eyes. But Wang Tao could still see the numb, empty look in their eyes. On the right there were 2 zombies with their arms chopped off, chained to the wall. He. The 2 zombies desperately tried to move forward, wanting to gnaw on these women, but the iron chains prevented them from going too far. Do you have another guy? Seems his name is 7th Brother Yang. Wang Tao turned and asked. He's gone to see the big boss. One of the underlings quickly answered. The big boss? Yes, Boss Cao Zin's boss. The big boss is very powerful, an ability user. The underling didn't know much, only that such a person existed. Wang Tao frowned and thought it was time to interrogate Cao Zin properly. He took out his axe and walked into the warehouse, directly blowing the heads off the 2 zombies. The women looked at Wang Tao, their expressions numb, but fear could still be felt. Wang Tao squatted in front of the group of women. You're all safe now, just don't scream and I'll let you go in a bit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through the hollow eyes of the women. After confirming all 5 women were alive, Wang Tao took out his walkie-talkie. This is Wang Tao, you can come up now. Roger that. Soon after, Xiang Hongbin and the others came up, guns at the ready. Seeing these fully armed soldiers, the 2 underlings were shocked. They had no idea whom they had provoked. Wang Tao briefly recounted what had happened, and upon seeing the women, everyone became furious. Han Rui especially looked like she wanted to flay these men alive. The two underlings stood there, trembling and keeping their heads down, afraid to speak. The women, seeing so many people appear at the door, instinctively retreated and huddled together. Han Rui looked at them with pity and turned to Wang Tao. "Can we take these poor women back to the base?" "Of course." Wang Tao nodded, and then looked towards Xiang Hongbin and the others, who also nodded in agreement. Xue's base was short on people. As long as they weren't heinous villains, they were needed, let alone these poor women. They might not be able to do heavy work, but they could still wash clothes and the like. Wang Tao asked Han Rui to take 2 soldiers to release the women's chains, get them dressed, and then he and his men ransacked the place. In addition to food, they found a police badge and a set of police uniforms. Old Song Sai. Everyone sighed. They had to go back and properly interrogate this Cao Zin, at the very least, peel off a layer of his skin. Wang Tao asked Han Rui to check if there was anything they had missed, and after confirming there were no problems, Wang Tao waved his hand. "Let's go." Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling noise came from outside. "What's that noise?" Wang Tao quickly went to the window, and then cursed in disbelief. There was a zombie outside with 5,000/5,000 HP. The others were just as taken aback as Wang Tao. "Shit." In the heavy rain below, a giant zombie around 3 to 4 meters tall with muscular limbs on the ground like a gorilla had just punched a discarded car, sending it flying into the mall. Boom! Is this the zombie they referred to? Its destructive power is too terrifying. The zombie seemed to go mad. Anything in its path, cars, streetlights, bollards, was fiercely thrown. It didn't spare anything. A bollard it threw hit a giant billboard on the wall. The billboard slowly fell, smashing onto it, but it didn't seem to be affected at all. This is really a destruction freak. Thank goodness our vehicle was parked on the other side, or we would have been in trouble. It seems it hasn't noticed us. The zombie appeared to be focused solely on destruction. It hadn't noticed Wang Tao and the others upstairs. The noise it caused attracted many zombies, even mad demon zombies. But the behemoth didn't discriminate between friends and foes. It crushed several ordinary zombies underfoot. After about a minute of rampaging in the plaza, it finally left. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. "Let's hurry back, it's too dangerous out here." Wang Tao motioned with his hand, leading his group quickly downstairs. This creature had a full 5,000 HP, and its high attack, high defense style was apparent. Wang Tao didn't think they could defeat it. Bullets might kill it, but that would attract even more zombies, at a loss not worth the gain. Quick, quick, quick! Everyone hurriedly got into the vehicle. In the afternoon, Wang Tao and the others returned to Xue's base without incident. Phew, finally back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying zombie, dubbed Gorilla by the group on the road, exerted too much pressure on them. Chapter 118, Capture 3. Wang Tao felt that if this thing made it to the base, the walls probably wouldn't hold. He shook his head. Now was not the time to think about this. He was only responsible for combat and scavenging for supplies. Base defense was Ren Jai's responsibility. A few people dragged Cao Zin and his 2 lackeys out of the vehicle. On the way, Cao Zin regained consciousness once, but was ruthlessly knocked out again by Xiang Hongbin. "How are we going to deal with him?" Han Rui asked beside Wang Tao. "First, we'll force out his account and motives for killing Commissioner Song, then execute him in front of all the survivors." Wang Tao explained. This was a decision he had discussed with the other commissioners. In times of chaos, harsh measures were justified. Since Cao Zin had chosen to oppose Xue's base and even killed a commissioner, there was no way he was leaving alive. Moreover, this would show the survivors in the base what happens to those who oppose it. It could strengthen unity, while also setting an example. However, Wang Tao would not participate in the interrogation. He was not good at it. He heard that Feng Ming'an had some expertise in this area, so he would leave it to them. Fine one. Han Rui's eyes were red. This was her way of avenging Song Jinghang. And you shouldn't sit idle either, those women could use some guidance from you. Wang Tao pointed to the group of pitiful women who had gotten off the truck and were now curled up in the corner. I understand. Han Rui nodded and then took the women and left. Wang Tao intended to rest, but Feng Ming'an called him back. They had never interrogated an ability user before and were uncertain about gauging the strength of ability users, so they wanted Wang Tao's assistance. Helping was naturally fine. Wang Tao joined them in a basement. The group first interrogated Cao Zin's two lackeys, who had no backbone at all and confessed everything. Wang Tao cross-referenced the accounts, and they were nearly identical, likely the truth. Then Feng Ming'an woke up Cao Zin and started the interrogation. In an unexpected turn, Cao Zin proved to be a coward. Before Feng Ming'an could even begin the torture, Cao Zin spilled everything. This irked Feng Ming'an, so after confirming the truth of Cao Zin's story, he tormented him for a long time. Wang Tao did not enjoy torture. He preferred a swift end for people. However, considering that Cao Zin was an ability user, Wang Tao forced Cao Zin to use his ability many times until his energy was fully depleted. Cao Zin's ability was to vomit a white, sticky substance from his stomach that possessed powerful adherent properties, binding many things for varying durations. After the allotted time, the substance would harden and then fall off automatically as it transitioned from liquid to solid. Finding this ability somewhat interesting, Wang Tao decided to be the executioner himself. He wanted to see if Cao Zin would burst out with something. Before long, Wei Zhengyu and the others arrived. Feng Ming'an shared the results of his interrogation with everyone. A few days before, Song Jinghang had driven a car with 2 hunters to pick up survivors from the Sunshine community. However, they might have encountered zombies on the way and needed to take a detour, or some other issue occurred. Regardless, Song Jinghang did not follow the original path and ended up near the old shopping mall. There, they encountered a special zombie. Gunfire attracted a large horde of other zombies, and the 3 had to abandon their vehicle and run. 2 of the hunters were bitten to death by zombies. Only Song Jinghang managed to escape, fleeing into the old shopping mall. All of this was clearly seen by Cao Zin, who was upstairs. He coveted the gun in Song Jinghang's hand. So he came down from the upper floor, pretending to be enthusiastic and offering to help Song Jinghang hide upstairs. With Song Jinghang injured and zombies outside, and with no door on the first floor of the mall, he had no choice but to follow him up. Then Song Jinghang fell into Cao Zin's trap. Cao Zin's group totaled 6, and as Song Jinghang died, he took 2 of them with him. However, he was overpowered and ultimately met his demise on the spot. Having lost 2 lackeys and nearly getting shot himself made Cao Zin furious. So, to vent his anger, he dismembered Song Jinghang and spitefully hung his head on a lamppost. Cao Zin was unaware that Song Jinghang came from Xue's base, and he didn't even know the base existed, as he had barely spoken to Song Jinghang before attacking. If Cao Zin had known about the strength of Xue's base, his cowardly nature would have stopped him from making a move, but alas for Song Jinghang. As for the women enslaved by him, they were originally employees of the old shopping mall. After the zombie virus outbreak, Cao Zin escaped the initial chaos and soon gathered a group, not as a clothing seller but as a cargo handler with many underlings, thus recruiting manpower and scavenging supplies. Cao Zin was also a lecher. He only offered protection to the women of the mall. The men could go wherever they wished. His reasoning was sound. The men might steal his food, but the women couldn't. Some women, desperate to survive, chose to accept Cao Zin's protection. Initially, they might have thought he had some conscience, but Cao Zin soon showed his true colors. He locked up these women and subjected them to inhumane abuse. He really deserves to die. Zhang Hongbin fiercely kicked the unconscious Cao Zin, and everyone else's face was filled with anger. Although everyone understood that the end of the world magnified the evil in people's hearts in the absence of law, seeing this person and his deeds firsthand still triggered uncontrollable fury. After all, most still had a sense of right and wrong. And Cao Zhen revealed another important piece of information. Feng Ming'an glanced at Wang Tao, who continued where Feng Ming'an left off. Cao Zhen claimed he had acknowledged a boss, an ability user. He originally had 10 women, and he offered 5 of them as a gift to this boss. The reason why Cao Zhen could become an ability user was because the boss gave him a zombie core. Surprisingly, he succeeded on his first try. Chapter 119, Execution. This damn luck. Zhang Hongbin cursed. He had fused with 2 zombie cores, but both attempts failed. Now, Cao Zhen, that bastard, succeeded on his first try, which irritated him greatly. Wei Zhenguo, however, was concerned about another aspect. What kind of strength does Cao Zhen's boss have? Feng Ming'an answered. Cao Zhen couldn't give a clear explanation, only that the guy is very strong and specializes in throwing weapons. He often carries a bundle of polished steel bars, capable of killing zombies from a great distance without making much noise. It's ridiculously powerful. Using steel bars to kill zombies. Wei Zhenguo was taken aback for a moment, then asked again. What's his name? Cao Zhen isn't sure. He only knows others call him Boss Xiao, and he refers to him the same way. Boss Xiao Xiaoyang. Wei Zhenguo frowned. Old Wei, you know him. Renjai asked curiously. Didn't I tell you, I saw an ability user before. He managed to take on a group of zombies with just 2 steel bars. I invited him to join the survivor base, but he flatly refused, and this person is named Xiao Yang. Wei Zhenguo's frown deepened. If it really was Xiao Yang, it meant the other man's strength had increased a great deal. Moreover, when he met Xiao Yang at first, although the man was arrogant, he was decent, even asking Wei if he needed help. But now, according to Cao Zhen's description, this boss Xiao was recruiting men like Cao Zhen as his underlings and demanded Cao Zhen to offer women to him. This boss Xiao didn't seem like a good person at all. Of course, it was the apocalypse now. There probably weren't many good people left. He wouldn't hold others to the standards of a good person's behavior. But the current issue was whether Xiao Yang would seek vengeance for Cao Zhen. No matter the relationship between Xiao Yang and Cao Zhen had acknowledged Xiao Yang as his boss. If a subordinate was bullied, the boss had to make a statement, right? Otherwise, how could he command respect? Just like when Song Jinghang was killed, everyone risked danger to avenge him. The purpose wasn't only vengeance, but also to establish authority and solidify the cohesion among the survivor base's members. Wei Zhenguo wasn't scared, but in the early days of the apocalypse, self-preservation was a problem. If it could be helped, people definitely did not want to make enemies or be on someone's radar, especially since people from Shuai's base went out to scavenge for resources every day. Wei Zhenguo briefly shared with everyone the encounter with Xiao Yang, and the looks on their faces were not good. They did not wish to become enemies with an ability user, especially one who was clearly building his own force. Although ability users might still likely be at a disadvantage against bullets, everyone could see the greater potential of ability users. What the future held for them, no one could be sure. This Xiao Yang, he probably doesn't know it was us who kidnapped Cao Zhen, right? Renjai asked with a furrowed brow. That's hard to say because one of Cao Zhen's underlings has seen me, and he was with Xiao Yang today. He might suspect me. Wang Tao said straightforwardly. Then this Cao Zhen, how should we deal with him? Technician Liu, he hesitated. Kill. Zhang Hongbin spoke out directly. Wei Zhenguo and Xiang Hongbin usually didn't get along, always taking jabs at each other, but this time Wei agreed with Xiang Hongbin. Kill. Not just them, including Feng Ming'an and Renjai, all nodded fiercely. Kill. Not only must we kill him, we must execute him in front of all the survivors. Renjai added. Wang Tao looked at Renjai, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the former deputy magistrate to be so resolute. As if knowing what Wang Tao was thinking, Ren Jai smiled and said, "In times of chaos, heavy punishments are needed. Our ancestors wouldn't deceive us." "Makes sense." Wang Tao nodded. He naturally also supported executing Cao Zin. He wasn't the type to be threatened. After all, who wasn't an ability user? Wang Tao even thought of striking first. After all, it's not the theft that you fear, but the thief who keeps thinking about it. Seeing everyone felt the same, he didn't have more to say. Being a tech guy, he knew he had little experience in these matters and decided to go along with the others. As for that Xiao Yang, we don't need to be afraid. No matter how high the upper limit for ability users in the future, he definitely can't stop a bullet right now. As long as we find the right opportunity, a Liu gang alone can easily kill him, not to mention we also have Wang Tao. At most, we just need to caution the hunters who go out later. After everyone agreed, they decided on Cao Zin's death sentence. Cao Zin had already woken up by this time. After hearing the judgment from everyone, he hummed frantically, but his mouth was sealed shut, unable to speak. Zhang Hongbin ripped off the tape abruptly, and despite the pain of tearing off sweat hairs and beards, Cao Zin quickly began to plead with tears. "Please don't kill me. I really didn't know that was your person. Ah." He didn't finish his sentence before Zhang Hongbin viciously kicked him, causing him to arch his back in pain. "I didn't let you talk to hear you beg for mercy, but to hear your screams." Zhang Hongbin gave another fierce kick. My boss, he won't." Wang Tao, not liking such scenes, left first. The main reason was that he and Feng Mingan had already tortured the guy. No, more precisely, Feng Mingan did the torturing, he just assisted. So he wasn't interested anymore. The execution of Cao Zin was scheduled for noon. At that time, all the survivors in the base would be called to watch. They had to let them know that Shui's base never leaves its debts unpaid, and that it was not to be trifled with, deterring anyone from nurturing crooked ideas. Chapter 120, Execution 2. Wang Tao left the building. It was already dark outside. Just as he got into his car to head home, he saw a figure holding an umbrella sprinting toward him. "Commissioner Wang, wait." "Han Rui, what's the matter?" Wang Tao rolled down the window. "Well, I have something I want to talk to you about. I'm not sure if it's convenient for you." "Sure, get in." Han Rui quickly closed her umbrella and took the passenger seat. The dress that Han Rui had worn when she went out with Wang Tao was drenched, and now she had changed back into her police uniform. She looked very smart and impressive. "Thank you for helping Officer Song take revenge today." As soon as Song Jinghang was mentioned, Han Rui's eyes were still a bit red. "It's only right, after all, I am a commissioner." Wang Tao smiled. "I said before that I wanted to repay you for saving my life, but now you're a commissioner, and I don't know how to repay you. Of course, I won't forget, rest assured." Han Rui started speaking somewhat embarrassedly. "Haha, don't worry about it." Wang Tao shook his head, then added, "Just say what you want to say. We've been through life and death together. No need to beat around the bush." Cough. Han Rui felt a bit awkward being put on the spot, but she wasn't the type to dawdle. "Well, I would like to ask you for a favor, to help me find out who came to my office the day before yesterday. I don't have the authority to investigate." "Oh, why?" Wang Tao's brows raised, as what Han Rui referred to must be the video of her husband betraying his teammate. After all, only Wang Tao had visited Han Rui's office the day before yesterday. I can't tell you yet, it's a personal matter." Han Rui had trouble meeting Wang Tao's gaze. The main reason was her guilty conscience. After all, that was her husband. When she saw that video, she felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She never imagined her husband would betray their marriage, and even more so with Yingying. She couldn't understand what she lacked compared to Yingying, why her husband would be attracted to that woman. If that was all there was to it, she wouldn't have collapsed, for she was a strong woman. What truly devastated her was that, as the video showed, The two survivors she had personally saved were actually killed by her husband and Ying working together. And she herself benefited from it. She thought of herself as a just police officer. Even though this happened without her knowledge, she still couldn't forgive herself, as others had indeed paid with their lives for her survival. Fortunately, she had work to do when she saw the video, which numbed her to the event, and she forced herself to forget it. It was only after the work was done that she found a place where she could be alone and cry loudly. However, she also knew that crying wouldn't solve anything. She needed to find out what the person who gave her the video intended to do. As for turning in her own husband, she couldn't do it. She thought she was a selfless person, but only now did she realize she was incredibly selfish. A personal matter, that's a bit difficult to handle. A look of difficulty appeared on Wang Tao's face. Please, Wang Tao, Commissioner Wang. Han Rui immediately put her hands together in a pleading gesture. Fine, I'll ask around. I'm doing this because of our relationship. I definitely wouldn't bother for anyone else. Thank you so much. Han Rui quickly expressed her gratitude. At this moment, Wang Tao asked, what exactly is this personal matter? If you spell it out for me, I can better help you investigate. It really is a private matter I'd rather not discuss. It's about me personally, truly. I'm not lying to you. Han Rui lied, probably for the first time in her life. All right, I won't pry any further. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Wang Tao feigned resignation as he shook his head. No, that's all, go ahead. Han Rui hurriedly got out of the car. Wang Tao started the car, and as he watched Han Rui re-enter the building through the rearview mirror, he lifted the corner of his mouth. He had originally thought Han Rui was quite selfless, that she might distance herself or even report her own husband, but he had been incorrect. The reason Han Rui wanted his help in investigating was simply to find out who had recorded the video. She then sought to negotiate with them, to keep them from publicizing the video, in order to protect her husband. After all the survivors in Shui's base were innocent people, at least on the surface. None of them had records. As for what they did behind the scenes, that wasn't clear, but as long as nothing came out, everyone was a good person. By the same logic, once it was exposed, they would undoubtedly be despised by everyone. Shui's base couldn't tolerate the existence of a bad person. If the video of Sun Weiguang betraying his teammates was leaked, he would become a target of universal scorn. Even if they spared him for Han Rui's sake, the base couldn't keep him, and considering his survival skills in a post-apocalyptic world, going out there meant certain death. Thus, expelling him was as good as killing him. To save her husband's life, Han Rui had begun to betray the beliefs she had held for so many years. When Wang Tao's car arrived back at building number 8, before he could get out, he saw Ding Yukin wearing an apron coming out to meet him. Wang Tao, are you hurt? Ding Yukin grabbed Wang Tao's hand, asking with a worried look on her face. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly get hurt? Wang Tao said, smiling as he pinched Ding Yukin's hand. That's a relief. I've already made dinner, just give me a moment, I'll go and reheat it. Chapter 121, Execution 3. As Ding Yukin spoke, she took the jacket Wang Tao had removed. When she entered the door, she even knelt down to help Wang Tao change his shoes. Looking down, Wang Tao found the angle of Ding Yukin particularly tempting. After changing shoes, Ding Yukin quickly ran to the kitchen. Wang Tao sat on the sofa. The kitchen door was open, so he could see Ding Yukin's busy figure. Today, Ding Yukin was dressed comfortably for home, wearing a little camisole and slippers. Her hair was casually tied up, revealing her snow-white, delicate neck, and a necklace of some kind was deeply buried in her cleavage. The pale yellow camisole dress wasn't long, ending above the knees. Her smooth, straight calves swayed in front of Wang Tao. Ding Yukin usually liked to wear stockings, mostly flesh-colored or thin black ones. It was rare to see her bare-legged. Nonetheless, her legs were flawless, and even bare, they were beautiful, stirring an urge to play with them. After quietly admiring for a while, Wang Tao suddenly walked over and hugged Ding Yukin's waist from behind. Ugh. Wang Tao's hot breath was on Ding Yukin's neck, which tickled her and quickly turned her face red. You stop messing around, I'm still busy," Ding Yukin said coquettishly. Although she was a bit shy, she also enjoyed Wang Tao's embrace. His arms were a place of comfort for her. "It's fine, you do your thing and I'll do mine." As Wang Tao spoke, he rolled up Ding Yukin's shirt. Tilde. Before dinner, Wang Tao indulged in a little appetizer. "Are you full?" Wang Tao asked. I'm full," Ding Yukin hummed. "Sister-in-law, that's all it takes to fill you up. There's a bigger meal waiting for us tonight." Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. There's more, I can't eat anymore." Ding Yukin's face showed both anticipation and fear. "No worries, no rush, just rest for a bit first." Wang Tao spoke considerately. He had said before that he wanted to try out toughness but never found the time. Now that he had the time, shouldn't he thoroughly explore it? I'll listen to you." The fact proved that toughness was indeed a valuable skill. The next day, early morning, Wang Tao was refreshed, and Ding Yukin too was glowing. Wang Tao was amazed at Ding Yukin's recovery ability. She had been pleading for mercy the day before, but after a night's sleep, she was like nothing had happened. Perhaps this was due to the properties of the blood-replenishing pack. "What are you thinking about?" Ding Yukin waved her hand in front of Wang Tao. "I was just thinking, why does sister-in-law look so pretty?" Wang Tao said with a smile. "Stop it." Ding Yukin immediately felt joy in her heart. Wang Tao rarely complimented her, but each time he did, it gave her the feeling of being in love. After breakfast, Wang Tao didn't go out but instead lay on the sofa, letting Ding Yukin give him a full-body massage. He was scheduled to attend Cao Zin's execution at noon, so having nothing else to do in the morning, he rested and exercised at home. Noon. Wang Tao donned his all-black security uniform, while Ding Yukin wore a black cheongsam with makeup in a cool and glamorous style. Then Wang Tao drove Ding Yukin to the plaza, outside the comprehensive building. By then, aside from the personnel on duty, all other members of the base had gathered. This was the first public execution since the establishment of the base, and even if the committee hadn't mandated attendance, curiosity and the like had drawn the crowd. Although it was still raining, a throng of people huddled on the plaza, either wearing raincoats or holding umbrellas, their attention fixed on the three figures at the center, bound and hooded. "Commissioner Wang has arrived." As soon as Wang Tao got out of the car, sharp-eyed survivors immediately cleared a path. With a solemn expression, he nodded slightly to the crowd and then headed toward the center of the plaza. Ding Yukin, half a step behind Wang Tao holding an umbrella for him, also carried a plain, elongated wooden box in her arms. In the center of the throng, a makeshift platform had been erected. The other commissioners and some soldiers were already on it, and nodded slightly upon seeing Wang Tao. Renjai stepped forward and spoke aloud to the survivors. "My friends, just a few days ago, Commissioner Song Jinghang was vilely assassinated, dismembered, and his head hung on a power pole. We were deeply grieved when we heard the news." Renjai recounted the murder of Song Jinghang with more details this time. It was only now that the survivors learned that Commissioner Song Jinghang had been dismembered. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discussion, and it was clear that everyone was angry. Renjai gave everyone time to talk, then continued. "And just yesterday, our very own Commissioner Wang Tao, Commissioner Xiang Hongbin, Commissioner Feng Mingyan, Minister Han Rui, and others risked their lives to go outside and captured the murderer who killed Commissioner Song Jinghang." Below there was a frenzy of applause, and when it finally abated, Renjai asked, "What do you think we should do with them?" "Kill them. Execute them." Survivors immediately responded, and others were gradually swept up in the emotion, shouting "execute them," and "blood for blood." Renjai was pleased with the survivors' reactions. He turned back and nodded to two soldiers in the rain. One soldier immediately removed the hoods from Cao Zhen and his two henchmen. Cao Zhen, having already been beaten to near death by Xiang Hongbin, was extremely weak and lacked the strength to resist. Seeing the oppressive crowd below, he looked terrified and desperate. His two henchmen felt the same. Another soldier drew a rifle and attached the bayonet, ready to pierce Cao Zhen's heart at the commissioner's command. Ren Jai was about to give the order, but Wang Tao stopped him. "Wait, let me do it." "Ah, Commissioner Wang, you want to do it yourself?" Ren Jai was puzzled. Such dirty work was typically left to subordinates. However, seeing Wang Tao's affirming nod, he immediately conceded, "All right." Wang Tao walked over to Cao Zhen, with Ding Yukin following with the umbrella and the wooden box. Cao Zhen's eyes widened with terror upon seeing Wang Tao. Wang Tao didn't even look at him but turned to Ding Yukin. Diplomatically, she opened the box to reveal a broad-bladed knife within. The tall Wang Tao gripped the knife handle with one hand. Standing next to Wang Tao in her black Chong Sam, the glamorous Ding Yukin didn't dare to watch the execution and instead focused her gaze on Wang Tao. The survivors below held their breath, keeping their eyes fixed on the scene above of the hero, beauty, and criminals. Then Wang Tao raised the knife and it fell. Shdik, shdik, shdik. Blood splattered as three heads rolled onto the ground one by one. Chapter 122, Ability, Slime Spitter. This crafted mountain-opening knife was specially prepared by Wang Tao yesterday. It was merely a sharpened, ordinary craft item, far inferior in quality to a firefighter axe. It was not suitable as Wang Tao's weapon, but it had no problem chopping off a neck. Wang Tao felt almost no resistance and easily severed the heads of Cao Zhen and his two companions. The survivors below the stage were taken aback for a moment, as this was a scene they could only witness on television. However, it didn't take long for everyone to start applauding. Of course, there were those who couldn't stand the sight of blood and covered their mouths feeling nauseous. "So cool." Huo Zi, who was in the crowd below, dared not look at Cao Zhen's body. Her attention was mainly on Wang Tao, who she thought looked incredibly cool, especially when he stood next to the beautiful woman. It gave off the vibe of a hero paired with a beauty. Yet seeing Ding Yukin, she felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. She, too, wanted to cling to Wang Tao's coattails just like that beautiful woman. Although she was a minor celebrity, she felt ashamed when comparing herself to DMG Yukum. After all, she had just managed to solve the problem of not starving to death and was worried every day about earning just one more ration ticket. Ding Yukin, on the other hand, looked well-fed and even had time to dress up and apply makeup. Comparison is the thief of joy. When can I become a person like that? Sun Weiguang also couldn't bear the bloody scene, but he was envious and wanted to become someone with power. He needed to seize the opportunity to break through with Wang Tao's help. Once the execution was over, Ren Jai organized the crowd to leave the scene. After everyone had left, Wang Tao suddenly struck Cao Zhen's head with his knife. Squish! The head was instantly cleaved by Wang Tao, but the head was much harder than the neck, and the crafted mountain-opening knife's blade became instantly blunted. While some of the committee members were still in shock, a green crystal core suddenly burst forth, which Wang Tao caught in his hand. He had a zombie core. Wei Zhengguo spoke in surprise, and the others quickly gathered around. It's somewhat unexpected, yet it seems logical. Wang Tao muttered to himself while looking at the core in his hand. The reason he suspected Cao Zhen might have a crystal core was because after he killed Cao Zhen, not only did he receive a package, but he also gained an increase in his maximum HP. And it was a substantial addition of 50 HP, bringing Wang Tao's HP to 1,200/1,200 now. He only gained HP from killing special zombies that dropped cores, so Wang Tao had reason to believe that ability users might also drop crystal cores upon death, and his guess was indeed correct. However, this crystal core was slightly different from the other zombie cores. Level 1 Crystal Core Slime Spitter. Quality Rare 50%. Purity 50%. Side effects none. Slime Spitter consumes energy to vomit a large amount of white slime. The slime can stick to most objects, and the adhesion duration varies depending on the situation. This green core was something Wang Tao had never seen before, with a 50% rare quality. Wang Tao thought this might be a unique quality exclusive to human ability users. Of course, he wasn't certain yet, and would have the opportunity to experiment more in the future. However, the focus of this crystal core was not its quality, but its lack of side effects. It had no side effects at all. Wang Tao had come across many crystal cores by now, and he had only seen the lack of side effects in the self-destruct crystal cores. But since self-destruct cores were one-time use, it made sense for them to lack side effects. However, the slime spitter was not one-time use. Theoretically, it should have side effects. Wang Tao had reason to suspect that this might be related to the drop from an ability user. He immediately had a bold guess. Because the ability user absorbed the side effects of this core, the crystal core dropped without any side effects. If this was true, then that would be interesting. Conflicts between ability users were inevitable. Of course, the absence of side effects did not mean there were no impurities. This core still contained 50% internal impurity, so Wang Tao certainly would not undergo synthesis. After all, too much internal impurity could turn one into a zombie. Wang Tao, what's the success rate of merging with this crystal core? When you briefed us before, you didn't mention green cores, did you? Xiang Hongbum asked curiously, and the others all turned to Wang Tao as well. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tao replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the success rate of merging with this crystal core should be around 50%. So it's a 50-50 chance of success or failure." The rest of the group looked somewhat disappointed. Wang Tao had already educated them that zombie cores could have success rates of 60%, 80%, or even 100%. Although the best they had obtained was only 40%, this 50% didn't seem high. For those with bad luck, a 50% success rate wasn't fundamentally different from a 20% success rate, especially for someone like Xiang Hongbin, who had undergone several unsuccessful core mergers. Seeing the group's disappointment, Wang Tao smiled and said, "But this crystal core, oh no, I should drop the word zombie, this crystal core seems to have no side effects." "Ah, no side effects. No more worries about turning into a zombie." Lu Gang's eyes widened. No. Turning into a zombie is influenced by internal impurity, and this core still has impurities. What I mean by side effects are things like the glutton crystal core causing excessive obesity. Oh, I see. Well, that's still pretty good. Everyone's hopes were lifted once again. They had a glutton crystal core in their possession, but they dared not use it. It wasn't the accumulation of impurities they feared, but rather the terrible side effect of the glutton. It would make one's body increasingly obese, and the appetite would grow more and more. If there really were a glutton ability user, it was uncertain whether the base could even sustain them. Chapter 123, Ability, Slime Spitter 2. And without that side effect, isn't it safe to say that fusion could be carried out with ease? As for impurities and the like, they would only become a concern after a great number of crystal cores have been fused, so there's no need to worry for now. Wang Tao tossed the crystal core to Lu Gang. "You guys decide how to handle this crystal core. I won't get involved anyway, since there's a limited variety of crystal cores everyone can fuse with. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't fuse anymore," Wang Tao said with a smile. Indeed, he felt that at most he could only fuse with 1 or 2 different types of crystal cores, and he needed to be cautious with this opportunity. For instance, a self-healing crystal core wouldn't be half bad, or some other powerful ones. As for this slime spitter crystal core, well, Wang Tao found it somewhat beneath him. Previously, when interrogating Cao Zin, Wang Tao had forced him to use this ability. Wang Tao saw clearly that the ability was just like vomiting out the contents of one's stomach, utterly disgusting, and not even spraying very far. Moreover, Cao Zhen also confessed that he felt as uncomfortable as when vomiting every time he used the ability. Wang Tao wasn't without options. He could pursue better ones, so he didn't need this slime spitter. Are you sure you don't want it? Hong Bin stared at Wang Tao, his interest in the zombie core evident. I don't want it. Wang Tao shook his head. Well then, let's all help Wang Tao keep an eye out for the specific types of zombies he needs. If we come across any crystal cores that Wang Tao needs, we give him priority. What do you think? Zheng Guo looked around at everyone and said, No problem. That's how it should be. Everyone immediately agreed. Each person could only fuse with a limited variety of zombie crystal cores, and there's no need for anyone to hoard too many, so a reasonable allocation was the best solution at the moment. As for this crystal core, let's discuss it properly and decide who gets to use it. Of course, no matter who it goes to, the rest shouldn't be disheartened. There will be plenty more opportunities in the future. Zheng Guo spoke with a serious expression. Understood. Everyone nodded. After we decide who gets to use it, we'll need your help, Wang Tao, to take a look since we don't have the experience of successful fusion. Zheng Guo said to Wang Tao. Of course, no problem. Wang Tao agreed with a smile, curious to see what it looked like for others to fuse with crystal cores. His own experience had just been a sense of warmth throughout his body. However, Han Rui had told him that she slept for a long time when she fused with her crystal core. Wang Tao wasn't sure if Han Rui's experience was an isolated case or if he was the one who was different. So, if there was a chance, they definitely wanted to observe other people fusing with zombie crystal cores. Zheng Guo and the others left, leaving the soldiers to take care of the bodies on the ground. Let's go. Wang Tao called for Yu Qin to follow. After getting into the car, Wang Tao didn't rush back. Instead, he looked at the spoils of war from Cao Zhen and his two subordinates. Killing ordinary people would also yield loot, and naturally, so would killing ability users. The two subordinates of Cao Zhen dropped 2 ordinary crafting materials, but what Cao Zhen dropped was something Wang Tao had never seen before. Received Slime Grenade X5. Slime Grenade. Detonating it produces a large amount of white slime within a certain range. A total of 5 slime grenades. Despite being called grenades, they didn't resemble traditional ones, but rather looked like blobs of greenish-yellow vomit, which somehow seemed rather disgusting. From the description, the effect of these slime grenades appeared to be similar to the slime spitter ability. Did that not mean having the equivalent of 5 uses of the slime spitter ability? Even if it was disgusting, as long as it was useful, Wang Tao wasn't fussy about appearances. He did not mind. After returning home, Wang Tao brought out some targets and started practicing his throwing technique in the yard. As for his throwing technique, well, he had no technique. It was pure brute force. These slime grenades could come in handy later on, but only if he could throw them accurately. Therefore, learning how to throw properly was essential. And it wasn't just grenades he wanted to practice with. He also intended to practice throwing firefighter axes. Before becoming a committee member, he had exchanged all his contribution points for firefighter axes at the resource department, a total of 10. Now that he was a committee member with increased authority, he secured another 10 firefighter axes using his power. Aside from the hunter's personal axes, he reckoned that he must have acquired nearly all of the firefighter axes in the entire base. The reason for amassing so many axes was naturally because they were effective. For someone like him with great strength, an axe was perfect for hacking at zombies, so having several spares was prudent. Another reason was his desire to master the flying axe technique. After all, the ability to attack from a distance was much safer than close-range combat. Firearms were too loud, so silent ranged attacks were the best. especially when he heard that an ability user named Xiao Yang could easily use a steel bar like a javelin to snipe zombies from a distance. Wang Tao felt that if others could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. So for his daily training regimen, learning to throw would be crucial. He had great strength, which should give him an advantage in this area. He wasn't too demanding. He wasn't aiming to throw very far or with great precision, just to ensure his flying axe could hit a target at a distance of about 10 meters with 100% accuracy. In the evening, after finishing his training and dinner, Zheng Guo contacted him, asking him to come over for matters related to zombie core fusion. Wang Tao drove to the top floor of the comprehensive building, where the other 6 committee members were already waiting. "We've come to a decision. This crystal core will go to Feng Mingyan. What do you think?" Chapter 124, Ability, Slime Spitter 3. Wei Zhengguo saw Wang Tao coming and immediately spoke up. "I certainly don't have a problem with it." Wang Tao nodded with a smile. "All right, then it's decided." Although according to the rules, such matters only require the agreement of 5 people, and Wang Tao had expressed no interest in participating, Wang Tao was still there, so it was only proper to show him some respect. If Wang Tao had any opinions, they would take them into account. But I still have to tell you about the specifics we've discussed. First of all, as you mentioned before, we will try not to use white crystal cores when fusing in the future, since the success rate is too low. We have to start with at least blue crystal cores and save the white ones for later. Then there's the issue of who gets to use the crystal cores. There's no question about it, we committee members definitely have the highest priority. After all, in these apocalyptic times, strength is everything. Without it, you can't command respect. As for the order in which we committee members use the crystal cores, the result of our discussion is that those who go out to scavenge for supplies will use them first, followed by those who stay inside the base. The outside world is very dangerous, so self-protection abilities are necessary. This means that you, Wang Tao, me, Wei Zhengguo, Xiang Hongbin, Lu Gang, and Feng Mingyan have the highest priority. Ren Jai and Liu He are a little lower on the list, as they basically don't leave the base and are exposed to less danger. Now the situation is that you don't need this crystal core, and I'm injured and still in a wheelchair. Xiang Hongbin finds vomiting too disgusting, though I suspect it's because he doesn't trust his own luck. Lu Gang wants a zombie core that can directly increase combat capability. As for Feng Mingyan, he doesn't mind. So in the end, we've decided to let Feng Mingyan use it. After listening to Wei Zhengguo's explanation, Wang Tao nodded, finding it reasonable. Lu Gang took out the green slime spitter crystal core, which had been cleaned and had no traces of filth on it, with a mass of white slime slowly wriggling inside. Aside from Wang Tao, everybody else subconsciously swallowed their saliva. "Can I just eat it directly?" Feng Mingyan was a bit nervous and excited. Although they had all experimented with zombie cores before, this was after all a crystal core with a 50% chance of success without any side effects, so he was still nervous, afraid that he might mess something up. "Just eat it directly." Wang Tao nodded. After getting the affirmation from Wang Tao, the ability user, Feng Mingyan, didn't dawdle, picked up the crystal core, and directly popped it into his mouth. Glug! You don't need to chew crystal cores. They melt as soon as they enter the mouth. So sleepy. After eating the crystal core, Feng Mingyan felt his eyelids start to fight each other. Everyone turned to look at Wang Tao, who clapped his hands with a smile and then explained. "Looks like Commissioner Feng got lucky, with a 50% chance, and he won the gamble. If you experience symptoms like body heat or sleepiness after fusion, then it means it was successful. If there's no reaction, then it's a failure." Wang Tao had actually never seen what a failed fusion looked like, but there were people in the base like Xiang Hongbin who had used zombie cores, but he had no reaction at the time. So using him as a negative example would suffice. Hugh. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Feng Mingyan heard Wang Tao's words and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. and then promptly flopped down onto the table and began snoring. The other committee members also clapped enthusiastically. Haha, to actually succeed, this is a good start. Xiang Hongbin laughed loudly. Just as Wei Zhengguo had said, he didn't trust his own luck, so it was a great relief that Feng Mingyan succeeded. Next time, he wanted to get a core with a higher success rate. Exactly, this is indeed a good start. I hope each of us can become an ability user. Ren Jai added with a smile. So how long does Commissioner Feng need to sleep? Liu He looked at the sleeping Feng Mingyan, slightly concerned. Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to say exactly how long, but even if he sleeps for several days, there's no need to worry about him starving to death. There's plenty of energy in this core." Han Rui had slept for a long time when she fused with a core, and she didn't face any physical issues. That's good. Liu He was relieved. Next, Lu Gang and Ren Jai carried Feng Mingyan back to his home, and then arranged for someone to watch over him. They were to report if there was any movement. Feng Mingyan woke up sooner than Wang Tao had expected, the next morning, just as if he had had a normal night's sleep. Wang Tao and the others went to Feng Mingyan's house, and Wang Tao noticed he now had a 100-point mana bar. "Do you feel anything special?" Wei Zhengguo asked with some concern. Feng Mingyan touched his slightly pot-bellied stomach and said, "I always feel like there's something in my stomach, like I could vomit it out at any time, just like this, blarg." A large puddle of white vomit came out of Feng Mingyan, instantly covering the floor beneath his feet. A chair was directly covered in white slime. Wang Tao and the others sidestepped with some disgust, while Lu Gang quickly grabbed a broom from the corner and poked the chair, only to find it unmoved. Instead, the broom also got a bit stuck. "This is like super glue." Lu Gang was astonished. Wang Tao, on the other hand, was looking at Feng Mingyan's attributes. The act of vomiting had cost him 20 mana, meaning he could vomit up to 5 times in a short period. Cough, 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 that's a bit uncomfortable. Feng Mingyan covered his mouth, looking a bit distressed. The taste of vomit was unpleasant. Still, seeing the effect he had caused, he got excited again. "I am finally an ability user too." "Congratulations." Wang Tao congratulated him, then added, "How about we go test your ability's range and area of effect?" "Sure." The group went to the entrance, and Feng Mingyan exerted himself to his utmost and vomited fiercely towards the outside. Blarg! Seeing the vomit reach a distance of about 3 to 4 meters and form a puddle about 2 meters in diameter on the ground, Wang Tao nodded. "Looks good. With this ability, you could specifically hunt special zombies." Chapter 125, Killed Someone. Feng Mingyan wasn't highly skilled at using his slime spitter ability, and he also had to figure out how to overcome the uncomfortable feeling that came with vomiting. So he decided to practice more within the base before going out to hunt special zombies. But others were a bit more impatient, such as Lu Gang and Xiang Hongbin, who went straight out. Watching Feng Mingyan become an ability user, they were quite envious. Wang Tao was training at home and didn't join them. However, Wang Tao said if they encountered any special zombies that they couldn't handle, they could contact him directly. After all, those special zombies with crystal cores weren't so easy to come across. While Wang Tao was practicing with his flying axe at home, Sun Weiguang showed up again. Wang Tao was curious about his visit. Hadn't Han Rui told him about the video issue? Outside the commissioner's area, Sun Weiguang stood at the base of the wall sheltering from the rain, feeling uneasy in case Wang Tao wouldn't meet with him. Fortunately, after waiting for more than half an hour, a guard finally told him he could go in. Thank you, thank you." Sun Weiguang quickly expressed his gratitude. Arriving outside building number 8, Sun Weiguang straightened his clothes before knocking on the door. Click. The door opened, and the face of a beautiful woman appeared. "Sun Weiguang, right? Please come in." Ding Yukin stepped aside very politely to let him through. "Thank you." Sun Weiguang knew she was Commissioner Wang's woman. He didn't dare to look too much and quickly entered with his head down. After bringing Sun Weiguang inside, Ding Yukin went upstairs, and Wang Tao was waiting for him in the living room. "Good morning, Commissioner Wang." Sun Weiguang hurriedly greeted him. "What's the matter?" Wang Tao asked indifferently. You saved my wife, and I've always been at a loss for how to thank you properly. However, yesterday, something occurred to me. I have a friend who's a bow and arrows enthusiast. He has a lot of bows and arrows at home, and there's even a bow worth thousands of dollars. Bow and arrows. Upon hearing about bow and arrows, Wang Tao became interested. In certain situations, bow and arrows can be much more useful than guns. Of course, they also have a higher learning curve. Was Sun Weiguang offering him bow and arrows? Yes, bow and arrows. I think you would need them, and only someone like you would be worthy of using such weapons. Sun Weiguang immediately flattered him. Where are the bow and arrows? The bow and arrows are at his place. Seeing Wang Tao's expression turn sour in an instant, Sun Weiguang hurriedly continued. Commissioner Wang, I know his address. I'm not capable of going there myself, but with your strength, it would definitely be no problem. If you have nothing else, you can leave now. Wang Tao waved his hand with some impatience. Good grief, this Sun Weiguang actually dared to offer him pie in the sky. He had seen too many of these tricks in society and was already immune to them. Even if there really was such a bow and arrows, wouldn't the owner use them himself? Would he really just leave them at home waiting for Wang Tao to come and get them? Fearing that Wang Tao might kick him out, Sun Weiguang hurriedly explained anxiously. No, Commissioner Wang, there might be a misunderstanding. My friend got infected. We talked on the phone during the virus outbreak. By that time, he was already infected, and his bow and arrows are all at his place. He told me he was about to die and asked me to take his things to use, but I didn't dare to go. Hearing this, Wang Tao's frown relaxed a little. If what Sun Weiguang said was true, then it might indeed be something to look forward to. Where's the address? It's at. Sun Weiguang didn't dare to hide anything and quickly gave a specific address. Wang Tao memorized the address silently and then spoke. All right, I got it. Is there anything else? Although it was the second time he asked Sun Weiguang if there was anything else, this time Wang Tao's expression wasn't as stern as before, though he still wasn't smiling. Seeing Wang Tao's attitude softening a bit, Sun Weiguang eagerly took the opportunity. There's one more small favor I'd like to ask of you. Go on. That is, I want to change my job. Personally, I don't think I'm quite cut out for farming. Sun Weiguang looked somewhat pained. In Shui's base, everyone had to work, and his job was digging and farming. That job was secured for him by Han Rui. Although it was tiring, the work was safe, and importantly, it provided 2 to 3 ration tickets per day. Many jobs only yield 1 ration ticket a day, so work that gives more than 2 tickets definitely counted as well paid. But Sun Weiguang was finding it hard to cope. He had never farmed in his life, let alone done heavy manual labor. Having him farm was asking too much of him. Had it been before he arrived at the base, he would have been willing to do anything, even shovel manure, if it meant getting security. But now that he had arrived at the base and attained safety, he felt that he wasn't suited for farming, or rather, he wasn't suited for any kind of physical labor. He was better suited for work that required using his brain. Unfortunately, Han Rui refused to change his job. She claimed she didn't have the authority, but Sun Weiguang didn't believe her, thinking it was just her excuse. He was convinced that Han Rui must have found out about his affair with Oh Yingying. Especially these past 2 days, Han Rui's mental state seemed off, sometimes staring into space. Sun Weiguang asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't say, and her complexion looked very grim, especially the way she looked at him. It was a sad and disappointed gaze. Chapter 126, Killed Someone Too. Sun Weiguang was now certain that Han Rui had definitely discovered his affair with Oh Yingying. After all, Ever since he arrived at the base, he had rushed to see Yingying whenever he had the chance and had never once sought out Han Rui. It was no surprise that Han Rui had found out something. Although Sun Weiguang didn't know why Han Rui didn't just confront him directly, he knew he could no longer rely on her. And with Han Rui's old leader dead, her current power probably wasn't as great as before. Moreover, Han Rui still had a pretty good relationship with Wang Tao, so before Han Rui confronted him, he had to cling to Wang Tao's coattails as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Han Rui confronted him or even abandoned him, he would truly be without any support. Sun Weiguang also knew that Wang Tao was a commissioner with plenty of resources, so it was extremely difficult to forge a relationship with him. He racked his brains and finally remembered the matter of bow and arrows. The reason it only occurred to him now was that he had previously known he had no ability to obtain the bow and arrows and had subconsciously ignored this matter. Over the past few days, he heard that the soldiers venturing outside were afraid to fire their guns, mentioning some extremely fast zombies outside. He felt that Wang Tao would probably need these bows and arrows, so he came today to try his luck and see if Wang Tao was interested. When Wang Tao asked him to leave the address, it indicated at least that he was interested. At that moment, Wang Tao asked him if there was anything else, and he hurriedly brought up the matter of changing jobs. If he wasn't thick-skinned now, he wouldn't have any chance later. Changing jobs isn't something I'm responsible for. I'm afraid I can't help you. Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders. Sun Weiguang's face suddenly stiffened. He knew this was Wang Tao's responsibility. It was member Ren Jai's. But Wang Tao was also a commissioner, so a simple greeting should suffice. It seemed the information about the bows wasn't enough to get him a new job. Sun Weiguang was very disappointed in his heart. Wang Tao gave him the feeling similar to those he had encountered before the apocalypse, who took money without getting the job done. Of course, he also knew his news was unverified and therefore not highly valuable. Sun Weiguang dared not show any hint of disappointment on his face, for he still had a chance and couldn't afford to offend Wang Tao at this point. Do you have anything else? This was the third time Wang Tao had asked him. Sun Weiguang quickly got up. I have nothing else, so I won't disturb Commissioner Wang any longer. Wang Tao nodded lightly. After leaving the commissioner's area, Sun Weiguang pondered all the way what to offer Wang Tao next time. Clinging to powerful legs wasn't so easy after all. Ouch! Walking with his head down, Sun Weiguang didn't notice his umbrella colliding with another, drenching the other person with the water from his umbrella. Can't you watch where you're going? Oh, sorry. Sun Weiguang instinctively wanted to curse, but when he looked up, he saw that there were 5 people, all women, and he was alone without Han Rui by his side, so he immediately chickened out. Really, some people just don't watch where they go. The woman he bumped into was voluptuous and glared at Sun Weiguang with malice. She was holding onto another woman who looked even more attractive. Sun Weiguang didn't recognize the voluptuous woman, but he had some impression of the more attractive woman next to her. She seemed to be a minor celebrity, called Huozi. If it had been peacetime, Sun Weiguang would have argued back no matter what. But now, in the post-apocalyptic world, not to mention the possibility of being beaten, Han Rui was responsible for managing such disputes. If she came over, it would be very embarrassing for him. My mistake. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him, so Sun Weiguang hastily apologized again. Let's just hurry on, Huozi pulled her companion. HMPH. After a snort, the companion didn't continue to make trouble and quickly walked away with Huozi. Sun Weiguang didn't care too much initially, but the words they said as they left suddenly made him pause. Sister, you just need to be bold. What man doesn't like a beauty unless he's a eunuch? And Commissioner Wang is clearly not one, he's too macho. If you dress up and throw yourself at him, do you think Commissioner Wang would refuse? Definitely not. Then you'll have successfully clung to the commissioner's coattails. We're all waiting to live the good life with you. If you're too shy, sister will go with you. I guarantee we'll sweep Commissioner Wang off his feet." Hearing their voices fade away, Sun Weiguang felt disdainful. "Heh, a bunch of cheap women so shameless." But he quickly shook his head. "That's the advantage of women, especially pretty women. Pity, I'm not a woman. Wait, pretty women." Sun Weiguang's expression suddenly changed, as he seemed to think of something. "Commissioner Wang, Han Rui requests to see you." Hearing the voice from the intercom, Wang Tao felt a bit speechless. Had Sun Weiguang and Han Rui coordinated this? She arrived right after his front foot stepped out. But Han Rui was definitely not the same as Sun Weiguang. To him, Sun Weiguang was useless, but Han Rui was a capable ability user that Wang Tao was also willing to befriend. "Let her in." It wasn't long before Han Rui, holding an umbrella, entered. She looked worse compared to 2 days before, with red eyes and faint dark circles. Chapter 127, Killed Someone 3. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Rui asked somewhat anxiously, "Wang Tao, have you found out who went to my office that day?" "Well, I did find out. I've even approached the person." "Who is it?" Hope appeared on Han Rui's face. No matter what, Sun Weiguang was her husband, and she really did not want Sun Weiguang to be cast out. "But the person has asked me not to tell you who it is. They said that unless you tell me what exactly is going on, it's difficult for me since both parties are acquaintances. Speaking of which, what exactly is going on with you? Is there something you can't tell?" A look of difficulty, mixed with curiosity, crossed Wang Tao's face. "What?" Hearing Wang Tao's words, Han Rui was a bit stunned. Then she shook her head repeatedly. "I can't say, I cannot say." If she said it, Sun Weiguang would be finished. "Then I can't help you. We're all friends. I can't betray someone else for you, can I?" Wang Tao spoke with a hint of helplessness. He admitted he was somewhat enjoying teasing her. But hey, teasing people was pretty interesting. The hesitation was apparent on Han Rui's face as she hung her head, her gaze flickering. After a moment, she lifted her head again as if she had made a significant decision. "Then I'll tell you, I hope you—" "Oh, forget it." Han Rui shook her head, then lowered it slightly and said in a heavy tone, "Before I came to the base, I once saved a few survivors. During one operation, we were cornered by zombies upstairs. To escape the zombies' attack, I pushed 2 survivors off the building. They successfully drew the zombies' attention, and then we managed to escape. I'm sorry for them. Woo woo." And all this was recorded on video by a hidden survivor. Roman 2 II. Wang Tao looked at Han Rui with some shock. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the one who had taken the video, he might have believed her. This Han Rui actually took the blame for abandoning her comrades upon herself. Was her relationship with her husband really that good? So good that she'd be willing to die for him? Wang Tao felt that Sun Weiguang's attitude towards Han Rui wasn't very good. As for Han Rui's feelings towards Sun Weiguang, it was hard for him to tell. Could she be a pathetic admirer of her husband? "I intended to keep it hidden, but I suppose that person wants to negotiate with me. I reckon I can no longer stay in the base. I just want to meet that person and ask them to delete the video. As for me, considering the hard work I've put in for the base, if not merits then at least efforts, I hope you can let me off, and I will leave the base on my own." Han Rui's tone was very downcast. This was the best solution she could think of. She took the blame upon herself, then begged Wang Tao for mercy, asking the committee not to punish her. After that, she would leave the base and never come back. After all, no matter what, Sun Weiguang was her lawful husband. Even if their relationship had soured, she didn't want Sun Weiguang to die. As a wife, she would at least have done her duty to Sun Weiguang. If Sun Weiguang were to leave, he would face certain death. But if she went out, she still had a good chance of surviving. Of course, there was another problem, which was whether the person who recorded the video would make it public. Han Rui had no control over this. She could only take it one step at a time. After his initial shock, Wang Tao spoke playfully. Han Rui, are you sure you betrayed 2 comrades? If this is true and someone has evidence, even if I speak up for you, you won't be able to stay in the base. I'm sure. Han Rui dared not look into Wang Tao's eyes. She wasn't someone who was good at lying, and she feared Wang Tao would see through her. It's your business, and I don't want to meddle too much. How about this? I'll schedule a time for you. Come to me tomorrow night. The two of you can meet and talk. Yes, thank you, thank you. Han Rui instantly expressed her gratitude to Wang Tao with a relieved face. Watching Han Rui's despondent departure, Wang Tao felt somewhat troubled. It was a shame that someone so utterly devoted to Sun Weiguang couldn't become part of his team. But soon Wang Tao shook his head. Forget it, I'll confront her tomorrow night. As for what she does, that's her business. The reason Wang Tao didn't directly talk to Han Rui about this matter was that he didn't want their relationship to turn sour. After all, Han Rui's ability was very impressive and could be a significant help to Wang Tao when hunting zombies in the future. But since Han Rui was so frustrating, let it be. Could he, Wang Tao, really lack just one team member? It was just a zombie core with perception ability. He was sure to come across it eventually. That evening, right after having dinner, Sun Weiguang came over again. This made Wang Tao frown slightly. Were this couple teaming up to bother him? Wang Tao didn't want to deal with Sun Weiguang. He was planning to discuss life with his sister-in-law. However, Sun Weiguang sent a message through the guard, saying he had something good to offer Wang Tao, even better than what he had mentioned in the morning. Better than the news about the bow and arrows. This piqued Wang Tao's interest. Well then, let's meet and see. It won't waste more than a few minutes. Upon meeting Sun Weiguang again, he had still nothing in his hands. He spoke to Wang Tao with a bit of secrecy. Commissioner Wang, I have prepared the item for you. Come with me. All right, I'm curious to see what you have. If it doesn't satisfy me, you will definitely be satisfied. Wang Tao followed Sun Weiguang out, and then drove with him to an apartment complex. After getting out of the car, Sun Weiguang led Wang Tao back to his home. Wang Tao was somewhat puzzled. What good thing did Sun Weiguang have that he couldn't bring out and had to keep at home? Sun Weiguang opened the bedroom door. Commissioner Wang, this is the gift I have prepared for you. Seeing the scene inside, Wang Tao was dumbfounded. On the large bed in the bedroom lay a woman in pajamas on her side. The woman's eyes were closed, her face flushed, her forehead slightly sweaty, and her body twisted unnaturally as if she was uncomfortable. This woman was none other than Sun Weiguang's wife, Han Rui. Chapter 128, Superiority. What do you mean by this? Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. Commissioner Wang, you saved my wife. I don't have much to thank you with. If you don't mind, feel free to rest here. After Sun Weiguang said this, his old face also blushed. But then he thought, Han Rui must have already found out about him and Yingying, and he couldn't rely on Han Rui for a living anymore. So why not take advantage of the fact that he and Han Rui were still living under the same roof and have Han Rui help him one last time? Han Rui loved her so much, she would surely fulfill his wish. Wang Tao had only seen the plot of offering one's wife in literary works. This was his first encounter with it in reality, and he was somewhat at a loss. After all, he was a decent man. Are you sure you want your wife to sleep with me? Wang Tao frowned and asked. Sure. Sun Weiguang nodded vigorously. You won't even ask your wife's opinion? Wang Tao asked again. No need to ask, I'm the head of the household. Sun Weiguang said, lifting his head high. What if your wife resists? Impossible, I drugged her. She won't be able to resist, and she won't remember anything when she wakes up. You just use her with peace of mind. This was what he exchanged for, with many of Han Rui's ration tickets from other survivors. Wang Tao was utterly speechless, meeting such a scumbag for the first time. Han Rui really should have seen better. Luckily, the person who came today was him. If it were someone with impure intentions, Han Rui's innocence would have been ruined. Han Rui suddenly let out a pained moan from the bed. Seeing this, Sun Weiguang hurriedly said, "Ahem, Commissioner Wang, the drug I used was a bit strong. You'd better hurry up, otherwise she'll hurt her body. I'll wait outside." Without giving Wang Tao the chance to refuse, Sun Weiguang quickly ran out the door and thoughtfully closed it behind him. Wang Tao shook his head speechlessly, then walked to the bedside. He was not the kind of person to take advantage of others in difficulty. He just wanted to see how Han Rui really was. But seeing Han Rui's expression, Wang Tao paused. Because Han Rui's eyes were open, her face flushed, yet filled with tears. "Han Rui, can you hear me? If you can, blink once," Wang Tao whispered. Han Rui stared intently at Wang Tao, eyes brimming with tears, then she blinked once. "So it seems you heard everything." Han Rui blinked again. Wang Tao shrugged. "Good that you heard it. This has nothing to do with me. It's all your husband's doing." Han Rui blinked once more. "These so-called drugs should be okay after a while, right? If not, shall we see a doctor?" Wang Tao tentatively asked. Han Rui did not blink this time, but after a long wait, she finally opened her mouth. Wang Tao leaned closer to hear what she was trying to say. Suddenly, Han Rui reached out and weakly embraced Wang Tao's neck. In despair, she closed her eyes and tears fell from the corners. "I feel terrible. Help me." An hour later, Han Rui, with disheveled hair, lay on Wang Tao's chest, her eyes swollen and her gaze hollow and confused. The helpful Wang Tao clutched a cigarette for after the act but didn't light it. He didn't smoke, he just wanted the feeling. Then Wang Tao gently brushed Han Rui's hair from her forehead, revealing her pale, pitiful little face. "What do you plan to do?" After a long silence, Han Rui finally murmured, "I want to die, but I survived with so much difficulty. I can't die. I don't hate you, I hate him. But I don't know what to do." "Don't know? Then leave it to me to take care of it." Wang Tao hadn't finished speaking when Han Rui interrupted him. "No, I'll deal with it myself." Seeing Han Rui's confused look, Wang Tao wasn't sure she could handle it well. However, he chose to respect her decision. "Okay." Wang Tao nodded, then stood up to get dressed. Han Rui just watched Wang Tao without saying a word. After dressing, Wang Tao considerately covered Han Rui with the blanket, gently wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes, and then pushed the door open and left the room. As soon as Wang Tao left, Han Rui buried her head in the blanket and cried bitterly, but her tears were all dried up, and she couldn't cry anymore. Outside, seeing Wang Tao finally come out, Sun Weiguang heaved a sigh of relief. More than an hour, is that a normal amount of time? Could his wife endure such a toll? "Ahem, Commissioner Wang, are you satisfied with my wife?" Sun Weiguang asked softly. At this moment he himself felt a bit shameless, but thinking that Han Rui would abandon him anyway, and that he used her to exchange for his position, he felt it was worth it. Wang Tao glanced at him and said nothing. He was very satisfied. Han Rui and Ding Yukin were completely different styles. But such matters were better kept to oneself, no need to share with others. It's not like he could tell Sun Weiguang that his wife was great. Seems like it wouldn't be wrong to say that. Seeing Wang Tao's silence, Sun Weiguang didn't mind. If Wang Tao wasn't satisfied, he certainly wouldn't have stayed inside for more than an hour. "I'll be going back now. As for the matter of changing jobs, I'll think about it." Wang Tao left with big strides, showing no signs of longing. "Take care, do visit whenever you're free." Sun Weiguang beamed with joy as he saw Wang Tao downstairs, then hurried back home. Seeing that Han Rui was still sleeping soundly in the bedroom, he withdrew, then left the house directly. Chapter 129, Superiority 2. Go to Yingying's place. Only in Yingying's company could he find the self-confidence of being a man. The next day, Wang Tao looked at his visibly improved flying axe-throwing technique and was quite satisfied with himself. His body strengthening had a hidden ability that wasn't limited to ordinary exercises. Practices like throwing objects also received certain enhancements. After training for this period, he wouldn't claim to hit the mark every time, but at least his mid and short-range throws were accurate. Gone were the embarrassing moments when he aimed for the leg but hit the hand instead. Now he could barely claim to know how to use the flying axe. However, as good as the flying axe is, I feel like it still falls short compared to bow and arrows. He had a limited number of firefighter axes, and he couldn't possibly carry too many at once. But with bow and arrows, it was different. At least he could carry a quiver of arrows, and it should be more energy efficient. As for the lethality, modern bow and arrows should not be lacking, especially the one Sun Wang mentioned that his friend had, which was quite expensive. It should be of good quality. I'll see when I have time to go there in the next couple of days. Wang Tao mused, stroking his chin. The place Sun Wang had talked about was slightly far from the base, but it was only about 5 or 6 kilometers. The distance from Happy Community to Shui's base was about the same, and he had arrived successfully. For him, this distance was certainly dangerous, but where wasn't dangerous in this post-apocalyptic world? As long as it wasn't some particularly lethal danger, it would be fine. Wang Tao continued to practice the flying axe at home. He planned to train for one more day. Tomorrow, he could go out and test his skill. Evening. Han Rui arrived at Wang Tao's place as promised. She actually didn't want to come because she didn't know how to face Wang Tao. Even though it was all Sun Wang's doing and Wang Tao didn't do it intentionally, the fact was that it had happened. She and Wang Tao had indeed become intimate, and her husband was listening right outside the door every time she thought about it. She felt so ashamed she wished she could crawl into a hole. But she wanted to know who had taken those videos. As for the thought of taking the blame for Sun Wang, Han Rui was suddenly wavering again. She had always known Sun Wang's flaws but had still been willing to accommodate him. After all, everyone has flaws. She had hers too. They were unavoidable, and they were husband and wife, meant to spend the rest of their lives together. If she couldn't tolerate each other's flaws, their future together wouldn't work out. But she never expected that, after doing so much for Sun Wang, even being willing to leave the base to give him a better life, he would offer her up to another man for the sake of his own future. Han Rui was truly disappointed and angry, yet she didn't know how to deal with Sun Wang. She had always been doing good deeds and the right things for so many years, but she had never encountered such betrayal by someone so close, and she didn't know how to resolve it. "You're here, take a seat." Wang Tao invited Han Rui to sit opposite him. Han Rui had always been a very confident person, not dodging eye contact even in front of council members. But now, let alone meeting Wang Tao's gaze, she hardly dared to voluntarily look at him. Her feelings for Wang Tao were complicated. He had first been her savior, for which she felt profound gratitude. Later, fighting alongside him, she saw him as a teammate she could rely on with her back turned. Now, after their unexpected intimate encounter, she really didn't know what to do, but strangely, she didn't dislike Wang Tao. "How did you resolve it?" Wang Tao asked with some curiosity. His question about resolution naturally referred to the incident of Sun Wang drugging her. I haven't spoken to him at all." Han Rui started, somewhat awkwardly. She had never run away from anything before, thinking evasion was shameful. But now she had chosen to evade, and although evasion might be shameful, it really worked. "Not speaking to him, that's it." Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. Was this her plan for handling it herself? Wang Tao's counter-question made Han Rui feel even more awkward. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. "That person, did they come?" Instead of answering directly, Wang Tao said, "Is what you told me yesterday true? Did you really frame 2 teammates and then it was caught on camera?" "Yes," Han Rui replied, her head lowered. "Look up at me," Wang Tao commanded abruptly. Han Rui instinctively lifted her head, and those slightly swollen eyes looked at Wang Tao. Then, Unexpectedly, she noticed that Wang Tao seemed handsomer than she remembered. But after barely 3 seconds, Han Rui avoided his gaze again. I'm going to ask you again, is everything you told me yesterday true? Don't rush your answer. Take your time to think about what has happened recently. Then look into my eyes and answer me. We've been through life and death together, and I don't want to be deceived. Han Rui seemed torn, clenching and unclenching her small fists. Meanwhile, Wang Tao waited quietly, not urging her in any way. After what seemed like a long time, Han Rui suddenly took a deep breath, seeming to collapse inward but feeling much more relaxed at the same time. She lifted her head, bravely met Wang Tao's eyes, and then began apologetically. Chapter 130, Superiority 3. I'm sorry I deceived you. The truth is, I didn't murder our teammates. It was Sun Waiguang. Han Rui narrated the events exactly as they had happened, even taking out her phone to show the video to Wang Tao. Wang Tao didn't look at the phone. Instead, he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, that's the Han Rui I know. You believe me? Han Rui was somewhat incredulous. Her explanation sounded like she was trying to pass the buck. Normally, the listener would ask detailed questions or want to see her phone, but Wang Tao did none of that. He just believed her. Han Rui suddenly felt touched. Although her husband was reluctant to believe her, there were still people who did. But the feeling of being moved came and went quickly, because she then heard Wang Tao say, "Of course I believe you, since I was the one who took the video." T11. Han Rui was stunned and then quickly said, "Wait, what you just said? It wasn't that you saw the video, but that you took it yourself." Wang Tao nodded, confessing, "Yes, I took it. I was there at the water plant, hiding in the highest crumbling building. Black Square I-11. If it were Sun Waiguang hearing this, he probably would have complained why Wang Tao didn't help them. But Han Rui wasn't her useless husband. She was silent for a moment, then she spoke with a hint of surprise. "We almost went to that building. Maybe we could have met earlier." Han Rui cut off mid-sentence as if she had just thought of something and hurriedly added, "Doesn't that mean you knew me already? So, when we met for the second time at the commercial street, the reason you saved me?" "Exactly, it was because I had seen you before and knew of your character. I thought you were worth saving, so I saved you. If it had been your useless husband, I wouldn't have saved him." Wang Tao lied without even a blush. When he saved Han Rui, her good character was indeed a reason, but another was that she was an ability user, and he was curious about what other ability users were like. Moreover, it was convenient for him at the time, but these were all white lies, harmless. Hearing this, Han Rui flushed slightly, not with shyness but embarrassment. Because before today, she had lied to Wang Tao. As for Wang Tao calling her husband a waste, Han Rui instinctively ignored it, for she had already come to terms with that fact. "How did you leave then?" Han Rui asked, curious. "I had a car. I just drove away. A small number of zombies couldn't catch me. If you had waited a bit longer until I lured the zombies away with my car, you wouldn't have had to pay the price of 2 teammates' lives to survive," Wang Tao answered, somewhat painfully. Returning to the subject made Han Rui feel miserable. What was more agonizing was that Wang Tao clearly knew everything but pretended not to, leaving her feeling like a clown. Han Rui's gaze at Wang Tao carried a trace of reproach. "Why didn't you just tell me directly? You even made up a person." "Because I wasn't sure whether you would cover for Sun Waiguang or not. Telling the truth might have worsened our relationship. It turns out I was right. Indeed, you protected Sun Waiguang." Han Rui felt so awkward she could almost dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. With her foot in embarrassment. "So what do you want to do with Sun Waiguang?" Han Rui now directly referred to her husband by his name. "This matter is only known to you, me, and the 2 Sun Waiguangs. It doesn't affect me as long as you don't speak of it. As long as they don't cause trouble later, then I can pretend I don't know." Wang Tao spoke indifferently. The survivor base needed stability. As long as there was stability, there wasn't much problem. There were surely more things like what Sun Wang did, they just hadn't been exposed. Wang Tao had seen the files managed by Ren Jai, which listed some of the bad things some people at the base had done. As long as it wasn't related to the base, as long as it didn't harm the interests of the base, and as long as it didn't get exposed, there was no great issue. After all, the base was in dire need of workers. If we only accept good people without a single blemish, then there's no point in keeping this base open. We might as well shut it down because we can hardly gather a few people. In the apocalypse, where can you find absolutely good people? Thank you. Hearing Wang Tao's response, Han Rui expressed her gratitude. Although she no longer wanted to deal with Sun Wang's affairs and even wanted to draw a clear line with him, Wang Tao's reluctance to get involved was partly out of consideration for her, so it was only proper for her to thank him. Do you have any other business? If not, come and have dinner at my place. Wang Tao got up and sat down next to Han Rui, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as he spoke. Han Rui, however, jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Wang Tao, please behave yourself. Watching Han Rui's face flush red as blood in an instant, Wang Tao was taken aback. Last night was out of necessity. Can we just pretend that nothing happened? Seeing Wang Tao staring at her, Han Rui quickly added. Pretend nothing happened. I can't forget how you insisted on being on top. Wang Tao teased somewhat. You stop it. Seeing Han Rui's embarrassed face, even with tears sparkling in her eyes, Wang Tao shook his head with a smile. Fine, let's pretend nothing happened. Thank you. Then Wang Tao spoke again. By the way, I need to go out tomorrow, and you should come with me. To scavenge for supplies. You could say that. Han Rui felt tempted. She truly didn't want to deal with the trivialities of the base anymore. The outside world was dangerous, but if she were with Wang Tao, the risk would definitely be much lower. Yet, her relationship with Wang Tao was currently rather ambiguous. Han Rui was torn. Since she didn't refuse right away, it meant she wanted to go. So Wang Tao spoke again. Let's settle on that then. Wait for me at the comprehensive building tomorrow. Okay. In the end, Han Rui nodded. Stay for dinner. Wang Tao invited her again. No, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Han Rui waved her hands in refusal. It wasn't that she minded getting a free meal, but mainly because there was another woman in Wang Tao's house. Although she was unclear about this woman's status, it was apparent that she was very close to Wang Tao. Staying there would be awkward. Watching Han Rui's retreating figure, Wang Tao's face broke into a smile as he perhaps thought of something. Han Rui left. Weren't you going to ask her to stay for dinner? At that moment, Ding Yukin walked over. She never disturbed Wang Tao when he was discussing matters. She had seen Han Rui leave from upstairs before coming down. Yes, she had some business and left first. Wang Tao briefly explained, then suddenly looked at Ding Yukin and said, I think Han Rui is quite a decent person. Sister-in-law, when you're free, you could try interacting with her. I think you two could become friends. No problem. Ding Yukin was slightly startled, but then nodded eagerly. Wang Tao seldom praised people. His praise for Han Rui meant she must have had some exceptional qualities. Chapter 130, 1 Corrosive Acid Rain. Wang Tao had planned to go out with Han Rui today, but because a torrential downpour had started last night, he decided to cancel the trip. Although the rain could interfere with the zombies' perception, heavy rain could also affect people's movements and senses. It could even pose a life-threatening risk, as excessive rain might lead to flooding disasters. So for the sake of safety, Wang Tao decided to postpone for a day. After Han Rui received the message from Wang Tao, she also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really not comfortable being alone with Wang Tao, although she knew he would likely invite her again later. But for now, delaying it by a day was one less day to worry about. As a committee member, Wang Tao didn't have specific duties, and he wasn't inclined to worry about the development of the base, so he had quite a bit of free time when he was there. His plans for today consisted of eating, exercising, sleeping, and playing games with his sister-in-law. He wouldn't even need to leave the house, living the life of a post-apocalyptic homebody. However, as Wang Tao was exercising, Ding Yukin's exclamation suddenly came from upstairs. "Wang Tao, come quick and look." Wang Tao went to the second floor. Ding Yukin was behind the sliding door to the balcony, pointing at something on the balcony. Following her gaze, Wang Tao's eyes narrowed instantly. "Is that green vine?" On the balcony, several pots of green vine were placed, as the plant enjoyed the rain, so Ding Yukin hadn't brought them inside. But now the vines had grown significantly, their leaves as big as lotus leaves. "It is green vine, but how did it get so big?" Ding Yukin said incredulously. The plants had grown larger before, but at a slower pace, nothing as noticeable as this. These green vines had grown so much overnight. And it wasn't just the vines. Looking outside, Wang Tao noticed the chives in the yard had also grown larger, about 2 or 3 times their previous size. Wang Tao's eyebrows knitted tightly together. In these apocalyptic times, such occurrences weren't necessarily good news. He slid open the glass door and stretched his hand into the rain. After a moment of keen sensation, Wang Tao quickly withdrew his hand, his expression somewhat grim. "This rain is strange. It feels very uncomfortable." It wasn't just a psychological discomfort. Most importantly, Wang Tao noticed that he was losing HP. About 1 drop per minute. "What's wrong with you, Wang Tao?" Ding Yukin, seeing Wang Tao's troubled expression, immediately asked with concern. "This rain, it's toxic." Wang Tao could not explain in detail, mainly because he was unsure of the cause himself, so he offered a simple explanation. "Toxic?" Ding Yukin was startled and quickly tugged at Wang Tao's arm, pulling him back into the room. "Then don't touch the rain." Feeling Ding Yukin's concern, Wang Tao shook his head. "You don't have to worry too much, sister-in-law. The toxicity isn't severe, we just need to avoid prolonged contact." Wang Tao looked at his hand again, but saw no signs of wounds or other problems. "Don't go out until the rain stops, sister-in-law." "Okay." Wang Tao and Ding Yukin closed all doors and windows in the house, and then he contacted the other committee members to inform them that the rain was toxic. Wang Tao had no idea what the situation with the rain causing HP loss was all about, whether it was a fixed rate of 1 drop per minute, whether the HP loss would start slowly and increase over time, or if the HP loss only occurred upon initial contact but then stopped. All these possibilities existed, so without further testing, Wang Tao couldn't say how toxic the rain was. After communicating with the other committee members, he discovered that the rain wasn't just toxic. "This rain seems to be corrosive. After my car was left out overnight, the exterior has rusted. The flowers and plants I planted in front of my door, some have grown larger, but others have withered as if they were sprayed with pesticide. A soldier reported to me that the zombies outside seem to be rotting even more." After exchanging information for a while, everyone couldn't decide whether the rain was a blessing or a curse. They could only wait and see after it stopped. Then Ren Jai began broadcasting throughout the base. Some fixed areas within the base were equipped with loudspeakers used to receive information from the committee. The volume of the loudspeakers wasn't loud, but with people nearby who could relay the messages to others, a base-wide broadcast could be achieved. Ren Jai notified all survivors to stay indoors and not to go out, to try not to get rained on, as the rain seemed problematic. As for the specifics, such as it being toxic or corrosive, Ren Jai didn't mention these guesses. Wang Tao thought Ren Jai had forgotten to mention the details, but soon realized he had underestimated the situation. The rain was getting heavier, and water was beginning to accumulate in the base. To drain this water, they needed to organize a workforce. Ren Jai then began instructing survivors to put on raincoats and start draining the water. We can't tell them the rain is toxic for the moment. If they refuse to drain the water out of fear, our base might be at risk of flooding. Renjai explained. Everyone, including Wang Tao, fell silent. Though it might sound unethical, as the saying goes, a kind man cannot be a good official. Renjai made this decision considering the overall welfare of the base, so there was nothing wrong with it. When organizing hands for draining the water, someone needed to supervise, and Wang Tao himself, clad in a raincoat, took charge. Considering the rain's corrosive nature, Wang Tao didn't drive his own car. He owned 2 vehicles, an electric SUV and a diesel pickup, but both were parked in an indoor garage and had not been exposed to the rain. Chapter 132, Corrosive Acid Rain 2. There were actually quite a few vehicles inside the base, and Wang Tao directly requisitioned an off-road vehicle from a staff member on duty. The other committee members had gone ahead, and before Wang Tao set off, he first went to the teacher's apartments. When Wang Tao entered the teacher's apartment building, he happened to see Sun Weiguang holding a walkie-talkie and talking to someone. Wang Tao called out to him. "Sun Weiguang, where is your wife Han Rui?" Startled by the shout, Sun Weiguang saw Wang Tao and subconsciously replied. She's at home." "Okay." Without another word, Wang Tao headed up. Sun Weiguang opened his mouth, but didn't know whether he should go home or not. Although he was still living with Han Rui, they had been sleeping separately for some time. Han Rui hardly talked to him and was very indifferent, treating him like an ordinary roommate. At times, Sun Weiguang still felt a bit upset. After all, Han Rui was his wife and they had lived together for some time, but now they were like strangers. They had agreed on a medicine that would leave no memory of their affair, but everything backfired when Han Rui found out everything. Fake drugs hurt people. However, most of the time, Sun Weiguang enjoyed the peace and quiet. If he hadn't been unable to apply for a house, he might have already moved out and lived with Yingying. Han Rui, hearing the door open, thought it was Sun Weiguang, so she didn't pay much attention. Not until she felt a tall shadow block the light from the window. Han Rui looked up and was startled. What are you doing here?" Wang Tao frowned immediately. "What kind of attitude is that, Han Rui? As a member of the base committee, I personally arranged work for you, and you're not welcoming me." "No, I mean..." Han Rui wanted to explain but couldn't seem to find the right words. She just sighed, head lowered. "Commissioner Wang, just order me whatever task you have." Wang Tao wasn't really angry, he was just teasing her. So, he said with a smile, "You'll accompany me to supervise others in draining water, and I need you to use your perception ability for something." "Understood." After Han Rui put on her raincoat, they both left. As Wang Tao opened the door, Sun Weiguang, who had been leaning against it, almost fell headlong. "What are you doing?" Wang Tao was exasperated. "Cough, cough, I just lost my footing." Sun Weiguang hurriedly explained in embarrassment. Han Rui didn't even glance at Sun Weiguang and walked straight out. After Han Rui had gone downstairs, Wang Tao followed her, but not without giving Sun Weiguang a look and saying, "You have some unique hobbies." Once they both had left, Sun Weiguang quickly went inside and sniffed the air in the room. Really did nothing. Sun Weiguang couldn't understand why he felt inexplicably disappointed. After Wang Tao and Han Rui got into the vehicle, he turned to her and said, "I want you to perception sense those overgrown plants." "Overgrown plants?" Han Rui was a bit puzzled as she hadn't noticed any food plants growing unusually large. But when Wang Tao deliberately drove next to some overgrown plants, Han Rui's eyes widened. They're so big." Looking at the bushes that had obviously grown much larger, Han Rui exclaimed in disbelief. "Use your ability and sense if there is anything special about these plants." Han Rui closed her eyes and concentrated. After feeling around for a while, she shook her head. "Nothing, I don't sense anything." Hearing Han Rui say she felt nothing, Wang Tao sighed in relief. He was afraid these plants had mutated into the kind of man-eating plants seen in movies. It seemed fine for now, as long as Han Rui couldn't sense anything. There probably wasn't any danger, at least not for the moment. When they arrived at a place where the water was particularly deep, Wang Tao sat in the car, watching survivors in raincoats, digging through the drains with shovels, in silent observation. He was here to prevent any potential danger to the survivors' lives, and to figure out what was going on with the acid rain's HP depletion. The raincoats couldn't cover all of the survivors' bodies, especially since they were working, and soon, the survivors started to show eye above their heads. Wang Tao observed that it was the same as with himself, starting to lose HP about every minute. However, only those with full HP were dropping in HP, while those with lesser HP weren't. Han Rui, watching these survivors working in the rain, instinctively reached to open the door, but Wang Tao locked it. "What are you planning to do?" he asked, somewhat puzzled. "I am going to help," Han Rui quickly responded. Hearing this, Wang Tao looked at Han Rui in disbelief and told her to stay put. Han Rui's expression stiffened, feeling Wang Tao was too indifferent. Suddenly, Wang Tao added, "This rain is toxic." Han Rui was stunned for a moment. Was Wang Tao showing concern for her? But soon she was worried again. Then what about them? "Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them. It won't be a problem." After hesitating for a bit, Han Rui still wished to go down. "I can't just sit here and watch them work in the rain." Her previous job had instilled in her a lead-by-example attitude. Wang Tao said the rain was toxic but not very dangerous, so she felt she should help out. This time, Wang Tao didn't stop her and let Han Rui go down. He couldn't bring himself to do the same, but he admired people like that. Besides, he could also take the opportunity to observe how an ability user fared in the rain. The survivors generally had an HP around 100, and those who came out to work all had full health. Initially, there was no danger. Chapter 133, Corrosive Acid Rain 3. By the time about 10 minutes had elapsed, Wang Tao saw a negative status appear below the HP bars of these people. Corrosive acid rain. The body is slightly corroded. Resting for a certain period of time will return it to normal. Whether they were at full HP or at reduced HP, almost all survivors began to show this condition at this point. Those who hadn't yet were usually those who were covered up more thoroughly. 20 minutes in, there were survivors expressing discomfort and wishing to rest for a while. Wang Tao naturally permitted it. However, some people persisted. After all, this was an extra task. The more they worked, the more ration tickets they would receive. At 30 minutes, another group of people wanted to rest. By the 40-minute mark, most people indicated a desire to rest, feeling somewhat ill. When 50 minutes arrived, everyone present except for Han Rui stated they needed to rest, explaining they felt short of breath and extremely uncomfortable. At this time, their HP had just dropped by half. The negative status above their heads also changed. Corrosive acid rain. The body is moderately corroded. Resting for an extended period of time will return it to normal. Wang Tao sent this group home to rest and then switched to the next batch of people. He felt for ordinary people, this was already their limit. If it reached severe corrosion, it might either be very difficult to recover or they might just drop. But Han Rui was different from them. She also had a corrosion status appear above her head, but she had an HP of 240. So, after deducting 50 HP, she still had 190 remaining, currently still in a slight corrosion state. Wang Tao conjectured that perhaps when the HP decreased by 10% due to the corrosive acid rain, there wouldn't be any problems, just a mere deduction of some HP. Once the HP fell by more than 10% of the total amount, a state of slight corrosion would occur, and at that point, the body would start to feel uncomfortable. When the HP dropped to 50% of the total, it would turn into moderate corrosion, and at this stage, it would be too uncomfortable to work. As for how much HP severe corrosion would be, Wang Tao was not certain. After all, he couldn't actually use the lives of the base's survivors for experimentation. But now he had a rough understanding that a 50% decrease in HP was a warning line. At this point, one couldn't stay out in the rain any longer or it might pose a risk to life. Regarding the principle of this corrosive acid rain, Wang Tao speculated that when the acid rain fell on a person, it would accumulate inside the body. Once it accumulated to a certain level, it would cause HP to drop. The more accumulation, the more obvious the negative condition. If it exceeded the body's limits, it might lead to death. That's also why, when they first encountered corrosive acid rain, only those at full HP would lose HP, while those at reduced HP would not. The decrease was based on the upper limit of HP, not the current HP level. It felt somewhat similar to the impurities within the body after fusing with a zombie crystal core. Han Rui, come over. After changing the people outside, Wang Tao called Han Rui over. Han Rui obediently got into the vehicle. How do you feel? Wang Tao asked. A bit uncomfortable. I feel some irregularities in my heartbeat, but I can bear. Han Rui held her chest, her complexion somewhat pale. Let me feel. Wang Tao reached out directly, but Han Rui dodged him quickly. There are so many people outside. Han Rui instinctively covered her chest, her face turning red. Do you mean it's okay when there's no one around? Not okay when there's no one either. Wang Tao, didn't we agree, just pretend nothing happened? Han Rui was somewhat unable to look directly into Wang Tao's eyes. Wang Tao, however, replied with an innocent face. What you're referring to, the incident that night when you took the initiative to hug me. I almost forgot about it. Why are you bringing it up again? B. Han Rui had never met someone so shameless. She decided to ignore Wang Tao from then on. Wang Tao smiled and didn't mind. He was just teasing Han Rui a little, but serious business awaited. The drainage system of Xiu's university was actually quite good. Aside from a few places that would collect water, the rest could flow toward the river north of the university. Xiu's county had several rivers, which is where the county's name came from. One of the longest rivers was located behind Xiu's university, but that river didn't have much water and had shown signs of drying up before now was a good opportunity to divert the torrential rain into this river. After a full day's work, the survivors finally managed to sort out the drainage system. Essentially, some drainage pipes and ditches had been blocked, and they just needed to clear them out. Under Wang Tao's supervision, there were no dangers to any survivors at most. Some experienced moderate corrosion and could recover after some rest. When Wang Tao distributed the ration tickets to these people, the survivors were all very happy. Though they were a bit tired and uncomfortable today, the day's earnings were equivalent to a normal week. It was worth the fatigue. Once Wang Tao saw that Han Rui really wasn't having any problems, he sent her home. Then Wang Tao headed to the top floor of the comprehensive building to discuss the issue of corrosive acid rain with several other committee members. Wang Tao shared everything he had observed, of course, after some modification. He definitely wouldn't disclose his ability to see HP bars. Everyone found this corrosive acid rain to be quite vexing. If future rains were to also be corrosive like this, wouldn't that mean they couldn't go out on rainy days? It was bad enough the sunny days were dangerous, but rainy days too, damn it. Although they could wrap themselves up more securely to avoid exposing their skin, it was ultimately still quite risky. Of course, that was for ordinary people. For someone with a lot of HP, they would still have a huge advantage. For example, Wang Tao, with his HP of 1200, could stay out in the rain for 10 hours without any issue. The group couldn't figure out any solutions for the time being and could only wait until the rain stopped. But this torrential rain lasted longer than anyone had anticipated, a full 3 days. Chapter 134, The Second Airdrop After the Rain. The rain has stopped. Wang Tao frowned a little as he got up in the morning and saw the clear sky outside. This was the longest rain he had experienced in his lifetime. It had been raining since he set out to find Xiu's base until it stopped yesterday, lasting a full half-month. Fortunately, the previous rain wasn't heavy. If it had been as torrential as the last 3 days, Shuai's county might have been completely flooded by now. Ding Yukin had already gotten up and prepared breakfast for Wang Tao. "Sister-in-law, how much food do we have left at home?" Wang Tao asked as he ate. "Not counting the nutrients, there's still." Ding Yukin took out a list and explained it to Wang Tao in an orderly manner. After listening, Wang Tao tapped the table. "We don't have much food left. It's a good time to go out and scavenge." Although he had previously collected a lot of food, he ate a lot, his portion equating to several people's. Thus, the food was consumed rapidly. Of course, they could still make do with the food for a while, but since Wang Tao was capable, there was no need to be too frugal. After all, how could he have the strength to kill zombies if he wasn't well fed? After breakfast, with Ding Yukin's help, Wang Tao put on his full gear and then went to the garage to drive out his electric off-road vehicle. As soon as he stepped outside, he could clearly feel that things were different. The exterior wall's coating had almost entirely peeled off, covered with climbing ivy, and the base of the wall was riddled with green moss. In the yard, the chives and green plants had grown significantly longer. Several cars belonging to the guard personnel were parked outside the yard, all with visible rust. Some road signs also rusted, with some becoming illegible. Wang Tao suddenly had the feeling that time had accelerated, as if at least 3 months or half a year had passed. "Have you had any issues with your cars?" Wang Tao rolled down the car window and asked the guards. The guards' expressions were not very good. "Commissioner Wang, the cars have developed many minor problems, and many parts have rusted inside, but mine is still okay, at least it can start. Some other cars can't be started at all." Wang Tao frowned. To some survivors, there is no shortage of cars. There are plenty of cars on the streets, and if you have the skill to unlock one and aren't afraid to attract zombies with the noise, then you can have a car of your own in the post-apocalyptic world. But with the corrosive acid rain, even cars were starting to fail. So many unprotected cars on the streets were likely rendered unusable. In the future, these cars and the like would probably become high-value products. Leaving the Commissioner District, Wang Tao drove leisurely to the main building. The campus buildings had also seemed to age rapidly with time, with plants growing wildly and creeping up the walls. "Commissioner Wang, hello." Other survivors greeted Wang Tao as soon as he arrived at the main building. "Him?" Wang Tao nodded slightly, and then went upstairs to meet with Wei Zhengguo and the others. After so many days of recuperation, Wei Zhengguo was finally able to walk without a wheelchair. However, since it takes 100 days to recover from serious injury, his condition hadn't healed easily, and he was still in an HP-deficient state. Wang Tao suddenly thought, could the medical kit that he obtained from killing the Dr. Zombie be used for Wei Zhengguo's injuries to regenerate HP? It should be possible, right? He decided to try it when he had the chance. Wei Zhengguo nodded at Wang Tao. "Everyone is here, let's talk." As everyone has seen in the past few days, the corrosive torrential rain has brought significant changes to our area. Everything outside, including cars and buildings, has been corroded, and this is just the situation inside the base. We don't know what it's like outside the base yet, but I always feel that it might be more dangerous outside. Wei Zhengguo's face showed concern. In the post-apocalypse, any unknown represented danger. Everyone had become somewhat accustomed to life at the end of the world, but after the heavy rain, they felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the apocalypse again. "Forget about it. We deal with soldiers when they come, cover water with soil when it flows. We've survived for over a month, and it shouldn't be a big problem to survive another month." Xiang Hongbin spoke up nonchalantly. "I'm just worried that if the plants outside have also grown large, zombies might be able to hide more easily." Ren Jai frowned. Although he rarely left the base, he was still worried about the hunters and people like Xiang Hongbin who often went out. If plants continue to grow this crazily, it might not only be a problem of zombies hiding more easily. Haven't you ever seen those man-eating plants in movies before? Liu He murmured. Everyone fell silent. Zombies were scary enough. If man-eating plants were to appear, human survival would become even more difficult. Hey, let's worry about the future later and focus on our current situation. Wei Zhenguo waved his hand. What the future holds is uncertain. They were already fortunate to have survived this far with no time or energy to consider too many what-ifs. We haven't gone out to look for supplies these past few days, and we're running out of food in the base. Most of the base's supplies were collected from the outside, especially food. Though they could grow their own food, the cycle was too long. The base was prepared for this aspect, but it would take time to see results, so they mainly relied on scavenging outside. With so many people in Shui's county turned into zombies, there was still a lot of leftover food. Chapter 135, The Second Airdrop After the Rain 2. The rain has stopped, so we need to go out and collect supplies now because no one knows when it will rain again. If it's more of this corrosive acid rain, then we won't be able to step outside. After the meeting, Wang Tao and the others decided to take advantage of the sunny days to increase the contribution points for purchasing supplies at the base, encouraging the hunters to scavenge more actively. Of course, those committee members with combat abilities would personally lead teams while collecting supplies and look out for any special infected. The fact that Feng Mingyan had become an ability user made everyone quite envious. So that's how it is, prioritizing supply scavenging for the next few days. Xiang Hongbin will take the security army squad, Feng Mingyan will lead the police hunter team, and Lu Gang, you'll take your sniper squad. As for Wang Tao, will you lead a team or operate solo? Wei Zhenguo looked at Wang Tao. When scavenging for supplies in the post-apocalyptic world, more people doesn't necessarily mean better. In fact, a larger group can increase the risk of exposure, especially for those with weaker command abilities. Whether Wang Tao had strong command abilities was up for debate, as they hadn't had many chances to see him in action. But Wang Tao had always been a loner, so Wei Zhenguo asked. After thinking for a while, Wang Tao spoke up. "They'll just bring Han Rui." If they were specifically hunting special infected, it would make sense to bring more people, but for scavenging supplies, it wasn't necessary. The others looked at Wang Tao with a strange expression. Why was Wang Tao always with someone else's wife? Could he have that kind of fetish? But it wasn't a big deal. It was the end of the world after all. Wang Tao had the ability, and it's not like he was doing anything wrong, so naturally, no one said anything. Okay, then that's settled. Wei Zhenguo confirmed the plan. He actually really wanted to go out as well, but his injury hadn't healed yet, and he would only be a burden if he went now. After the meeting, just as Wang Tao stood up, his ears twitched suddenly. "What's that sound, a plane?" He hurried to the window, while the others were somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong, Wang Tao?" Wang Tao closed his eyes to determine the direction of the sound more accurately, then suddenly looked up at a spot in the sky and said, "Look up there." The enhancement of his physical condition also meant Wang Tao's senses had become sharper. Among the people present, he had the strongest constitution and the keenest senses. The others followed where Wang Tao was pointing, and after a few seconds, Wei Zhenguo, Xiang Hongbin, and Lu Gang all perked up in spirit. "It's a plane. Could it be an airdrop?" They were all too familiar with the humming sound of an airplane. Moments later, they saw a small black dot appear in the sky. Those with binoculars brought them out to take a look. "It's a military transport plane. It is an airdrop." The group felt a surge of excitement. Airdrops could contain good stuff. Seeing their reaction, Wang Tao knew that they must have come across airdrops before. Wei Zhenguo, thinking Wang Tao wasn't aware of airdrops, explained it to him. "The airdrop has a lot of good things inside, like food, bullets, medical kits, and some even have inhibitors." "Are all the inhibitors in our base from the airdrops?" Wang Tao suddenly asked. He had wanted to know where the base got its inhibitors, but had forgotten to ask. Now the question came up naturally. Wang Zhenguo nodded and said, "That's right, the inhibitors only come from the airdrops." Hearing this, Wang Tao felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Wei Zhenguo and the government had some contact, and that they acquired the inhibitors through special channels, which would at least prove that the government still had some power. But now it seemed that Wei Zhenguo and his group had completely lost contact with the government. Back then, we got a total of 6 airdrop crates, 2 of which contained inhibitors, a total of 40 bottles. We haven't used a single one to date. Wei Zhenguo's tone was somewhat wistful. Because many people who were infected by zombies were consumed before they had the chance to use an inhibitor. Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. He had risked his life just to get 1 airdrop crate and had only dared to take 1, while Shui's base had managed to get 6. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. Xiang Hongbin chimed in. At that time, a lot of people from our base died to get those airdrops. The committee hadn't been established yet. Little Liu, Old Song, and Old Wei hadn't arrived. Ah, such a pain. Wang Tao shook his head. Clearly, one should be prepared to pay a price for trying to secure airdrops. So now, Liu he looked expectantly at everyone, as he hadn't seen a real airdrop before. We go for the airdrop first, Wei Zhenguo decisively said. Although going for an airdrop was dangerous, the potential rewards and risks went hand in hand. The airdrop's medical packs, bullets, inhibitors, and more were all valuable items. Plus, he was eager to find out the current state of the military base since they were still able to send airdrops. Did it mean that the situation at the base had improved? If that was the case, it would be great news. Not to mention active military support or anything like that. Even if they just sent an airdrop sporadically, it would be enough for many people. All right. No one had any objections, as securing an airdrop would be equivalent to finding a lot of supplies. Remember, if you have the chance, prioritize the airdrops with parachutes. Those might contain ammunition and inhibitors. Airdrops without parachutes usually contain food and clothing. Chapter 136, The Second Airdrop After the Rain 3. Understood. The group nodded, then immediately set off to prepare. Ren Jai also broadcasted throughout the base, informing everyone about the appearance of the airdrop, and ambiguously mentioned that there were valuable items inside. He encouraged anyone who was capable to retrieve it, whether for personal use or to exchange for contribution points at the base. Not disclosing to these people that the airdrop contained inhibitors was partially a secretive move. After all, the base's contribution system relied on the allure of inhibitors to attract people. This was akin to a trump card for the base. On the other hand, it was because he feared the hunters would be too greedy. After all, a single bottle of inhibitor was worth 100,000 contribution points and was practically worth half a life. If they were too eager to get the airdrop and decided to go for it despite knowing the dangers, they could very likely end up as zombie lunch. There were not many survivors left in the base, and even fewer hunters. The death of a hunter was a loss for the base, and naturally, Ren Jai did not wish for anyone to perish. The news of the airdrop instantly sent the base into an uproar. When the first airdrop happened, many had heard the sound of the plane, but it was just the sound. Many had not seen an airdrop. Now, hearing that an airdrop had appeared again, the survivors were all very curious and wanted to know what an airdrop looked like and what valuable items it contained. The hunters, in contrast, were eager to try their luck. They stood in the open square outside, their eyes glued to the plane in the sky, watching to see where the airdrop would land. Wang Tao called over Han Rui, who had already changed into a combat-ready uniform in advance, with steel plates inserted in certain areas of her clothing. Follow him to retrieve the airdrop. Yes. Han Rui was slightly excited. This was her first time going for an airdrop. Although she felt it would be awkward to be with Wang Tao, she couldn't deny that when she was with him, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. The sound of the military transport plane overhead grew louder, and soon, one could see airdrops falling from the sky like eggs being laid. Let's go, go, go. Xiang Hongbin's figure emerged from the shooting port on top of the military vehicle, holding a rifle and shouting loudly to the others, leading the way out of the base. The rest followed closely behind. Wang Tao looked at several parachuted airdrops and then started the vehicle, driving towards the gate with Han Rui. The situation outside the base was much like the inside. One could see greenery everywhere, roads and buildings looked worn, and vehicles had rusted. But these were not the most important. What mattered was that the zombies were different now. Those zombies in the distance, they look even more decayed. Han Rui was surprised as she looked at a few zombies not far from the base gate. Before, although the zombies looked terrifying, one could still discern what they had looked like in life. But now, after the corrosive acid rain, it was impossible to make out the faces of these zombies. Their hair had fallen out, their facial skin decayed, their teeth exposed. They looked even more ghastly. It wasn't only their appearance that had changed. The zombies genuinely had become stronger, since ordinary zombies now had HP bars showing 1000/1000. If they hadn't fed before, their HP used to be 500, but now it had doubled. These zombies have grown stronger. I'll test their strength. Wang Tao stopped the car, grabbed his firefighter axe, and walked toward 4 zombies nearby. Han Rui, wielding a short spear, also got out of the car and followed. There were 4 ordinary zombies in total, each more fearsome in appearance, and all with 1000 HP. Phew. Now that the heavy rain had ceased, the zombies' senses became much sharper. They spotted Wang Tao from a distance of about 10 meters and twisted their bodies as they moved towards him. However, Wang Tao suddenly paused. These zombies' speed seemed to have slowed. Wang Tao was familiar with zombies, including their attack power, defensive power, and speed. He could tell that the bodies of these zombies had become stiffer compared to before and were significantly slower. Instead of immediately engaging, Wang Tao waited for the zombies to come close and reach out to grab him. He raised his steel-plated left arm and took the hit from a zombie directly. Bang! Their strength has increased. Although Wang Tao didn't lose any HP, he could clearly feel that the zombies were much stronger. Phew. The other few zombies also gradually approached Wang Tao, who, confident in his own strength, continued to experiment a few times, causing Han Rui, hidden to the side, to be extremely anxious. After ascertaining the zombies' attack power and speed, Wang Tao swung his axe towards one of the zombies' heads. Squish. -1000. 0/1000. Even though the zombies' HP had doubled, to Wang Tao they were still one-axe kills. However, Wang Tao frowned as he looked at the wound he inflicted. Previously, when he killed ordinary zombies, one axe blow would almost blast their heads apart. But now, one axe blow merely caused a crack in the zombie's skull. The zombie's defensive power has increased too. Wang Tao then glanced at his own HP, which remained unchanged. As for the loot dropped by the zombies, it was still an ordinary crafting material. Received nails Roman 11. While he pondered this, Wang Tao's actions didn't stop. He swung his firefighter axe at the heads of the remaining zombies. Squish. -1000. Squish. -1000. Squish. -1000. All 4 ordinary zombies were instantly killed. Han Rui was somewhat astonished to the side. Though she had seen Wang Tao kill zombies with one strike before, watching it now still felt shocking. After all, this was something she couldn't achieve herself. Let's go. Wang Tao got back in the car and turned on the intercom. Attention everyone. The overall strength of the zombies has increased after the heavy rain, but their bodies are stiffer and their speed has slowed down. Roger that. Chapter 137, Picking Airdrops Fishing. Buzz. An electric off-road vehicle armed to the teeth weaved through the abandoned streets. A sprawled zombie on the ground heard the noise, instantly lifted its head, slowly got up, and then clawed its way towards the vehicle. The speed of the off-road vehicle did not decrease. Suddenly, the passenger window rolled down, and a short spear extended out. Thud! The spear pierced the zombie's eye socket with precision, exiting the back of its skull. Bang! The zombie was flung into the air, landing in a pile of garbage at the corner. The vehicle continued on. Phew! Inside, Han Rui retracted the short spear, massaging her slightly sore arm. Leveraging the vehicle's formidable power, she enjoyed the thrill of an instant kill, but the power was too overwhelming for her physical condition. Wang Tao turned to glance at her, and Han Rui quickly said, "PM fine." She did not want to leave an impression on Wang Tao that she was useless. Wang Tao didn't say much. In fact, he was checking Han Rui's HP. Her HP bar had been 240, but now after killing the zombie, it had increased to 250. The ordinary zombie had added 10 points to her HP. Before the heavy rain, an ordinary zombie typically added 5 points of HP, and if they encountered ones who had devoured many humans or were in special circumstances, they would give more, like 1015 and so on. The one Han Rui had just killed was clearly as ordinary as they come, yet it gave her 10 points of HP after ordinary zombies had strengthened. The HP they contributed after being killed increased too. This could be considered good news. After all, those ordinary zombies had slowed down, and an average survivor, if prepared, should still be able to handle them. Now, killing an ordinary zombie was the equivalent to killing 2 ordinary zombies before. Which way at this intersection? Wang Tao asked, looking at the fork in the road ahead. Han Rui quickly pointed to the road on the far left. Go this way. Wang Tao turned the steering wheel sharply, making the turn. Since they were teaming up, it was natural to divide the work and cooperate. Wang Tao couldn't afford to carry a dead weight. For the time being, Han Rui's ability wasn't needed, so she helped keep an eye on the airdrop location and navigated for Wang Tao. This saved him a lot of trouble. In no time, Wang Tao spotted the first airdrop with a parachute. It had landed on the rooftop of a 2-story building on the street. Below, a group of zombies milled about, probably attracted by the noise of the airdrop, about 15 to 20 in number. The airdrop on this rooftop is a bit hard to retrieve. Han Rui frowned. In his view, to get the airdrop, you'd have to deal with all the zombies below first, then go up. Wang Tao parked the car not too far from the 2-story building, and after a brief moment of contemplation, got out of the vehicle. I'll get the airdrop, you drive the car and be ready to pick me up. Okay. Han Rui quickly crawled from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, not daring to ask too many questions. Wang Tao cautiously approached the building, observing the group of zombies, then the building, silently calculating for a while before suddenly charging towards them. Hee. The dull zombies, spotting a living person, immediately groaned at Wang Tao and moved toward him. But Wang Tao didn't dodge or retreat. He swung his firefighter axe with his right hand at one zombie, shattering its skull, while with his left hand he pushed another zombie, sending it crashing to the ground and knocking down several others in the process. A small vacuum appeared in front of Wang Tao, but 3 meters ahead was another standing zombie. At that moment, Wang Tao sheathed his firefighter axe, suddenly jumped, and stepped on the zombie's head, reaching out with both hands to grasp the second-floor window ledge. Wang Tao's arm muscles bulged, and his hands powered up, climbing up the exterior wall to the rooftop like a gecko. Han Rui, watching all this from a distance, was astounded. She had imagined several ways to get in but never expected Wang Tao to be so straightforward and brutal, simply climbing up the exterior wall. His upper body strength is too strong, but his lower body strength seems even stronger. Han Rui quickly shook her head. How could she be thinking of such nonsense at such a crucial moment? Once Wang Tao reached the rooftop, he hurried to the airdrop. This airdrop did not seem different from the previous one he had found. It looked and was the same size. However, when Wang Tao inputted a password hinted by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to open it. He found completely different contents inside. This airdrop contained no guns or bullets, no food or medkits, only an inhibitor and an updated zombie guide. Wang Tao took the guide and inhibitor, stuffing them into the backpack he prepared earlier. Then he glanced at the group of zombies below and opened his walkie-talkie. "Bring the car here now." "Yes." Although Han Rui did not know what plan Wang Tao had, she obeyed his orders unconditionally, which was agreed upon before going out. Han Rui knew she was less experienced and capable than Wang Tao, so she harbored no resistance. Buzz. As Wang Tao watched Han Rui drive the car towards the building, he immediately pulled out the firefighter axe from his waist and jumped straight down from the rooftop. Mid-jump, he raised the firefighter axe, and in his heart, he silently activated his shockwave ability. Boom! The moment Wang Tao landed among the zombies, a white shockwave radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. Chapter 138, Picking Airdrops, Fishing 2. Thud. Minus 1,000 HP. Minus 1,000 HP. Minus 1,000 HP. Minus 1,000 HP. A series of eye-catching damage floated up, and all the zombies fell to the ground in an instant. 3 seconds later, Han Rui drove the car up to Wang Tao and opened the passenger door. Wang Tao rushed into the vehicle. Next supply drop location. Okay. Han Rui, too, was an old hand at driving. Her skills somewhat better than Wang Tao 1's, she swiftly drove away from the area with Wang Tao. Wang Tao opened the walkie-talkie again and informed the other members at the base that he had taken the supplies from this drop. Before heading out, everyone had agreed to report on the public channel each time they collected a drop, to avoid others making a needless trip. On the road, Han Rui glanced at Wang Tao from time to time. Her expression was slightly excited. Wang Tao's descent from the sky and immediate massacre of those zombies was downright cool. But Wang Tao appeared very calm, and it didn't seem feigned. This left Han Rui feeling slightly discouraged. The gap between her and Wang Tao seemed to be growing ever larger. Wang Tao indeed felt calm, even though the zombies' HP had doubled. He could still kill them instantly, so there was nothing surprising. Han Rui continued to drive, while Wang Tao took out the inhibitors. There were a total of 5 boxes of inhibitors, with 20 vials per box, meaning 100 vials of inhibitor in all. What a bountiful harvest this is! Han Rui looked at the small vials with some curiosity. Inhibitors. Wang Tao glanced at her. Ah, these are inhibitors, there's so many. Han Rui was shocked. Of course, she knew about inhibitors, but she had never seen them before, as the base wouldn't just put them on display. Only those who accumulated 100,000 contribution points could redeem an inhibitor, but so far, no one had reached such a high number. So it wasn't just her. Many others in the base knew of inhibitors only by name and hadn't seen them. In her understanding, since an inhibitor required 100,000 contribution points to redeem, it must be incredibly valuable. There likely weren't many in the entire base. But there in Wang Tao's hands were 5 boxes, with 20 vials in each. Wasn't that 100 vials? Converted into contribution points, that would be 10 million contribution points. However, if there were many inhibitors, the contribution points required should decrease, right? Moreover, for Wang Tao, who was already a committee member, having so many contribution points seemed somewhat unnecessary. Han Rui sneaked a glance at Wang Tao. She was unsure what he intended to do with these inhibitors. Wang Tao seemed to know what Han Rui was thinking and smiled. I'll keep a portion for myself and put the rest in the base. Since he was a part of the base and one of the highest-ranked individuals, it was only right to contribute to the base. He had no immediate use for so many inhibitors. Han Rui moved her lips. She actually wanted an inhibitor too, as it was something that could save lives in a critical moment. But since Wang Tao had taken the risks to obtain them, she felt embarrassed to ask. They encountered a few more zombies on the road, all of which were easily dealt with by Wang Tao. About half an hour later, the two spotted the second supply drop. This one had landed in the middle of a big road, but the box had been opened. There were several zombies with their heads blown off nearby, and boxes that once contained inhibitors were scattered on the ground, all empty. Judging by their scattered arrangement, they led toward a red house with its door ajar. Someone got here first. There probably were inhibitors inside, all gone now. Wang Tao lowered his binoculars. Throughout their journey, those from Shui's base who claimed the drops had reported through the walkie-talkies. The drop in the street hadn't been reported. This meant that those who took it weren't from Shui's base. There were other survivors. Han Rui immediately drew her pistol and grew vigilant. Sometimes, survivors could be even more dangerous than zombies. But it also pained her heart. If the quantity of inhibitors here was the same as in the drop Wang Tao had just picked up, then that would mean 100 vials of inhibitors. To let others profit so easily, what a heartache. Wang Tao was about to go check it out when he suddenly turned to Han Rui. Use your perception to check if there are zombies or survivors nearby. With Han Rui as a human radar, it was best to make use of her abilities. There are people inside that red house. Han Rui closed her eyes, then her face suddenly changed. 5 humans. Among them, 2 give me a very strong feeling like they are ability users. Well, looks like they're fishing. Wang Tao frowned at the trajectory of the empty boxes from a distance. He had originally wondered if the survivor who came across this drop had been sloppy, discarding the shock-proof boxes meant for the inhibitors and simply running off with the vials, caring not if they accidentally broke. But the fact they were in the house explained it. They had created this scene on purpose, fishing for others. If anyone followed the trail of the fallen boxes out of curiosity and entered the red house, they would meet 2 ability users and 3 survivors waiting for them. Of course, it could also be a coincidence, like the other party was just resting inside the house. But in this post-apocalyptic world, Wang Tao didn't mind assuming the worst in others. Thinking of Cao Zin's boss, Xiao Yang, rumored to be a strong ability user who was also building his power, Wang Tao's mind raced. Shui's county wasn't that big, and apart from Shui's base, it seemed that only Xiao Yang and his followers held any significant influence. Chapter 139, Picking Airdrops Fishing 3. Among the 5 people, 2 were ability users. Unless it was a very lucky small group, it probably indicated a certain number of people from a certain force. Wang Tao had reason to suspect that these were Xiao Yang's people. So what do we do? Knowing that someone was intentionally hiding inside and seeing traces of deliberate preparation at the scene, Han Rui no longer wanted to go over. Who knew if there were dangers lurking inside? Just go. Wang Tao's main mission today was to retrieve the airdrop. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, if he already suspected something was off with the other party, going over now would be stupid. Hanrut quickly nodded and then drove away from the area. Wang Tao reported the situation here over the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, inside the red house. Damn it, they left. Motherfucker, they're not coming this way, so cautious. All that preparation for the trap for nothing. Shit, I said we should have set up our traps further forward. Wouldn't it have been better to just place them right at the airdrop? Stupid, do you think this is a game? They're not blind. How could they not see such a big trap? Ah, forget it, let's go back. These 2 people should be from Shui's base, right? Our boss offered a hefty sum to catch them. What a pity. The electric off-road vehicle arrived in front of another airdrop crate, but this time their luck didn't seem too good. This airdrop had landed in the middle of a group of zombies on the street, which included 3 special zombies. 2 of them were self-exploders with 1500 HP each, and the third was a 2000 HP zombie that Wang Tao had never seen before. It wore a police uniform, was tall and muscular, and most eye-catching of all, it was holding a handgun. That police zombie, could it actually use a gun? Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. If zombies could use guns, then what was left for the survivors? Hanrut also got a fright, a gun-wielding zombie. How were the survivors supposed to live? Retreat. Wang Tao decisively left the area. If there was only one police zombie, he might have thought of a way to deal with it. But with two self-exploders by its side, there was no need to ask for trouble. Han Rui was a bit cowed as well, mainly because the gun-toting police zombie was too intimidating. Wang Tao opened the walkie-talkie and informed everyone that this airdrop was extremely dangerous and that no one should come here. On to the next location. All right. Han Rui drove the vehicle away. Wang Tao looked back, his desire to hunt down that police zombie growing because he wanted to know what it might drop. But unfortunately, now was not the right time. He silently took note of this place, intending to come back later. However, thinking of those two suicide-bombing zombies, Wang Tao frowned again. I need to find a way to deal with these self-exploding zombies. He didn't have a perfect method to solve the problem of self-exploding zombies yet, and every time he encountered one, he chose to avoid it. The true terror of the suicide-bombing zombies wasn't the explosion itself, but the fact that it would attract other zombies. If he hadn't been worried about making too much noise, he could have simply thrown something over to distract the self-exploder, who would likely detonate within 3 seconds upon discovering him. Unless Wang Tao could deal with it within those 3 seconds, Wang Tao even suspected that once it began its self-detonation, even if it was killed at that moment, it would still explode. According to what Lu Gang had said, his previous method of killing a suicide-bombing zombie was to snipe its head from a distance, a one-shot kill. Then it wouldn't detonate. So, in other words, for Wang Tao to safely kill a suicide-bombing zombie, it would be best to one-shot kill it before it even became aware of him. But this was extremely difficult because Wang Tao didn't have any abilities for ranged attacks. His only skill was the flying axe, which was for mid to close range combat, and he wasn't sure how much damage the flying axe could do to a suicide-bombing zombie. The fourth supply drop landed in a residential area. Seeing the name of the neighborhood, Wang Tao let out a slight exclamation. Isn't this exactly the neighborhood where Sun Weiguang's friend with the bow and arrows used to live? He asked Han Rui to park the car not far from the neighborhood. The entrance gate to the community was open, and there were quite a few zombies inside. The supply drop had fallen on the plaza between several tall buildings, but there were no special zombies this time. However, Wang Tao wasn't in a rush to head over. It was noon, and he hadn't eaten since the busy morning. Let's have something to eat before we go over. Wang Tao took some dry noodles and bottled water out of the car. It wasn't convenient to do more outdoors, so he made do with a simple meal. Gurgle. Upon seeing the food, Han Rui instinctively swallowed her saliva. Since she had arrived at Shuai's base, she hadn't eaten any proper food like this. The ration tickets at the base could only be exchanged for porridge. Although they claimed the ingredients were different every day, and so were the flavors, its unpleasant taste remained consistently the same. Of course, Han Rui wasn't picky. Having a warm meal in the apocalypse was already good fortune, so she wasn't in a position to be choosy. But still, she longed for some normal food. Inside the resource department, you could exchange contribution points for some food, but it was rather expensive, and Han Rui was too thrifty to buy it. Now that she saw Wang Tao take out this food, she could hardly control her saliva. Wang Tao threw 3 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of water to Han Rui. Those with strong physiques typically had larger appetites. Just eat it dry, make do with it. You call this making do? Han Rui opened her mouth to speak, but she didn't have the time to complain. She carefully opened a packet, fearing that she might spill some. Then, taking a gentle bite of the noodle brick, savoring its aroma, she almost teared up. Wang Tao was much less delicate, wolfing down 3 packets of instant noodles and still feeling a bit hungry. But no matter whether eaten dry or soaked, instant noodles always seemed to taste best with the first bite and got worse the more he ate. So Wang Tao simply chugged another bottle of nutritional liquid. Hanrut didn't indulge herself too much and only ate one packet while drinking some water. She planned to bring the remaining 2 packets back to eat later since they were given to her by Wang Tao. They should be hers now, right? Seeing this, Wang Tao didn't say much. Once he was sure Han Rui had finished eating, they both got out of the car and walked towards the upscale residential area. However, Wang Tao didn't plan on going for the supply drop first. He wanted to check out the room with the bow and arrows. Sun Weiguang probably wouldn't lie to him about something like this. The two didn't take the main entrance but climbed over another part of the compound wall instead. Then they ignored the supply drop and the zombies in the courtyard and headed straight for Villa Number 3 in the villa area. At this moment, Number 3 Villa, overgrown with weeds and with peeling wall paint. Behind the curtains of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, a somewhat stiff figure held a bow. A gust of wind revealed the pair of pallid pupils. Chapter 140, Archer Zombie. Aren't we going for the airdrop first? Han Rui asked curiously in a low voice beside Wang Tao. Although there were many zombies near the airdrop, it shouldn't be difficult for Wang Tao to kill these zombies, right? No rush, I'm going to get something first. Wang Tao looked at the Villa Number 3 in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. If he really could get the bow and arrows, he could also practice with the zombies in the residential area. If not, at worst, it would only be a waste of some time. The villa's gate is open. There were no zombies at the gate of the villa, but since the door was open, it was probably as Sun Weiguang had described. Just as Wang Tao was about to move forward, Han Rui suddenly said, "There is a zombie on the upper floor." Without waiting for Wang Tao's reminder, she had already activated her perception ability and just detected a zombie. Wang Tao halted his steps and looked up. He could only see a half-open window on the 2nd floor, but the curtains inside obscured his view of the details. "It's likely the owner of the house, huh?" Before Wang Tao could speak, he saw something stick-like parting the curtains. This immediately set off alarm bells in his head. Wang Tao gave Han Rui a fierce shove, sending her tumbling to the ground in a sprawl, while he himself leapt to the other side. Whiz! An arrow suddenly appeared at the spot where the two had just been standing. "Find cover!" Wang Tao yelled in a low voice, hiding behind the courtyard wall near the gate. Han Rui, with her excellent combat skills, didn't need Wang Tao to tell her what to do and had already taken cover behind the wall on the other side of the gate. Seeing the arrow on the ground, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her perception hadn't been wrong. There was only one zombie upstairs. Could that arrow have been shot by a zombie? If zombies could conduct ranged attacks now, how were human survivors supposed to live? And if this zombie could shoot arrows, did that mean the police zombie they had seen before could really shoot? Han Rui felt a coldness settling in her heart. Wang Tao shouted to Han Rui, "Are there any other zombies inside?" Han Rui closed her eyes and concentrated, then quickly replied, "No, I can only sense this one zombie." The range of her ability just covered the entire villa, and she really didn't detect any other disturbances. "Good." Wang Tao nodded, then picked up a firefighter axe and threw it at the gate. Whiz! Another arrow flew in, and although it didn't hit the firefighter axe, it landed about 10 centimeters from the axe. If a person had been shooting the arrow, the accuracy would have been deemed inadequate, but if it was a zombie, this was rather frightening. And regardless of the precision, Wang Tao had no intention of taking the hit. He wasn't about to gamble with his life. After Wang Tao took out another firefighter axe, he said to Han Rui, "I'll go around the back, you distract it from here." "Okay." Han Rui quickly took off her hat, then hid behind the wall, extending only the hat out. Soon, a 3rd arrow flew over. The arrow struck next to the hat, embedding itself deeply at an angle into the ground. Han Rui swallowed hard and continued to use the hat as a lure. Wang Tao, meanwhile, quietly made his way around to the other side and vaulted over the courtyard wall. After estimating the position of the room where the zombie was, he climbed in through a window. None of the doors and windows in the villa were locked. It seemed that the owner had been infected suddenly and had no chance to resist. Having found the staircase, Wang Tao slowly went upstairs to the master bedroom. The door was closed but not locked. He didn't rush in, but instead quietly contacted Han Rui with the walkie-talkie. "Tell me when it shoots an arrow." After a moment, Han Rui's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "It's shot." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's body began to harden as he activated his toughness ability, and then he suddenly pushed open the bedroom door. At the window of the bedroom was a zombie carrying a quiver and holding a recurve bow, stiffly pulling the string. This zombie hadn't been out in the rain and was not as decomposed as the ones outside, making it look relatively clean-cut in comparison. It had 15 U/15 OHP. The noise of Wang Tao entering immediately caught the zombie's attention, and it directed the bow and arrows toward him. But it had just grasped the arrow in its hand, and there were a few seconds before it could actually shoot. Wang Tao decisively threw the firefighter axe he was holding. Swoosh bang. -25. The firefighter axe hit the zombie squarely in the chest with great force, causing it to wobble and the arrow in its hand to fall to the ground. It reached into the quiver on its back to grab another arrow, but Wang Tao didn't give it the chance. Wang Tao took out another firefighter axe from behind his back. After all, he always carried 4 when he was out. He had used 2 just now, leaving him with 2 more. This time, Wang Tao didn't throw it but charged forward and brutally hacked the axe down on the zombie's head. Splurge. -841. The blow made the zombie's body tilt, and it looked unsteady. Wang Tao grabbed its shoulder with his left hand and delivered another axe blow. Splurge. -634. 0/1500. The zombie's head was cleaved open. A shimmering red crystal core popped out. Wang Tao casually caught it, and then picked up the loot dropped by the zombie. The defense of this archer zombie was weaker than Wang Tao had expected, or perhaps his attack power was just too strong. However, this zombie's added HP limit was decent, giving Wang Tao an extra 50 HP, raising his total to 1250. Chapter 141, Archer Zombie 2. Wang Tao pressed the intercom. "You can come up now and close the gate behind you." "Okay." After closing the gate, Han Rui hurried inside, her mind somewhat amazed. Although she hadn't seen how Wang Tao had killed the zombies, through her perception, she could see that Wang Tao had killed the zombies instantly after bursting into the room, without giving them any chance to fight back. She really wished she had that kind of strength. After Han Rui reached the upstairs, she saw Wang Tao scavenging through the room. Where are the bow and arrows?" Han Rui noticed the zombie's body was empty-handed, and Wang Tao didn't have the bow and arrows either. But there was a bow hanging on the wall, and Wang Tao had hung the zombie's bow back up. Han Rui found it a little strange, but didn't ask further. The small villa was quite large, and it took Wang Tao and Han Rui a while to scavenge through it. There are 3 bows and 1 crossbow in total, 55 crossbow arrows, 150 bow and arrows, not much food, most have gone bad. Only a few bags of rice are edible, and some electronic products that should be usable. After taking an inventory, Han Rui spoke to Wang Tao. Her eyes occasionally drifted towards the hand crossbow with a scope, more accurately a sniper crossbow. "What, you want it?" Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. Han Rui nodded honestly. She really wanted that crossbow. Her shooting skills were actually not bad, but unfortunately, there were no opportunities for her to show them. However, with a crossbow, her combat ability would definitely get a big boost. It was a compound crossbow with a matte black body but a red crossbow string, equipped with an optical scope, and a quiver that could hold 4 spare arrows. Wang Tao wasn't very familiar with crossbows and bows, but even he could tell that this crossbow was expensive. And it wasn't just about the expense, but such crossbows were rare, impossible to buy through regular channels in the country. It's legal to own bows, but owning a crossbow is illegal. The origins of this crossbow were definitely not legitimate. For most people, the lethality of a crossbow far exceeds that of a bow. After all, archery requires practice, both skill and strength. But a crossbow is different. Its lethality depends on the crossbow, not the person. Even a child wielding it could cause substantial harm. So to some extent, the value of this crossbow was much higher than that of the three bows. After admiring the crossbow for a while, Wang Tao handed it directly to Han Rui. "I'm lending it to you." Han Rui instinctively caught it, but was somewhat incredulous. She believed Wang Tao must be aware of the value of the crossbow, yet he just lent it to her. 1. Don't you know how to use it? Wang Tao frowned slightly. "I do." Han Rui quickly hugged the compound crossbow close. She was very proficient with the sniper crossbow. After all, the police department had crossbows, and she used them when carrying out certain tasks. The crossbow was also one of her assessment items, and without considering the firing rate, she was just as good with a crossbow as with a gun. "Good then," Wang Tao said. Wang Tao didn't say more. The crossbow was indeed a good piece of equipment, but he had just acquired something even better. So lending the crossbow to Han Rui was quite appropriate. After all, they would be scavenging for supplies together in the future, and having a teammate who could provide long-range support would make things much easier for Wang Tao. After receiving the crossbow, Han Rui quickly operated it to get a feel for it. Whoosh! There was a target in the living room, and Han Rui tested it. She was hitting the target almost every time within a medium distance. Wang Tao looked at the three bows, which were also modern compound bows and seemed quite good. But they definitely weren't as expensive as the crossbow, and they were more challenging to master, not as convenient as a crossbow. Wang Tao tried using them briefly. They were passable at close range, but anything further was a no-go. This was because he had learned archery once dreaming of becoming a film and television protagonist. He had dabbled in things like archery and horse riding. Leaving aside his level of skill, at least he knew how to use them. During shooting, he could genuinely ride a horse and shoot arrows. After scavenging through the small villa, Wang Tao was ready to retrieve the airdrop, and then take the opportunity to scavenge through the other villas. The residential area was quite large, roughly divided into three parts: a villa district, an apartment block area, and an artificial lake. Wang Tao felt this place could be developed into a survivor base, but it would require a lot of manpower to transform, and they would need to clear out the zombies in these apartment blocks, which was not an easy task. There were more than a dozen buildings, each with 2 units, and each around 10 to 20 stories tall. Wang Tao was unsure how many zombies were inside, but they couldn't be cleared out in a short time, and it was very dangerous. The location of the airdrop was in the square in front of several tall buildings. "Do you think there are any survivors inside?" Han Rui suddenly asked, looking at the tall buildings. "Perhaps." Wang Tao glanced at the high-rise buildings. Even if there were survivors, it was out of his hands to save them. Because nobody knew how many zombies were inside these buildings, and even with Wang Tao's strength, he couldn't guarantee his own safety. Unless they could find their way out on their own, or inform Wang Tao of the specific situation inside, and then arrange tactics accordingly. Sigh. Han Rui shook her head, not dwelling on it further. Of course, she hoped to rescue survivors, but she also knew that their primary mission was to ensure their own safety. Only on the premise of their own safety could they rescue others. The two took all the items they found in Villa Number 3 back to the car, and only then did they enter the residential area through the main gate. Chapter 142, Archer Zombie 3. Wang Tao hung the firefighter axe at his waist and held a compound bow, while Han Rui wielded a compound crossbow. Both were eager to try out their new weapons. As they approached the entrance, still dozens of meters away, Han Rui raised her crossbow. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow flew out, piercing directly into the eye socket of a zombie at the door. -1,000. O/IUO. It was an instant kill, and apart from the sound of the zombie hitting the ground, there were no other sounds. The surrounding zombies did not even notice Wang Tao and Han Rui. Wang Tao glanced at Han Rui, somewhat surprised. The power of the crossbow arrow was higher than he had anticipated, capable of one-shotting an ordinary zombie. If Han Rui had used a spear to attack a zombie, she would normally deal about 200 HP worth of damage. Previously, it took 2 or 3 stabs to kill a zombie. As zombies gained more HP, it could take 4 or 5 stabs to do the job. But now, using the sniper crossbow, she could easily kill them instantly. However, on second thought, it made sense. After all, the power of a crossbow cannot be underestimated, especially a modern compound crossbow like this, which could be more powerful than some guns. Except for its slower firing rate, it could be considered a divine artifact in this apocalyptic world. Han Rui was thrilled. She finally had the ability to kill ordinary zombies in one shot. Although it was with the help of a powerful tool, the kills were indeed made by her own hands, and she could even feel a slight warmth in her body. That was the sensation of growing stronger. However, the crossbow's firing rate was slow, and it was a large sniper crossbow which she had to cock with her foot. It somewhat affected her performance. After seeing Han Rui's success, Wang Tao did not hurry to take action. Since his arrow technique was very average, he was unlikely to hit if the zombies were not at close range. "It's up to you," Wang Tao said to Han Rui. "Yes." Han Rui nodded a little excitedly. This modern compound crossbow had a very long shooting range, said to reach 400 or 500 meters. Of course, hitting a target at that distance would depend on luck, since the crossbow arrows were heavy, flew slow, and had a significant drop in trajectory, making them more susceptible to environmental factors. Let alone a crossbow, even using a gun, hitting a target 200 meters away could earn someone the title of sniper. Normally, snipers like Han Rui from the police force would have an accuracy of about 100 meters. So for Han Rui, as long as she could ensure effective hits within a 30 to 50 meters range, she would be more than satisfied. Currently, they were only about 20 to 30 meters away from the zombies at the gate. Han Rui calmed her mind and could almost achieve 100% accuracy. Soon, all 7 zombies at the gate were taken out by Han Rui's sniping, without attracting any attention from other zombies. Han Rui's HP also broke 300, reaching 330/330. "Awesome!" Han Rui silently cheered inside her heart. Every time her HP increased by 100, there was a minor but noticeable enhancement to her physical attributes. Han Rui had only experienced this twice before, and both times under dangerous circumstances without time to savor the sensation. Now it was utterly different, dispatching zombies with such ease. Han Rui looked at Wang Tao with eyes full of gratitude. Without Wang Tao, she would never have had this opportunity. He had given up his own chance for improvement to her. "Thank you." Han Rui expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Don't mention it, let's go." Wang Tao watched Han Rui snipe at a distance, feeling a bit envious. But at this range, he simply couldn't hit the mark. He had tried firing 2 arrows. One hit a pillar and the other hit a zombie's leg. The 2 reached the gate and collected all the arrows stuck in the zombies, as they could be reused. Hee. Upon arrival, they discovered a security guard zombie in the guardhouse. Wang Tao quickly drew his bow and arrow, took aim and released. Whoosh! -1,000. 0/1000. Finally killing a zombie with a bow and arrow, Wang Tao felt quite pleased. Though it was only at a distance of 3 meters, he might have killed it faster with his axe. The 2 entered the housing complex through the main gate and could see about 30 zombies around the airdrop in the square. It was an airdrop with a parachute. They stopped about 20 meters from the zombies, and then each picked targets to shoot. A few minutes later, all 30-plus zombies lay on the ground. Han Rui accounted for 27 of them, while Wang Tao only 6. It wasn't that Wang Tao's aim was off, but he purposely gave Han Rui the opportunity since killing these ordinary zombies didn't increase his HP limit anymore. The two walked over, and after Han Rui collected her crossbow arrows, she helped Wang Tao collect his arrows as well. She looked at the bundle of arrows sticking out from the zombies' chests, thighs, and even buttocks, pretending not to notice anything. Wang Tao opened the airdrop box, which contained what he had expected: inhibitors. There were 5 boxes in total, each one with 20 tubes. After securing all the inhibitors, they were about to leave. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt a light shining on his feet. He looked up to see a man in the 12th floor window of building number 1 waving a mirror at him. There are survivors. Han Rui's gaze sharpened. But looking at the man's position, she shook her head. She didn't have the capability, and while Wang Tao might, there was no need for him to take the risk. Our mission today is to discover airdrops. We'll report the survivors' presence to the base and let them come up with a plan. Wang Tao shook his head. He still had a few more airdrops to collect. Frankly, rescuing these survivors was not as valuable as collecting airdrops. At that moment, the man upstairs became frantic, waving the mirror wildly, thinking Wang Tao had not seen him. But neither Wang Tao nor Han Rui were moved and were about to leave. Just then, a sharp female cry came from upstairs. "Hey, don't go, save us." The voice pierced the sky. "Stupid!" Wang Tao cursed under his breath. "Run!" Before the pair could leave the complex, they saw a large swarm of mad demon zombies drawn by the noise. Observing the horde crowned with 2,000 HP mad demons, Wang Tao decisively pulled Han Rui to run back. To the Villa District. Chapter 143, Li Qiuyu, War Spoils. With Wang Tao's current strength, even if the HP of the mad demon zombies were to double, he could deal with them. But the problem was that there were too many of them. Wang Tao hadn't even had the time to count. With a rough glance, there were at least 30 or 40. If there had been a car, it would have been good to drive away. But for safety, Wang Tao had parked his car a bit farther from the entrance of the residential area, and now it was definitely too late to run there. So he simply ran towards the villa area. When scavenging Villa number 3 before, Wang Tao had felt that the villa was quite good, featuring anti-theft doors and windows. It should hold against these zombies. Although he still had a stealth potion that could hide him from zombies, he wasn't sure whether it would work on mad demon zombies, and besides, there were 2 of them but only 1 stealth potion. He disdained to betray his teammate, and it wasn't like he lacked the strength. At this moment, on the 12th floor of building number 1, a few gaunt people were all peering out of the window, looking down. "Ah, those 2 people have left." One of the skinny young men spoke with a tone of disappointment. "It's all Gao Hua's fault. What were you waving that mirror for? They couldn't even see it. If I had shouted earlier, maybe they would have come." A somewhat chubby woman complained. The one named Gao Hua, a man wearing a dirty suit and gold-rimmed glasses, put down the binoculars without attending to the woman, but rather muttered with a troubled look. "It's over. We are going to get them killed." "They're back." At this point a young woman spoke up, sounding somewhat surprised. Everyone hurriedly looked. "Really, they're back?" Seeing this, the big woman was instantly smug. "I told you to let me shout. See, they have come back, haven't they?" "Wait behind them, fuck." The skinny young man's eyes bulged. "Dozens of zombies are chasing them. Those zombies are running too fast. It's over, those 2 are done for. You guys got them killed." Some people looked troubled. The stout woman herself was startled to see so many zombies running crazily towards them, her legs growing a bit weak, but her mouth remained as indomitable as ever. That's not my fault. The zombies must have been outside already and they just happened to bump into them when they went out. Could my shouting attract so many zombies? Impossible. It's just their bad luck, yes. It's their bad luck. If they'd come to save us earlier, they wouldn't have run into these zombies. At that moment, Gao Hua took a deep breath before speaking. These types of zombies should be very sensitive to noise. If you shout again, you will definitely attract more. You can try if you don't believe me. Whether she believed it or not, the woman dared not try again. She glared at Gao Hua with an ugly expression. HMPH, it wasn't me anyway, and if they're dead, what does it have to do with us? They snatched our airdrop, which could have had a lot of food in it. Those were life-saving items from the state. They took them away and didn't come to save us. They deserve to die if they're dead. The more the woman talked, the angrier she got, as if Wang Tao had owed her something. The others didn't say anything further, seemingly also harboring some grudges concerning the airdrop. Gao Hua sighed. He didn't want to deal with these fools. But no matter what was said now, their rare chance had already been wasted. He wondered how many more days they could last. Look, those zombies are climbing the walls. They're coming towards us. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in alarm. The people craned their necks to look out, and were startled to see those zombies climbing up the wall. Quick, 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 fasten the anti-theft window, lock the window. The anti-theft window grills of high-rise buildings are installed from the inside and can be quickly dismantled. This isn't for theft prevention, it's to prevent things from falling down. Just now, Gao Hua had removed an anti-theft grill to make using the mirror more convenient. Seeing this situation, he hurriedly reinstalled the grill and locked the window. However, still feeling uneasy, he drew the curtains as well. But whether it was because these zombies couldn't climb so high, they saw nothing coming in and saw no shadows outside the window. This allowed everyone a temporary sigh of relief. Then, instinctively, everyone's gaze turned towards the stout woman, with more than a little blame in their eyes. Now it could be confirmed that the zombies had been attracted by the stout woman. Otherwise, from such a distance, how could the zombies possibly see them? Why are you all looking at me? You think I wanted this? The stout woman sternly glared back at everyone, and cowed by her domineering demeanor, they all averted their eyes. And the more they did that, the more emboldened she became. If it wasn't for me gathering you all together, letting us plan our food rationing, do you think you'd still be alive? Not only are you not thankful, but you also want to blame me. How ungrateful. Zizia, you woke your grandson up with your yelling. Just then, someone suddenly cut in. Oh, my dear grandson. Upon hearing this, the woman ceased her harangue and quickly headed back into a room, only to see a chubby middle schooler in uniform rubbing his eyes. Grandma, I'm hungry. I'm going to get some treats for my darling grandson. Gao Hua watched the woman's retreating figure, then glanced at the rest, who lacked strong opinions of their own. He closed his eyes. Chapter 144 Li Qiuyu, Spoils of War 2. Wang Tao noticed Han Rui wasn't fast enough, so he grabbed Han Rui's wrist and practically dragged her as they ran. Han Rui couldn't understand how Wang Tao, with his large frame, could move so quickly. It was outrageous. As she marveled, Han Rui quickly activated her ability to carefully scout their surroundings, to avoid running headlong into a nest of zombies. Before long, they reached the villa district. However, just as Wang Tao pulled Han Rui up to the outside of Villa number 3, Han Rui suddenly cried out in alarm. There are 5 zombies inside, and 1 special zombie. Wang Tao nearly barged in. He quickly stopped in his tracks and peered inside. Shit! Inside the villa yard, a suicide-bombing zombie and several ordinary zombies were roaming around. And it was a self-exploder with 2,500/2,500 HP. Luckily, Han Rui had called out in time. If they had bumped into the arms of a suicide-bombing zombie, that would have been quite the disaster. Wolves in front and tigers behind. As Wang Tao hesitated between eliminating the lesser threat of the suicide-bombing zombie and seeking other villas, someone suddenly appeared on the rooftop of the neighboring villa number 2. Come here. Wang Tao looked towards the voice. 80/100. A green HP bar, indeed a human, not a zombie. He decisively pulled Han Rui towards building number 2. Along the way, he calmly said to Han Rui, "Check how many people are in building number 2. When they reached the courtyard wall of building number 2, Han Rui immediately said, "There's only one person." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, but he didn't stop moving. "You go first." Wang Tao extended his hand and Han Rui immediately jumped, stepping on Wang Tao's hand. With an upward push, Wang Tao boosted Han Rui over into the courtyard of the Villa N02. Then he took a standing leap, grabbed the edge of the courtyard wall, his arm muscles bulged, and he powerfully pulled himself over. The door of the Villa number 2 was open, and a woman was waving at Wang Tao and Han Rui from inside. The two rushed in and locked the door behind them. Not long after they entered, they saw mad demon zombies climbing over the courtyard wall, but all the doors and windows of the villa were locked. They couldn't get in, and they didn't notice the people inside. Phew! Both Wang Tao and Han Rui breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Han Rui expressed her gratitude promptly. "Don't mention it, we are all survivors. None of this is easy." Wang Tao looked at the woman who spoke. She was a woman in her 30s, with an elegant and gentle demeanor. She wasn't wearing makeup, but her natural beauty outshone any celebrities, especially her proud figure, which the ordinary white homeware couldn't conceal. Even Ding Yukin couldn't compare to her. Wang Tao always felt that this woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. "Thank you very much, my name is Wang Tao." Wang Tao expressed his gratitude. "I'm Han Rui." The woman smiled and said, "My name is Li Qiuyu." At the mention of this name, Wang Tao suddenly realized. So it was her, no wonder she seemed so familiar. Li Qiuyu was somewhat of a senior to Wang Tao. She had been a celebrity, not incredibly famous but with great potential, and many held high hopes for her. Then, right at her career peak, she had suddenly retired from the circle. It was said she quit because she got married. Her fans were extremely regretful, but at that time she didn't have too many fans, so it didn't cause much of a stir. Wang Tao knew this because Li Qiuyu had started her career at Huangfeng Film City. So while fans elsewhere might forget her, people here still remembered her occasionally. Whenever she was mentioned, everyone would feel a sense of loss. But now it seemed she had been living a comfortable life, residing in a villa, and taking good care of herself like a young lady. It wasn't their place to worry about her. Of course, that was before the apocalypse. Now in this doomsday, everyone was equal. "I saw you two before, but there were zombies outside, and I didn't dare to call out. I didn't expect you to come back," Li Qiuyu said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a hint of embarrassment. "We ran into mad demon zombies, the kind that run very fast outside," Han Rui briefly explained, and also shared the incident with the old lady who had caused a ruckus that attracted the zombies. "No wonder I heard a shout just now. I thought I was hearing things." Li Qiuyu looked incredulous, not expecting an encounter with someone from her community who was so troublesome. "Are you here alone?" Han Rui asked curiously. "Yeah, alone. I was living here with my husband, my daughter, and the nanny. But my daughter isn't here and our nanny had taken leave to go home when the virus broke out. I don't eat much on my own, and although the food isn't plentiful, it's been barely enough to sustain me so far." Hearing this, Wang Tao was surprised. She had a daughter. She maintained herself very well, but he didn't know how old her daughter was, and it seemed likely she'd encounter more peril outside than safety. "Let's go upstairs to talk. Watching these zombies is quite unsettling," Li Qiuyu said, shivering subconsciously as she glanced at the shadows lingering outside the door. "Okay." Wang Tao and Han Rui followed Li Qiuyu upstairs. Since the new acquaintance was a woman, Wang Tao kept quiet, allowing Han Rui to chat with her, as women might find more common topics between them. He, on the other hand, checked all the villa's doors and windows meticulously, ensuring there were no issues. Upon his return, Li Qiuyu kindly asked, "Do you want some water? We have a well at home, it's clean, fresh water." Chapter 145, Li Qiuyu, Spoils of War 3. No thank you. Han Rui quickly waved her hands. It wasn't that she was being polite, but rather cautious of strangers. Ever since she had been smitten by her husband, she had been extremely careful with these things. Are you hungry? I still have some food but not much left. Li Qiuyu felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, we have our own food. Wang Tao spoke up at this time. Han Rui was somewhat surprised. When had Wang Tao brought food? But having food was good. Being hungry would compromise their fighting strength. Seeing that Wang Tao and she even refused food, Li Qiuyu suddenly had a realization, as if she understood that the two still harbored caution towards her, a stranger. All right, then I'll eat something first. I've just woken up not long ago and haven't had lunch yet. Li Qiuyu said this and went to the kitchen to cook a small bowl of noodle soup, sprinkling a few green onion pieces in it, then started eating at the bar. Han Rui glanced over and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. She had thought she wasn't hungry, but now she felt hungry again. At this moment, Wang Tao suddenly handed her a transparent plastic tube. Eat this. What is this? Han Rui asked curiously. Nutritional supplement. As Wang Tao said this, he took another bottle from his chest, opened it, and poured it directly into his mouth. This bottle was apple-flavored, not bad at all. Han Rui, imitating Wang Tao, opened hers, and then smelled a faint scent of white rice. So fragrant. Han Rui's eyes lit up. She had almost forgotten what white rice tasted like. Mimicking Wang Tao, she poured the entire bottle into her mouth. Moments later, she felt a warm sensation in her stomach, which quickly spread throughout her body. She not only felt that her hunger had vanished but also felt full of strength. This nutritional supplement is amazing. Han Rui exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Tao did not reply. He took out another bottle of the supplement and, like drinking water, downed it into his stomach. This time it was noodle-flavored, not as tasty as the apple one before. Han Rui swallowed again. Her mouth wanted more, but her stomach told her she was full. After Li Qiuyu finished her simple meal, she came back to chat with Han Rui, probably because she hadn't seen people for a long time. She was very talkative. Are you from the survivor base? Li Qiuyu was somewhat surprised to hear Han Rui reveal her identity. She hadn't expected there to be a survivor base in Shua's county. She only knew about the one in Redstone County because the government had broadcasted it citywide initially. Once the zombies outside leave, we'll be heading back. Do you want to come with us? I'll try my best to ensure your safety, Han Rui asked. But Li Qiuyu shook her head. I can't leave. Why? Han Rui asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Qiuyu's face showed a trace of concern. I have to wait for my little Zhu to come back. She's my daughter. Your daughter? Where is she? If you come back to the base with us, we'll also keep a lookout for news about your daughter. That's surely better than you waiting here alone. Han Rui continued to persuade her. As a lone woman, it was too dangerous for her to be left behind. Little Zhu is a student at Shuai's university. If I leave, she won't be able to find me. Before communication was cut off, she called me and asked me to wait for her at home. A student at Shuai's university. Han Rui was somewhat surprised, and Wang Tao glanced at Li Qiuyu. Our base is at Shuai's university, but there isn't a single student there. Where was she when she spoke to you? Your base is at Shuai's university. Li Qiuyu was a bit surprised, and then frowned as she said, she told me that some areas of the school were being renovated, and because the smell hadn't dispersed yet, they had given the students a few days off. She was participating in a sketching trip organized by the school and was on Shui's Mountain. Behind Shui's university, there was a river, and not far from the river was a mountain known as Shui's Mountain. Shui's Mountain wasn't very tall, but the scenery was quite nice. Wang Tao had been there a few times, and he had also seen many students sketching and painting on the mountain. Every year, Shui's Mountain would host a large number of Shui's University students, with many accommodation facilities available. Wang Tao felt there might be a shady deal between this tourist area of Shuish Mountain and the university. It was so close to the university, yet students needed to stay on the mountain. It seemed to cost several hundred yuan for one night. If Li Qiuyu's daughter was on Shuish Mountain, the odds were probably not in her favor. It wasn't just because there were many people on the mountain, hence lots of zombies. More importantly, the wilderness had those nameless monsters with massive amounts of HP. I hope your daughter Little Zhu is safe. Han Rui sighed, but she didn't speak any words of despair. Perhaps the reason Li Qiuyu had managed to hold on was because of her daughter. If she told her that her daughter was likely dead, it would be extremely insensitive. I'll leave you a walkie-talkie, so you can contact Shuai's base if you need to in the future. Han Rui handed her a walkie-talkie. Thank you so much. Li Qiuyu quickly took it, and then the two of them started chatting again. The zombies outside hadn't left, so chatting was the only way to pass the time. Wang Tao could clearly feel that the relationship between the two women had grown closer, but it was mostly Li Qiuyu talking and Han Rui listening. Wang Tao didn't join in the women's conversation, resting with his eyes closed. Of course, he wasn't really resting, but rather checking his space backpack. After killing the archer zombie, there wasn't much time to inspect the spoils, so Wang Tao had only glanced at them briefly and hadn't looked at them in detail. Now, while he had some time, it was a good opportunity to take a closer look. First was the zombie Cora red crystal core with a circular mini target inside. Level 1 crystal core, precision shooting. Quality, excellent 80%. Purity, 50% side effect, blindness in one eye. Precision shooting. During the effect duration, the user's shooting accuracy is greatly enhanced. This was a sustained ability crystal core, similar to toughness, and its attributes nearly made Wang Tao drool. Wang Tao was currently lacking such long-ranged attack capabilities, and learning to use a bow wasn't something he could master overnight. It would take time. If he fused with this core, he would shortcut a lot of detours. But the side effect of this crystal core was a bit frightening, causing blindness in one eye. Fortunately, Wang Tao could create synthetic crystal cores, so it was a matter of when he could get another core of the same type. For the time being, it was definitely not an option to fuse with it. Wang Tao then looked at the other spoils of war. Precision hand crossbow, blueprint Roman 11. Crossbow arrow blueprint Roman 11. Alley recurve bow Roman 11. Quiver Roman 11. Arrows X30. Chapter 146, Hand Crossbow Blueprint, Classification of Zombies. Precision Hand Crossbow Blueprint. This blueprint allows you to craft a precise crossbow. Required materials: any bow or crossbows, blade X3, steel wire X3, screws X3, nails X3, rubber X3. Precise crossbow. Durability plus 20, attack power plus 10, accuracy plus 10. The first blueprint was for crafting a hand crossbow. To make this crossbow, he would need either a bow or a crossbow. Fortunately, he had 3 bows at hand, which was more than enough. Although the description of the crossbow was brief, and he didn't know how it would perform yet, Wang Tao wasn't picky because items crafted from blueprints and items dropped from monsters could all be stored in the space backpack. This portability was even more important than the properties of the hand crossbow itself. Next came the accompanying blueprint for crossbow arrows. Crossbow arrow blueprint. This blueprint allows you to craft Lu crossbow arrows. Required materials: blade Zeo, iron block Zeo, plastic Zeo. This blueprint would enable him to instantly create 100 crossbow arrows, and the required materials were simple, only 3 types. However, he would need a larger quantity of each, 10 in total. Wang Tao checked the spoils in his backpack. He had enough materials to craft the hand crossbow, but not enough for the arrows. He was short by 3 blades. Thus, he couldn't craft them yet and would have to kill a few more zombies first. The above 2 spoils of war were blueprints, while the last 3 items were actual objects dropped from zombies. Zombies that could wield weapons would drop them upon death, and these weapons could also be stored in the space backpack. Therefore, after killing an archer zombie, Wang Tao immediately stored the bow, arrows, and quiver in his space backpack. However, these weapons didn't display any attributes. They were just like the reinforced concrete hammer, only showing a name. Alloy recurve bow Roman 11 quiver, Roman 11 arrows, X30. The alloy recurve bow was completely decked in matte black, looking very cool. A certain famous person once said that in military equipment, aesthetics are a form of strength. Powerful weapons usually don't disappoint in terms of looks. This bow was surely no exception. Not just the bow, but the 30 arrows could also be put inside the space backpack. While 30 might seem a bit low, they were recoverable. With some care, they could last a long time. However, the fact that even the quiver could be put into the backpack was somewhat unexpected for Wang Tao. To him, the quiver didn't seem that useful. After all, he could store arrows in the backpack and retrieve them from the space backpack when needed. Wang Tao thought the only purpose of the quiver seemed to be to deceive others, if in the future he could gain more arrows and carry this quiver on his back. In front of others, he could pretend to take arrows from the quiver, when in fact he was getting them from the space backpack. Then he could perform a trick called infinite arrows. These were future considerations, though. As cool as the recurve bow was, Wang Tao's archery skills were rather poor. He would have to gradually improve his bow and arrow techniques. For now, the hand crossbow seemed more suitable for him, and he was very much looking forward to seeing the final product once crafted. The mad demon zombies outside haven't left yet, Han Rui said somewhat helplessly as she looked at the zombies outside the window. These zombies seemed to have not noticed them inside the house, but they still hadn't left. Li Qiuyu didn't look too good either. If these zombies didn't leave, it would be a significant danger for her as well. Don't worry, as long as we don't make too much noise. We can deal with these zombies slowly, Wang Tao suddenly said. His reluctance to confront the mad demon zombies was mainly due to the fear that fighting could attract more, and if he were attacked by a large group, even the strongest defenses would be worn down. But if there was no additional reinforcement for these zombies, just the ones that had climbed into the yard, then Wang Tao could take them on one group at a time. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Han Rui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't have the power to deal with so many zombies and had to rely on Wang Tao. Nonetheless, the two of them didn't leave in the end, because Han Rui suddenly perceived 3 special infected zombies around the house, 2 of which were self-exploders. The other zombie made Wang Tao frown. A screamer, it has become a special infected zombie too. Wang Tao had encountered screamers before, but back then, a screamer had only 200 HP, and he had simply run it over with his car. This screamer below had 1000 HP. And a screamer's 1000 HP wasn't even the main point. The key issue was that it had become a special infected zombie. The term special infected zombies is a conventional moniker agreed upon by survivors. They refer to any zombie that's different from ordinary zombies as special infected zombies. For example, the zombie guide provided by the military forces lists special infected zombies that are confirmed. However, there's a difference between special infected zombies. Zombies like the screamers, hiders, and sprinters that Wang Tao previously encountered were also special infected, but their HP wasn't high, and their abilities weren't too strong, so they were relatively easy to deal with. On the other hand, zombies like terrorizers, self-exploders, and attackers were discernibly harder to cope with. They had higher HP, and their capabilities were stronger. Another important distinction lay in the drops. The less formidable special infected zombies would not drop a crystal core when killed, and they had a high probability of dropping potions when defeated by Wang Tao. But these formidable special infected zombies would drop a zombie core upon death. When Wang Tao killed them, not only might they drop potions, but they could also drop blueprints. Chapter 147, Blueprint, Classification of Zombies 2. So now, everyone including Wang Tao has come to a consensus that only the zombies which can explode into zombie cores are called special zombies, while those that can't are all referred to as ordinary zombies. And the screamer outside is such a special zombie that can explode into a zombie core. Wang Tao naturally can't see whether the other party has a crystal core, but Han Rui can. Han Rui's perception ability allows her to distinguish between ordinary people, ability users, ordinary zombies, and special zombies. The reason she could perceive so clearly is that what she saw in her perception was a gray, human-shaped silhouette. She distinguished people from zombies by seeing. The form of humans and the form of zombies are different. The bodies of zombies are twisted, and they usually make some abnormal movements. Moreover, some zombies are deformed or have missing limbs, so she just needs to look for whichever silhouette is awkward or abnormally deformed, then it's very likely a zombie. Of course, this method of distinguishing is not always 100% accurate. Wang Tao's method of looking at the HP bar color is 100% accurate, but it is enough since this ability is used like a radar. To differentiate ability users and special zombies, Han Rui relies on color. If the entity has energy, then the silhouette will have some blue in it. The stronger the energy, the more intense the blue. If there is no energy, then it's just ordinary gray. So her view is like this now, in a pitch-black world. Some distorted gray silhouettes appear, among which 3 carry a bit of blue. These 3 zombies are the special zombies with zombie cores, and they are 2 self-exploders and 1 screamer. What surprised Wang Tao was that these zombies could not only improve themselves like humans, but could even evolve from zombies without crystal cores into zombies with them. This is just like ordinary people turning into ability users. Wang Tao felt somewhat heavy-hearted. With so many zombies in the world, what if they evolved in large numbers in the future? Then what would become of them survivors? What's a screamer? Han Rui and the person beside her, litRPG, both asked curiously. Upon hearing the question, Wang Tao came back to his senses and searched himself, finding the zombie guide he had gotten from an airdrop box earlier in the day. He had glanced at it briefly before and just knew that there were more types of zombies in the guide, but he wasn't sure exactly how many more there were or what their characteristics were. So he opened the guide and invited Han Rui and litRPG to look at it with him. Han Rui had never seen this thing before, and as she looked at its content, her eyes widened from time to time. She couldn't believe there were so many kinds of zombies, and this was only what the military had discovered. There was no telling how many they hadn't. When she saw the screamer, she opened her mouth, and her expression turned helpless in an instant. This screamer can attract a large number of zombies just like the self-exploders. That's so annoying. At least the self-exploders will detonate themselves, attracting zombies only once, but this screamer seems to be able to keep screaming. Han Rui's complexion immediately turned bitter. With 3 such zombies outside, how were they supposed to go out? litRPG felt a wave of fear after seeing the screamer and other special zombies in the zombie guide. Is it already so dangerous outside? While Wang Tao momentarily skipped over the zombie introductions and looked directly at the text written below. The military didn't mention anything about their base this time. Instead, they detailed further subdivisions of zombie types. They currently divided zombies into 3 levels: ordinary level, elite level, and lord rank. Ordinary zombies are the ones most commonly seen and represent the weakest presence within the zombie faction. Elite zombies are clearly different from ordinary zombies. They generally each have their own distinct characteristics. However, more importantly, they explode into zombie cores. These elite zombies are actually special zombies that can explode into crystal cores. Previously, those special zombies that didn't explode into zombie cores would, after growing to a certain stage, develop zombie cores. Wang Tao had killed several hundred HP special zombies before without any of them dropping a zombie core. But this screamer had 1,000 HP, so Wang Tao had reason to guess that this type of zombie could develop a zombie core once they reached 1,000 HP. Of course, this was just his speculation, and he would have to observe more later on. As for the third type, the zombie lords, the military described them as zombies with a sense of territory, an enhanced version of elite zombies. The difference is that they treat certain areas as their own turf and patrol their domains. Some zombie lords even lead minions. Zombie lords are the most terrifying type of zombies discovered by the military so far. However, zombie lords are rare, and not many have been found. They advise that if you encounter a zombie lord and are lucky enough to escape, it's best not to stay there. The farther you run, the better, because the area might very well be the zombie lord's territory, and it might come back. The worst-case scenario is a zombie lord appearing near the survivor base. The survivor base can't run away, so that leaves only two options: to abandon the base or take care of the zombie lord. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Patrolling territory. Suddenly, Wang Tao remembered the gorilla zombie he had encountered at the old mall last time. He felt its behavior was somewhat like patrolling its territory. It had come to the old mall once before and had returned again to wreak destruction, and even crushed many ordinary zombies underfoot. Chapter 148, Hand Crossbow Blueprint. Classification of Zombies 3. If the gorilla zombie really is a zombie lord, then wouldn't we be facing the worst possible situation? Wang Tao felt somewhat vexed. If the gorilla zombie believed that Shuai's base was also within its territory, that would be troublesome. We need to quickly enhance our strength and take that gorilla zombie down. Wang Tao clenched his fist. Having looked through the zombie guide, he felt an intense sense of urgency. Soon, Han Rui and Li Qiuyu also finished reading these contents. Han Rui was still okay. Although the zombies made her feel urgent, she knew that if she could grow stronger, her probability of survival would increase greatly. The expression on Li Qiuyu's face, however, was one of despair. She truly hadn't expected the outside world to be so dangerous. Since the virus outbreak, she had been staying at home without stepping out, and after the internet was cut off, she lost all contact with the outside world. She had thought that the outside was filled with only ordinary zombies, but she never imagined that the zombies had evolved. Qiuyu, you should come back to the base with us. It's too dangerous here, you can't stay. Seized the opportunity to persuade her. Li Qiuyu appeared to be moved but eventually shook her head. No, I have to wait for little Zhu to come back. Seeing Li Qiuyu still stubbornly deluded, Han Rui became somewhat angry. But before she could speak, she heard Li Qiuyu suddenly say in a low voice, "My husband is dead, my brother is dead, my parents are dead, my in-laws are dead. I only have little Zhu left as family." Han Rui opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "How do you know they're dead? Maybe they're still alive." Wang Tao tried to comfort her with these words. But when Li Qiuyu heard what Wang Tao said, she looked up at him, her face calm but her eyes filled with pain. "The day the virus broke out, my husband was outside, and my in-laws and my parents weren't here either, but they were all planning to come over because it was little Zhu's birthday. They had even bought the gifts. We started a group video call, discussing how we were going to celebrate today. Then, I saw with my own eyes, my husband was attacked by his subordinate who turned into a zombie. He met a horrific death. On the expressway, my father-in-law turned into a zombie and bit my mother-in-law to death. My brother was killed by his girlfriend, whom he was planning to get engaged to. My neighbor broke into my parents' house next door and killed them. I saw it all with my own eyes. I witnessed it." Two silent streams of tears slid down Li Qiuyu's cheeks. Only little Zhu was able to avoid the first wave of the zombie attack with the help of the police. She told me not to run around, to wait for her at home. "Sister Qiuyu." Han Rui's eyes reddened slightly, and she quickly wiped away Li Qiuyu's tears. Her own parents had died too, but at least she hadn't witnessed such a bloody scene. For a woman to witness all this, it was too cruel for Li Qiuyu. Han Rui felt a great deal of compassion for her. Although her own situation was also not good, that didn't prevent her from feeling sympathy for Li Qiuyu. Wang Tao sighed silently in his heart. Although it was cruel, there was nothing to be said. This was the apocalypse. So, stop persuading me. I will keep waiting at home for little Zhu to return because I promised her. Lai Qiuyu's gaze was resolute. Rather than saying she was waiting for her daughter to return, it was more like she was waiting for death. Wang Tao and Han Rui didn't try to persuade her further. Some people might be alive, but inside they were already dead, their hearts had died. Lai Qiuyu, having lost the desire to talk, sat down alone at the bar, took out a half-bottle of red wine and poured herself a glass. Wang Tao didn't have the luxury to brood. He was looking at the zombies outside, contemplating how to deal with them. But now it was already dark, and they couldn't leave today. After Li Qiuyu took a sip of wine, she turned to Wang Tao and asked, "You can't leave today, can you? Do you want to rest at my place?" "That would be really kind of you," Han Rui quickly said. "No problem." Li Qiuyu smiled and then added, "How many rooms should I prepare for you? I will tidy up a bit. Except for my room, the other rooms haven't been cleaned in a while." 2. Just as Han Rui was about to speak, she was interrupted by Wang Tao. "One is enough to save you the trouble." Then Wang Tao whispered in a somewhat confused Han Rui's ear, "When you're out and about, you should never let your guard down. Having two people in one room allows us to take care of each other. What if this woman has ill intentions towards me and I can't defeat her?" Lai Qiuyu didn't immediately agree, but instead tilted her head and looked at Han Rui. Han Rui lowered her head, her glistening earlobes blushing a shade of red. Then one room it is." He'd okay." Lai Qiuyu went to tidy the room, and soon only Wang Tao and Han Rui were left. "Let's get something straight. We sleep on our own sides tonight." Han Rui spoke, her face flushed. Hearing this, Wang Tao looked at Han Rui with a puzzled expression. "Isn't that a given? Why emphasize it? Do you have some inappropriate thoughts about me?" Wang Tao was shameless, so Han Rui decided not to deal with him anymore. She ran to the window to observe the zombies. After teasing Han Rui a little, Wang Tao found a cutting board and nailed it to the wall. Then he took out the bow and arrows and started practicing archery. He had acquired 3 bows and a crossbow from villain number 3. The crossbow was for Han Rui's use, and he left 2 bows in the car. He currently still had 1 bow in his hand. Of course, this didn't include the alloy recurve bow dropped by the archer zombie, which was still in the space backpack. There was no need to take it out for the time being. Using the current bow and arrows for practice was good enough. Before long, Li Qiuyu came back, saying she had tidied the room. There was water in the room, but no electricity. If you wanted to wash up, you should hurry while there was still some light outside. Wang Tao glanced at Han Rui, who instinctively stepped back. "You go first." "Okay." After Wang Tao finished washing up, Han Rui reluctantly headed to the bathroom. By the time Han Rui came out fully dressed, she saw Wang Tao lying bare-chested on the bed, his eyes closed, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or not. The bedroom was quite large, with a leisure sofa on the balcony. Han Rui silently ran to the sofa and then watched Wang Tao with a vigilant expression. Only after she was sure that Wang Tao was not moving did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But for some reason, why did she feel a pang of disappointment? The next day, early morning. "Wang Tao, you're lying on my hair." P.S. The glasses guy, Ren Hua from the previous chapter, has been renamed to Gao Hua. There's a committee member at the base named Ren Jai, and their names are a bit similar, which led me to keep mistyping. Chapter 149. I've tolerated you for a long time. Watching the annoyed expression on the person in his arms, Wang Tao raised his arm and then said with an innocent face, "It's not my fault. Who told you to always crawl into my arms when you sleep? I can't even push you away." "Stop talking." Han Rut's face turned red with embarrassment as she covered Wang Tao's mouth. She just liked to hug something when she slept in the past. She had a pillow at home. Now she simply treated Wang Tao as her pillow, nothing more. Wang Tao chuckled, and after Han Rui had smoothed her hair, he suddenly embraced her. Han Rui struggled symbolically a couple of times, then gave up as if resigned to her fate and stopped moving. But Wang Tao didn't do anything either. He just wanted to hold her. Han Rui, with a red face, lay on Wang Tao's chest, not speaking. The two of them just quietly lazed in bed for a while. Wang Tao, just like Han Rui, liked to hold something when he slept, a habit that had developed recently. So it made sense for two people who both like to hug something while sleeping to hold each other in the dark. We should get up, or Qiu will laugh at us. Han Rui was the first to get up, and Wang Tao didn't stop her. After admiring Han Rui's back as she dressed for a while, Wang Tao finally got up. After exiting the room, they saw Li Qiu was already up, and she asked if Wang Tao and Han Rui wanted breakfast. "No need, we brought our own." Wang Tao waved his hand, then took out several bottles of nutrition drinks from his clothes. Han Rui was puzzled by these nutrition drinks. She didn't remember feeling them when she was helping Wang Tao get dressed. "What are these?" Li Qiu asked curiously. She hadn't seen them drinking the nutrition drinks the day before. "Nutrition drinks, want to try?" Wang Tao handed over a bottle. "Sure." Li Qiu didn't hesitate, nor was she as cautious as Wang Tao. She directly opened it and took a small sip. Chocolate flavor, tastes really good." Li Qiu's eyes widened, as she hadn't tasted chocolate in a long time. And it wasn't just that it tasted good. After drinking the nutrition drink, she felt warmly comfortable all over, as if she had endless strength. "No wonder they don't need my food." Li Qiu was somewhat impressed. It was much tastier than her flavorless noodles. Of course, she felt this way because she had grown tired of the stored food at home. Wang Tao, having drunk plenty of nutrition drinks, still thought regular food tasted better. However, it was no longer possible to get normal food now. Han Rui was full after one bottle of nutrition drink. Li Qiu only drank half a bottle because she had a small appetite and felt full after sipping slowly, and Wang Tao chugged 2 bottles, barely feeling 3/4 full. The mad demon zombies outside aren't leaving, and the 2 self-exploders are gone, but that screamer zombie is still there. Han Rui observed for a while, and after sensing with her ability, she turned and said to Wang Tao, "There's only that one zombie left, huh?" If it was left alone, then it couldn't blame Wang Tao for not being polite. Seeing the position of the screamer zombie, Wang Tao decided to act. The screamer zombie was a very fragile kind of zombie. Its defensive power was even lower than an ordinary zombie. Wang Tao could one-shot an ordinary zombie with 1000 HP, so killing this screamer zombie with 1000 HP was definitely not going to be a problem. But to be on the safe side, Wang Tao still made some preparations. Once he was fully armed, he said to Li Qiu, "I'm going out to hunt a zombie. If all goes well, we will leave after the hunt. If something unexpected happens, we might need to trouble you to shelter us again." "No problem." Li Qiu smiled. That screamer zombie was now sitting on the ground by the wall, looking somewhat like an ordinary zombie. To ensure a one-hit kill, Wang Tao chose the most reliable method. "You keep watch for me, and let me know if any other zombies come this way." On the rooftop of the villa, Wang Tao said to Han Rui, "Okay." Han Rui nodded. Wang Tao, holding a firefighter axe, climbed from the rooftop terrace to the roof. He could have used a bow, a crossbow, or even a flying axe to kill the screamer, but because this screamer zombie was rather special and could easily attract other zombies, Wang Tao chose the most reliable method: skydiving. After arriving at the top of the building, he found where the screamer was staying and peered down to see the zombie right below. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tao gripped the firefighter axe tightly and then resolutely jumped down towards the zombie. Whoosh! Splat! -1000. 0/1000. The screamer zombie didn't even see the person coming, as it was directly cleaved in the head by Wang Tao, who descended from the sky. He even split its chest in half. All around the villa was grass, so there wasn't much noise when he landed. As expected, its defensive power is really low. Wang Tao picked up a purple zombie crystal core from the ground, and then collected the loot that exploded out of it. Received, Screaming Potion Recipe Small Roman 11. Screaming Potion Recipe Small. After learning, you can make 5 Screaming Potions small each time. Required materials: Screaming Fish Galls, Zombie Crystal Cores, 100 ml purified water, 10 kcal of food. Received, Screaming Potion Small x2. Screaming Potion Small. After consumption, you can emit a piercing and long scream for 10 minutes. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Friendly reminder: screaming can cause damage to the vocal cords. It's recommended not to talk within a day after the scream. Wang Tao learned another potion recipe. He now knew how to make 3 different potions, namely Strength Potion Small, Defense Potion Small, and this Screaming Potion Small. It was a shame, however, that he did have the key ingredients to make them. Chapter 150. I've tolerated you for a long time too. The effects of this screaming potion are definitely not as good as the other two, but having it is better than nothing. Perhaps it could come in handy in the future. After putting away the spoils of war, Wang Tao circled around to the other side of the villa's outer wall and climbed over it. Inside, Han Rui was waiting for him. As soon as she saw Wang Tao rush in, she quickly shut the door. Everything went smoothly without a hitch. Wang Tao checked his HP, having regained 40 HP. Now it stood at 1,290/1,290. Not too shabby. Then he took out the crystal core that the screamer zombie had dropped and laid it before the 2 women. Level 1 Crystal Core Screaming. Quality: excellent 60%. Purity: 50%. Side effect: inability to speak softly. Screaming can emit a piercing scream by consuming energy. Looking at the attributes of the crystal core, although Wang Tao had anticipated it somewhat, he was still somewhat speechless. It felt like another ability that was more trouble than it was worth. Setting aside the fact that the screaming ability seemed to have little use in a world filled with zombies, where screaming was tantamount to suicide, just the inability to speak softly, side effect, was a serious pitfall. If someone learned this ability, wouldn't they be constrained to staying at the base all the time? Unless they stayed silent outside, speaking could potentially attract zombies. This is a zombie core. Gulp. Observing the beautiful purple crystal core, Li Qiu subconsciously swallowed. Saliva was frantically secreting in her mouth, and she felt a strong desire to eat it. The zombie core, which Wang Tao had taken out of the space backpack, was devoid of any bloodstains, very clean, and didn't provoke disgust or nausea. Yes, this is the zombie core that you eat to potentially become an ability user, Han Rui explained with a smile. She had already briefly explained to Li Qiu about zombie cores. Li Qiu was amazed at how fast the world was changing. She'd been in the villa for too long and knew nothing. Do you want to eat it? We have many zombie cores at our base, and joining our base would give you a chance to become an ability user. Wang Tao said, purposefully tempting her. But although Li Qiu was staring fixedly at the crystal core, she just gave a bitter smile. You don't have to persuade me. Wang Tao shrugged. Han Rui then asked, you don't have enough food either, and you won't last much longer. Cough. Actually, I lied to you, Li Qiu said somewhat sheepishly, tucking her hair behind her ear. There is still quite a bit of food stored in my house's basement. Our family has always had the habit of storing food. I did a big shopping trip for my daughter's birthday. I've eaten all the food that could spoil easily, but I still have some grains and such that store well. I can last quite some time. I also have some medicine, vitamins, and there's a very small solar generator in my house. After her interactions with Wang Tao, Li Qiu felt that these 2 people were not so bad, and she probably wouldn't be targeted by them, so speaking out wasn't a big issue. If Wang Tao had intended to use force against her, he would have done so already. Whether she spoke or not really made no difference. Wang Tao, however, was very surprised. Well then, no wonder she was able to survive for so long after the virus outbreak. Since you can still hold on, I won't say more. I hope you'll contact me if you change your mind. Han Rui had given Li Qiu a walkie-talkie the day before. As long as it was operational, they could be contacted. All right, thank you. Be careful on your way. Before leaving, Wang Tao helped Li Qiu check her house to make sure all doors and windows were secure. Only then did he wave goodbye to her. Ah, what a pity. Han Rui shook her head. She found Li Qiu quite agreeable. Although older than herself, she got along well with her. If she could bring her back to the base, they might even become good friends. It was unfortunate that the other person had her own resolve. One couldn't force someone against their will. Wang Tao shook his head and said nothing more. The two of them cautiously left the villa area, killing a few ordinary zombies along the way and not encountering any other special zombies. Oh no, according to the military's terminology, these zombies that dropped crystal cores should be called elite zombies. However, as they exited the villa area, they found a self-exploder zombie at the entrance of the community. 1200/1200. This must be one of the self-exploders from outside the villa yesterday. With only 1200 HP, Wang Tao was a bit tempted. Until now, he still wasn't clear on how strong a self-exploder's defensive power was, because he'd never had the chance to engage one before it exploded. But Wang Tao felt that this self-exploder's defense might not be very strong. After all, its organs were exposed on its exterior, and it exploded at the slightest touch, hardly indicative of a high-defense zombie. And Liu Gang had said earlier that he had killed a self-exploder with a single shot. While he used a sniper rifle, Wang Tao now possessed bows and crossbows, which were also quite powerful. Are you confident you can hit its head? Wang Tao pointed to the self-exploder zombie that was slowly shuffling around the entrance to the community. At its speed, I can guarantee a hit within a 20-meter range. Han Rui stated confidently. Then let's hunt it down in a bit. Wang Tao was rubbing his hands together in anticipation. A 20-meter distance was enough to mitigate a lot of risks. Even if they couldn't kill it, they could still flee. After all, they were using crossbows, not guns. Crossbows made little noise when shooting, which wouldn't attract other zombies. Only those near the self-exploder would be drawn.